That post by Elon Musk this afternoon gets at a serious question, prompted by MAGA fans, among others, after the Justice Department asserted in a memo that convicted sex offender and multimillionaire Jeffrey Epstein did not blackmail high-profile clients, was not murdered before he was found dead in his jail cell in 2019, and in fact had no client list. Despite the fact that the very same administration officials are now asserting there is no there, many of them were the ones ginning up the controversy before President Trump was reelected and while they were in office. The Justice Department memo, first obtained by Axios, also comes 1 month after the billionaire Tesla founder took to his platform X as his alliance with President Trump dissolved. Quote, "Time to drop the really big bomb. Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason why they have not been made public," unquote. Musk deleted that post 2 days later, but the new memo has Musk posting this meme, among others. It's a guy putting on progressively more clown makeup with the text, "We will release the Epstein list. We just need more time. The Epstein list is on my desk. There is no Epstein list," with full clown regalia. The desk part refers to a February clip. The list is on my desk. A February clip from Fox that was played of Pam Bondi. Take a listen.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
But here was Attorney General Bondi earlier today.
I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that.
Trump was asked about the memo today by a New York Post reporter, and he expressed indignation.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
Mr. President, the reason people are talking about this guy is because people serving in the highest levels of your administration have been talking about this guy for years and talking about how the Epstein list needs to be released. Here's then Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance in October 2024.
Everybody in politics has a vice that's much worse
God.
than journalism. Is
My contacts are giving me so much issues today.
But we
Release the list.
seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Here's Kash Patel on a podcast just over a year before he became FBI director.
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
Simple, because of who's on that list.
Dan Bongino, a former Secret Service agent turned right-wing podcaster, is now the FBI deputy director. Here he is.
Why was Benny Johnson so specific on it being pederast? That's weird, isn't it?
Is on his show in February. He was named deputy director just a few weeks later.
I'm not ever going to let this story go because of what I heard from a source about Bill Clinton on a plane with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not letting it go, ever. Ever.
Bill Clinton's spokesperson released a statement in 2019 saying that the former president, quote, knows nothing about the terrible crimes. We should note the presence of one's name in the files does not mean they were involved in any way in sex trafficking or having sex with any of Epstein's victims. Here's Alina Habba, now interim U.S. attorney for New Jersey. This is her in February.
In this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking.
I'm shocked that none of that's been released. In February this year, Attorney General Bondi teased the imminent arrival of the Epstein files, and President Trump's eldest son, Don Jr., posted about the news, quote, LFG, an acronym for Let's Effing Go.
Oh,
A week
yeah?
later, the Trump administration
Is that what
invited
it
a
means,
slew
Jake?
of conservative MAGA influencers to the White House, purporting to give them a first look at a batch of documents labeled the Epstein Files Phase 1, but none of it was a smoking gun. The vast majority of the information had already been made publicly available CNN's Evan Perez reported in March that Attorney General Bondi directed FBI agents, in some cases, to drop their work on China and Iran and focus on redacting the files before their release. Remember, Trump made part of this his platform. Here he is during the 2024 campaign.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because it's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
So what's really going on here? I mean, what's really going on? Well, experts such as our friend Julie Brown from the Miami Herald, who has been covering Epstein for years, say that the notion of Epstein having an easy-to-access client list is likely a red herring. And that's what the Trump administration is relying on, that there likely isn't a list per se. But they are also now relying on the fact that because it's MAGA influencers who often put forward so many falsehoods, legacy news media won't push the point, that while there might not be a list, there are certainly files that can be released. There's a trove of information that the Trump administration is right now refusing to share. Information that could well point to the powerful folks who availed themselves of the sex trafficking victims of Jeffrey Epstein. If you go, for example, to the FBI vault online, you can see that there are 22 files containing thousands of pages. Most of them are heavily redacted. Now, sure, of course, redact the names and identifying characteristics of the victims. But why not make the victim and testimonies public? As Julie Brown points out, there's still so much we don't know from the investigations by U.S. attorneys in Miami and in New York, witness interviews in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New Mexico. Brown writes that there's still more evidence that hasn't been published, including, quote, Epstein kept video cameras in most of his residences, and Epstein's autopsy, nor the report of the investigation into his death, has been made public. So while there may not be an official client list to be released, as the administration is now saying, there's a lot of extra information that is not being made public, despite Trump's Justice Department basically now saying case closed. This isn't going to go away.
When Pam Bondi went on television and said, I have a videotape of kids getting abused, I followed this case closely, and I know a lot of the people involved, as I've told you. Mm-hmm. I had no idea. I didn't know that. Really? Thousands of children got raped? Yeah. Who raped them? Where are the rapists? Like, why aren't they in jail? What? This is the Department of Justice.
Yes.
That is so crazy. This is honestly one of the craziest things I've ever seen in my entire life. And I just think it's very dangerous to play around with this stuff. Like, very dangerous.
Well,
I don't want a revolution, but if you wanted a revolution, this is how you would act.
All right, Jamal, what do you think hearing that from Tucker?
Well, first of all, Tucker is being dangerous by alluding to something like a revolution when we're talking about the MAGA people, because we know that MAGA forces have been willing to use violence in pursuit of their political aims. We saw it on January 6th. You know, Gretchen said something a second ago about is Trump
uses violence.
Covering for Pam Bondi. But the question also may be, is Pam Bondi covering for Trump? We just really don't know. Donald Trump has been very forceful. He's a great television performer. When the question of Epstein comes up, every time he dissembles, he attacks the reporter. Remember before, he'll release the UFO files, he'll release the JFK files. Will you release the Epstein files? Well, I don't know if we should, do that. Innocent people may get wrapped up in that. I just think something's going on here. We got to keep asking the questions until we find out what's really happening, and they should just release the files.
I mean, right. I mean, that seems to be the point, Gretchen. At this point, and this is something that has been spun up, right, by some of the very people who are now saying, I mean, when Kash Patel and Dan Bongino came out recently and tried to downplay the Epstein files, they were eviscerated by the MAGA base, right? And now this is putting the whole thing on steroids. Far-right activist Laura Luma, Gretchen, we know Trump listens to her. She has been hammering Pam Bondi on social media. She posted, how come we can't talk about what a dumb, lying bimbo Pam Bondi is? J.D. Vance, please encourage President Trump to fire Pam Bondi. She's a disgrace. So what do you hear when you hear this? I mean, look, Laura Loomer, we know, has had very specific, tangible influence on Trump on big decisions.
Yes, in national security, specifically in the last few months. I do think she has Trump's ear. So, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Trump seemed to be protecting Bondi today. But I think one other really important point is in this second administration, we have seen a lot of MAGA supporters of Trump come out and be totally against him on really big issues. And what I think is fascinating is that he can go after people who are in groups, like lawyers, like members of Congress. I'll primary you if you don't agree with me. But with these single influencers, he's not doing that. And I think that raises a huge question about whether or not he has the power to actually silence them.
Right. And Jamal, I guess the whole question is there really no there? Or is the question, who is covering up for whom?
That is the question. Listen, what is sobering is that Donald Trump, if this were normal times, Donald Trump, he's turned around on Ukraine, and there are people in MAGA who are upset about that. He was in this relationship with Elon Musk, who's now turned on him, who wants to start a party, and so that could maybe peel off people. Now we've got the Epstein files, or all these things that would normally take down a regular politician. Donald Trump seems to be able to survive these things. I mean, he's such a political force, it doesn't really matter. But what does happen is the people around him are the ones who catch the brick. And so the question for Pam Bondi is this going to limit her ability to either be an effective attorney general or to even keep her job as attorney general?
I mean, you literally have an African socialist Muslim man this time around, like the real Obama. And all of a sudden, none of the...
Whoa. They got Hassan out of his house? No way. That's crazy.
None of the liberals that would back him are out there defending him at all.
This is a moment where I think that may turn. Here is podcaster Jennifer Welch. I mean, we saw her.
She's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, she's been on the show.
Yeah, she's been on my podcast before. I've had it, ladies.
She's pretty like normie coded. Yeah. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they are from Oklahoma, and they definitely are are definitely a lot more progressive than the average Democrat. But I know for a fact that the Democratic Party really wanted to use them as this non-hostile space. I mean, they've interviewed Barack Obama. They've interviewed Hakeem Jeffries in the past.
And what's his face? Oh my God! The chief of staff for Obama, Rahm
Emanuel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
and Rahm Emanuel got eviscerated on there. And here she is on Hakeem Jeffries, that same issue.
I think our nominee is going to have to convince folks that he is prepared to aggressively address the rise in anti-Semitism in the city of New York, which has been an unacceptable development.
Okay. First of all, he has addressed the rise of anti-Semitism, and it's not performative. It's very, very real. And he understands that it's real, and he has the endorsement of other Jewish politicians that aren't propagandized by a corrupt Israeli government, Hakeem. But secondly, this was your moment, Hakeem, to also stand up against Islamophobia, because here's the thing about human rights, you guys. You don't get to cherry pick. If you're against anti-Semitism, then you have to be against Islamophobia, homophobia, racism, and down the line. Also class warfare, this bigotry towards poor people is just abhorrent, which disproportionately hurts people with the color of Hakeem Jeffries' skin. And so this kind of cherry picking because of who donates to Hakeem Jeffries, AIPAC donates to Hakeem Jeffries. How on earth right now is the government of Israel helping calm and quell anti-Semitism? How are they doing it? They're not. They lie and they propagandize and they say, we get to do all this stuff with impunity. And if you criticize us or you do anything wrong towards us or you speak out against us, then we're going to call you an anti-Semite. The people who preach against anti-Semitism should be joining Zohran Mamdani and standing up against the Islamophobic attacks on him. He has not said anything disparaging about Jewish people. He stands with them in solidarity. And this type of crap is so disgusting to me. And it is a cancer within the Democratic Party. And I'm just going to tell you guys something. We lost these last two elections to an idiot because of these centrist policies, and you're being beholden to special interests. And by God, it's not going to happen again. You can either be a part of the problem or a part of the solution. But if you want to try to box us in when we can clearly see with our eyes and clearly hear with our ears exactly what's happening with Israel and Gaza, and try to propagandize another way, we're not dumb like MAGA. We're not fucking stupid. Your base is smarter, and y'all are going to have to adapt or get the fuck out.
So Chuck Schumer doing a great job keeping the Democrats pro-Israel, huh?
The thing that is impressive is, I mean, that last part where she was saying, like who is Hakeem Jeffries actually delivering this stuff to? Yep. Like, every New Yorker has seen Brad Lander walking around. He's the highest elected Jewish official in New York City. Every New Yorker knows this. Anybody who's paid any attention to this election in the days before, whether it was on, Colbert's show or what, like, who is Hakeem Jeffries talking to? It's almost like they don't realize they are in a small, like, black box theater. That's the size of their audience now as to who they're even communicating to. It is fascinating. They like, we need to reach across the, sort of the divide, and they keep talking to a smaller and smaller group of people.
Yeah. One thing I always get really frustrated by, because I think people on the left also have a tendency to do this, where they're like, oh, well, like, he has to address Israel because there's a lot of Jews in New York and they all care about Israel. And I feel like it's just like the dual loyalty trope, but like on a woke, I guess, on the woke side, it's like the woke dual loyalty trope. And my question always is, like, New York City is the largest Jewish city on the planet. Sometimes Tel Aviv, I think, has a higher number of Jewish people living in it. But I think New York City is either the number one or number two largest Jewish city on the planet. It predates the invention of the state of Israel. Yep. Like, Jewish people here have stronger roots to the United States of America and New York City in particular, and Los Angeles as well, than they do to Israel as a nation state. Israel is an ethno-state. Zionism is an ethno-state project. They incentivize American Jews and Jews all around the world to go and live in Israel. So my question always is to these people that say, like, oh, Jews really care about Israel, that's all they care about. It's like, but these are American Jews. These are New Yorkers. If they cared about Israel that much, they would live in Israel.
Yep.
Like, they would just go and live there. There are tremendous incentives to go and live there. You actually get health care if you live in Israel, as a matter of fact. It is a comprehensive health care coverage that they can afford because they don't have to actually spend a dime on their defense, because we got that covered.
You get Palestinian land.
Yeah, you get free housing if you want, government subsidized housing in the West Bank if you want, like, and yet so many Jewish people choose to live here and be American citizens and not be Israeli citizens in spite of all that. That, to me, is a clear indication that American Jews, just like American Muslims, just like American Christians, have American problems, and that's what they care about. They don't care about Israel to the degree in which people talk about it in the media.
Well, it's certainly, I mean, look, I think there is, based on my own experience, there is a learned attachment to Israel, in relationship with Israel, as opposed to, say, like, I don't have the same relationship with Uganda. I mean, maybe if the Zionist project had landed in Uganda, which at one point was banded around, but I don't. But that is different from saying this is the premier issue that they vote upon or they act upon or they move through life with. It is also different from saying that Israel, that this relationship isn't complicated. And I think it's different for people who have, like, direct relatives there, obviously, in the same way that, like, I grew up in Worcester. There was a lot of people, like, when you talk about the IRA or stuff like that, people are just like, oh, F the British, and I'm in Worcester.
They
what
traffic guns. They directly traffic guns to the IRA.
Exactly. And
fundraise for the IRA in every bar. There was a Republican congressperson.
100%. And so this is, there are different dynamics at different eras. But the fact of the matter is that New York Jews didn't even for a moment, as a whole, we're just talking in generalities in terms of the vast majority. This was not an issue for them at all. That's my point about the increasingly, when Hakeem Jeffries gets out there and says that, when Gillibrand says this, they are talking to literally a room full. It's the same people, frankly, who Carvel was talking about. I don't know if you caught that clip of Carvel.
James Carvel.
Yeah, Carvel.
He says Carvel every time.
It's like an ice cream brand.
I have to pick and choose what I correct.
Exactly. He was on with, and I can't remember the guy. He was an old Al Hunt, and he said, "I go to these, big Jewish donors of the Democratic Party. They tell me they don't want to, give money because of Israel or whatever it is. It's really just the tax cuts, and it is for a lot of these people. It is a proxy that allows them to avoid talking about what the real issue is, class issues. And they bring this up because it was a third rail, type of deployment. And it is no longer resonating. It no longer resonates because of what people can see with their eyes in terms of the way that Israel has been, engaged in this slaughter, genocide, ethnic cleansing. I think all three probably are appropriate, but pick them. Pick whatever one you feel comfortable with saying. And I think people are just like, I'm not going to, make my determination who's going to be mayor of New York City, or frankly, even the president of the United States at the end of the day.
I just don't think it's a detriment in the way that these guys suggested it was for the longest time, and they even did in the lead up to the election. And that was, I guess, the reason why Kamala Harris could not actually chart a different trajectory for herself and cut her off from the anchor that was the Joe Biden administration, even on this issue that was, again, 75-25% at that point.
Well, that's what's amazing is that CNN clip from the other day, they played over the course of 8 years.
Yeah.
The people on our campaign must have known that data.
Yeah.
And
we covered
this is absolute malfeasance by that campaign, and it wasn't raised in that way. They talked about it in the context of Mamdani, but those numbers were not dramatically different 6 months ago, or 8 months ago, or 10 months ago.
Right.
And yet the campaign just said, we're not even going to allow this Palestinian lawmaker to speak at the convention when it was completely benign, everything she had to say.
Yeah, and it would have had reverberations beyond, I think, Israel-Palestine, because it would have shown everyone in America, there would be so much secondary coverage on, wow, Kamala Harris is actually separating herself from Joe Biden on this issue, which would have been a great marketing opportunity. I literally advocated even for from a bloodless, cold, cynical, calculated stance. If you don't care about the humanity of charred children that we're facilitating the genocide of, the least you could do is advocate on this because I don't want Donald Trump to win, and this way you can separate yourself from Joe Biden, who was deeply unpopular. Everyone saw him as old, feeble, and monstrous, and simultaneously really win favors with a lot of people. Because I think that the issue of Israel and your opinion on Israel, I think, is a way for politicians to communicate earnesty, because there's such a division between what the public feels about this versus what the media talks about, or how the media talks about this issue and how politicians talk about this issue. You can really cut away at that. And my fear always is that there are cynical actors, both on the media side like Tucker Carlson, or cynical actors on the political side like Marjorie Taylor Greene, that see that know how to read the room better than everybody else, and will utilize that to win favors with a broader audience.
And just to expand on that, it also indicates I am not a part of the establishment.
Yeah.
It shows the responsiveness, it shows the inclusion, it shows breaking with Biden, but it is a proxy. The reason why Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene find efficacy in it is it shows that they're anti-establishment on some level, because again, they are only speaking to the establishment. Like Hakeem Jeffries is sitting on whatever Meet the Press, saying Mamdani needs to deal with anti-Semitism. No one thinks that.
Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene may not be actually speaking to the Zionist donors that Carville was talking about there, because she is actually an anti-Semite. So she's not in the rooms that 95% of Republicans are in, and like 70% of Democrats are in. So when you ask, like, who is this for? When Hakeem Jeffries is doing this performance, it's for the Zionist donor base. And people can sense that. So when we're talking about it being like a proxy for other things, it is about showing democratic responsiveness. And also why it compounded things for Kamala was the fact that people felt alienated from the Democratic Party's lack of democratic responsiveness. When for basically since 2023, the polling showed that the Democratic voter base felt that Joe Biden was too old to run again, and they decided to ram him through without really any public debate or process on this front, which made people feel alienated from the Democratic Party. That's a huge problem, and it's not just a problem of Joe Biden. It's a problem, as we're seeing structurally with the party, where they can't conceive of a working class politics that shows direct responsiveness to people. The only people that the people they're most directly responsive to are donors, and then if they see polling shift enough for them, then they'll decide to lead. The immigration stuff, Trump, his numbers tanking on that front, we can't thank Democrats for that at all, except for maybe Chris Van Hollen and a few, and of course the members of the squad on the left wing members. But that's all what he did on his own. And the Democrats could have been
I didn't do anything.
Like
Why are you
the yin to that
attacking me?
yang. They could have shown an alternative vision. And now it's just like, oh, he's unpopular in a vacuum, and people feel nihilistic, which is what he thrives on in the end, and this movement thrives on in the end.
It's strange to watch them like kind of get reminded that they're supposed to be anti-austerity. Like it almost like every single day since the Trump administration began, they have been actively signaling that they're going to cut all of these federal jobs. They're going to cut these regulatory agencies, and at a time when there's like, you know, planes falling out of the sky, it's like a perfect opportunity to really drive home this point that like these jobs need to exist. You and your billionaire buddies are just like cutting these federal jobs that are like decently paying jobs for a lot of Americans, you know, tens of millions of Americans. And also these are services that they rely on. And there was no communication from the Democratic Party in the first couple of months. And even now you have this horrifying, disastrous bill. It's one of the most unpopular bills that has passed since we began tracking the popularity of bills that are passing. And it's unpopular in spite of the Democratic Party's positioning on this, because they were able to push it through this expedited process, just like they did the last Trump tax cuts in 2017. And the less time is spent on the gridlock aspect of Congress, the less time there is to communicate all of the awful things that are in this bill to make the bill less popular. The alternative to this is, of course, like the ACA that the Republicans were able to stop at every step of the way and simply lie about the things that were in the bill, like death panels, if you remember, which made it deeply unpopular by the time of its passage. And the Democrats didn't do anything until after the fact, and until the last hour when Hakeem Jeffries decided to do the Cory Booker thing.
There was a missed opportunity to vote
Cory
against that
Booker
budget.
thing.
You go back and you look at what Chuck Schumer was saying, like they could shut down Medicaid. Well, I got some very bad news for you for what's happened. They have shut down Medicaid.
Yeah.
And having to have forcing them to have shut down Medicaid 4 months ago, for however long they could sustain that, would have inhibited this passage of this bill. They also could not address the increase in ICE because they've been so bad on immigration. They have no immigration policy to fight this, so they couldn't get out there and go like, we're going to turn this place into a fucking police state with $300 billion for ICE. They could not do that because they've been wrapped up. I mean, the leadership, I will say this. When I first got into
Leave me
this
alone.
in 04, there was like a sense of, you know, the net roots, you know, the blogosphere. There was a sense that within a certain, you know, quadrant of the Democratic activist base, there was a divide between the leadership and the party. But I really feel like the divide between the leadership and just your average Democratic voter is far more pronounced today than at any time that I've been, conscious of politics. Maybe 1968 was different, but maybe not. But if you look at the way that voting Democrats have perceive, what they want from their leaders. 20 years ago, Democrats, by a 60 to 40 margin, maybe even greater, wanted compromise. And they have learned over the past 2 decades, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
That's why Build Back Better failed, because Joe Biden decided, instead of following up on the American Rescue Act, I'm going to let the Republicans come in, and that killed 4 months. Then I'm going to let Sinema and Portman come in, and that destroyed the bill. I mean, it was over by that point. That's when, the donors caught up with Manchin.
Trump rammed it through. He rushed it.
Fun fact.
It's exactly what you need to do.
One of the things I brought up in the immediate aftermath of the election to the Pod Johns was exactly this. I was like, there were so many opportunities for Biden, if he actually had the ambition, to whip these votes. Right? Because we look at Donald Trump and we see a silly man, a fascist, but a goofy, stupid person. But he obviously commands the party. He has completely changed the trajectory of American politics in general. He has completely redesigned it in his own image. And outside of that, he also is capable of getting these votes, getting these people to vote on whatever bill he wants them to. And he will resort to dirtier tricks if necessary. And I think there is this forgotten aspect of the bully pulpit that Democratic leadership never uses to whip votes to get people in line. There is obviously threatening to remove people from committee positions if they don't play ball on these bills.
But we have seniority or Democrats have seniority for committees, and that's part of the problem, because they can't use that threat in the same way. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying we need. I've been screaming about this for years, but I'm happy to report that, yes, like you said, there are more and more liberals that you would never expect, white wine moms in the middle of the country that also want a more combative Democratic Party. The next Democratic Party has to be combative and outwardly hostile to the Republicans in the same exact way that the Republicans have been successfully against the Democrats for the past multiple decades.
But how about this? This is a prime example. Where are the Democrats that are immediately tying Project 2025 and the Doge cuts to the horrible tragedy that we're seeing in Texas? I saw Hakeem Jeffries' statement was thoughts and prayers. Oh, we don't want to politicize this. Oh, really? And the age of Trump, you don't want to politicize it? He just said on stage, I hate Democrats. They hate me and I hate them. Could you, the just complete flaccid nature of this party is just enabling this right now, and it's also for their own.
To help me improve your experience, please answer the following survey question. Why do you prefer to maim rather than kill your enemies?
Can't save right now.
Killing's wrong, plain and simple.
But shooting out kneecaps is all right. Understood.
No, wait, I didn't mean...
I'm so glad I could be of assistance.
Okay, I think I did that wrong.
Ends of wanting power in the midterms, which they do care about, even if they're ineffectual at it. They're not doing the partisanship that is required for this moment.
No, they just simply don't. They're just not up to the moment. I mean,
they did a better job in 2016.
Yes.
And I would argue that Trump was not as efficient in 2016. I would argue, I would argue that what they were facing was less difficult.
Yes.
Frankly, but no one will take the difference between year one of Trump and year one of Biden Trump gets that budget bill passed at the beginning of the year. It is the equivalent of the American Rescue Act. And then he gets this done by July. When the American Rescue Act passed, the only thing Republicans were talking about was Dr. Seuss. Was 3 fucking books that were not republished by Dr. Seuss. They should have gone right in. Joe Manchin was talking that Build Back Better at that time should be $9 trillion. He was spending more than Bernie. And then as Biden dilly-dallies on some type of bipartisanship, there was that leaked audio in June of Joe Manchin with the no labels people. And that's when they started to get to him and say, like, no. You guys, this is the other path that you can take. And that's where it all goes south. And here we are, July, 3rd, and Trump's done. And he knows he's done. They understood this dynamic. You take the power when you have it. It's not going to last 6 months. There's no more, 100 days or whatever it is, first year honeymoon. And now, I want to play this clip. I mean, this is how emboldened they are. This is the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. And this sort of combines their 2 basic things. One is, let's try and get rid of all low-income people by attrition. And then we also can get rid of any immigrants.
But I can't underscore enough. There will be no amnesty. The mass deportations continue, but in a strategic way, and we move the workforce towards automation and 100% American participation, which again, with 34 million people, able-bodied adults on Medicaid, we should be able to do that fairly quickly. Thank you.
Okay, she's talking about what's going to happen to, that there's not going to be, that farm workers are going to get rounded up. And that we have 34 million. I think what she's talking about, I think that 34 million is probably the number of adults on Medicaid.
It's around 40 million adults on Medicaid between 19 and 64, I think.
And I think her argument is they can get into the fields.
Move to they can pawn that Medicaid card.
Now, incidentally, they can move to the rural areas where they can get into the fields. There won't be any hospitals there, incidentally, because we're going to be rolling up 200 of them. I mean, this is...
Also, 2/3 of them already have a job.
Exactly.
So there's also that reality.
And then the other third is like if they're in school, taking care of an elderly family member, and it's like somewhere in the single digits in terms of people who don't have a listed excuse. So all of those people, congratulations, you're headed to become a farmer now.
I mean, the idea that a government official, a cabinet secretary, could say something to that effect, and there's no, the Democrats aren't in a position, and I think it's because they have no immigration policy, that it's been completely eviscerated by their backtracking and this and that, and the bill that Joe Biden was supposed to pass and Donald Trump kept from going in there. I mean, they saw it coming. They chose the absolute wrong policy response. Aside from, I think there is some genuine hostility towards immigrants that was in that Biden administration.
100%. I think he came in with the first 100 days that was the exact opposite, the diametrical opposite legislative agenda of Donald Trump in 2020. And then I think it was around February, because I remember covering this extensively in the beginning. I think it was like February or April when the Customs and Border Patrol was whipping the Haitian migrants at the Texas border with their reins on horseback. And from that point on, the Biden administration just completely dropped the ball on immigration. They completely dropped the ball on it. And there was a amnesty, like a conditional amnesty program associated with the first 100 days, closing the childhood, stopping the childhood separation policy and closing like these immigration detention facilities, which they basically restructured to call, I think, overfill centers or something like that, where like they were doing family overfill centers.
What's
so
with
it was
all the
basically
cops?
the same thing, but with like a Democrat Democrat liberal patina associated with it. And I remember at the time screaming about this because I said over and over again that this is going to be the issue that the Republicans use, as they have historically. And they know it. The Democrats know it. So if they don't start counter messaging against this right now and don't put out like a comprehensive pro-immigrant agenda, that the media is going to go along with the hostility towards migrants, and the entire discourse will be flooded, dominated by right-wing hysteria, because it is hysteria. It's not real. This is not a real problem. Immigration is a crisis only because we do not go through the expeditious paper filling process. That's it. Because the difference between a documented and undocumented non-citizen is documentation, and they didn't do any of that. And it was a devastating failure. And by the time the election cycle came around, this was October 6, 2023, right before October 7, is when they unveiled the Trump is right, actually. We want to build the border wall package that the Oklahoma senator had written.
And if I remember correctly, that was supposed to be a sweetener for the rest of like an economic package. And what happened is that part became the sole aspect of it, as all the sort of the Build Back Better stuff fell away. That was part of the Cinema Portman thing, I think. It's like a sweetener in there, and then all of a sudden it became the main thing. I mean, it was just like a tremendous amount of just political malpractice, and this idea that like we look at the polling, and polling is static.
Hey, I'm walking here.
We have seen this dramatic change over the course of 8 years with Israel. I mean, it's not like you have multi-generations dying off here. People change in their perspective. We've seen the change in perspective in immigration from Trump, into in Trump to Biden. We saw a huge change in immigration. These things move. They are flexible, but if you chase after where the Republicans are going, which is always the case, you're always going to be behind it. You're not going to get out in front of them. You're not going to say, okay, well, instead of deporting, what we should do is shoot all immigrants. I mean, that you're always going to be chasing them, and you're not. It's just. It's a fool's errand.
You look like you're lying when that happens. After spending 8 years saying like the border wall is racist and it's silly, to turn around and be like, actually, we want to build a border wall, and the Trump administration is not serious about building the border wall. If you think that that is going to be a message that ends up bringing some of these like white nativists on board with the Democratic Party's agenda, you're out of your freaking mind. Yep. The only thing that it does is make your base of support go in the direction of the Republican Party, because it's a basic admission that, yeah, the Republicans were right. Migrants are a national security problem, and therefore maybe I'm going to go with the guy who was right all along rather than the Democrats now.
Yep. Right. Or I'm going to stay home, which is the other thing that doesn't get discussed enough. It's like when you saw that IMEU analysis, that the plurality opinion for people in terms of who stayed home, they were not motivated to go out because of Gaza, because of her stance on that. But I think it all has a compounding effect where, okay, I can't vote for this person, I don't like either, and I'm just going to stick around. And that's who Zoran interviewed right after the race, and that's what prompted this historic run for him to win this primary. Yeah. And those are the voters we should be focusing on. Like, this strategy of just picking and choosing issues based on how they poll at a current moment, as you say, Sam, as if like the polling is static and that leadership can't change things. It's the anti-politics. It's like, because the Democrats just want to get in power so they can be a concierge like Schumer, or so that they can craft legislation and do the good work of keeping the budget going every year or whatever, where it's like, do you want to do politics? Do you believe in something other than getting into power? People smell that, and that's why the Democratic Party has a lower approval rating than Donald Trump.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out. ICE was, by all accounts, literally, and I'm not being facetious about this,
Has Russia lost Azerbaijan? For decades, the two countries have managed.
I don't get it. If Trump takes his shit the wrong way, I got to hear about it 24 hours left. Comes out and says the Epstein doesn't exist. Crickets. I don't know what you're talking about. A lot of networks are reporting on this.
Have managed a cautious, calculated relationship built on history, geography, economic ties, and even necessity. But that dynamic appears to be collapsing. A series of events has pushed what was once a pragmatic partnership into open confrontation. What started as quiet tension has now escalated into a full-blown diplomatic crisis with potentially serious consequences, not just for the South Caucasus, but for broader regional and international security. So, how did the relationship evolve? What went wrong? And is there any way to repair the damage? Hello and welcome. I'm James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict, and security. In the world of diplomacy, relationships between states can deteriorate for many reasons. Sometimes it's slow and subtle, resulting from shifts in strategic interests or changes in domestic politics. At other times, it's sudden. A single incident or provocation can set off a chain reaction. More often, though, it's a combination of both. A gradual erosion of trust that's eventually tipped over the edge by a triggering event. And when that happens, even long-standing partnerships can unravel quickly. The recent breakdown between Russia and Azerbaijan is a perfect example of how fragile international relationships can be, even when they appear stable on the surface. For many years, the two neighbours maintained pragmatic, if occasionally uneasy ties. But since late 2024, relations have taken a dramatic turn for the worse. What had once been a careful balancing act has collapsed into mistrust, retaliation, and escalating confrontation. And the implications could be far-reaching. Lying in the South Caucasus, the Republic of Azerbaijan is one of 14 countries that neighbour the Russian Federation. Altogether, the countries share a 340-kilometre or 210-mile land border, as well as a maritime boundary in the Caspian Sea. In terms of size and population, Russia dwarfs Azerbaijan, standing at 17.1 million square kilometres or 6.6 million square miles and 140 million inhabitants, to Azerbaijan's 87,000 square kilometres or 33,500 square miles and a population of 10 million. To understand the current tensions, we need to step back and explore the broader context, how the Russia-Azerbaijan relationship emerged and evolved over time. Our story begins in the 19th century when what is now Azerbaijan was part of Persia. In the early 1800s, it was invaded and annexed by Imperial Russia. After a brief period of independence following the First World War a century later, Azerbaijan was then incorporated into the Soviet Union, becoming the Azerbaijani Soviet Socialist Republic. This lasted until 1991. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, it regained its independence, becoming a member of the United Nations as the Republic of Azerbaijan. At first, Azerbaijan maintained its ties with Moscow. In addition to joining
The protests in Mexico City have to do with the tourism industry. That's the issue. If you have an influx and have your economy rely solely on tourism, then all the fucking costs raise based on the fucking influx of the tourist cash, but jobs don't fucking pay more. And that's the issue going on in Mexico City.
Commonwealth of Independent States, the CIS, a loose grouping of former Soviet republics. It also signed the Collective Security Treaty, becoming part of a Russia-led military pact. However, relations were soon strained by conflict. As the Soviet Union dissolved, the Nagorno-Karabakh region, a predominantly Armenian enclave within Azerbaijan, declared independence, supported by neighbouring Armenia. The subsequent war resulted in tens of thousands of deaths and saw Armenia occupy a fifth of Azerbaijani territory. Crucially, Azerbaijan accused Russia of supporting Armenia, both politically and militarily. As a result, Baku began looking west. In 1994, it joined NATO's Partnership for Peace programme alongside several other Soviet republics, including Ukraine, Moldova, Armenia, and even Russia itself. 5 years later, in 1999, Azerbaijan, along with Georgia and Uzbekistan, chose not to renew its membership of the Collective Security Treaty. Unlike countries that went on to join the Collective Security Treaty Organization, the CSTO, which replaced the treaty,
CSTO is a
Azerbaijan charted a different course. It now began building closer ties with NATO, including by contributing troops to NATO missions in Kosovo and Afghanistan. Then, in 2005, it signed an individual partnership action plan with NATO. This formed the basis for defence reform and closer cooperation. But all the while, despite moving closer to NATO, Azerbaijan nevertheless pursued a policy of strategic balancing. While deepening its ties with the West, it couldn't afford to alienate Moscow entirely. Russia remained a central player in efforts to resolve the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. Additionally, many Azerbaijanis lived and worked in Russia, sending back remittances that were vital for families at home. In short, Azerbaijan walked a careful line, seeking to diverse its partnerships without provoking its powerful northern neighbour. This balancing approach was formalised in 2011 when Azerbaijan joined the non-aligned movement. To observers, it was a clear signal that Baku intended to maintain strategic independence rather than fully aligning with any one bloc. Indeed, in the years that followed, Azerbaijan became a major player in the group, holding the chair of the NAM from 2019 to 2023. Despite occasional friction between the two countries, the overall relationship between Russia and Azerbaijan remained relatively stable. That was until the outbreak of the Second Nagorno-Karabakh War in 2020. In September that year, Azerbaijan launched a military offensive to retake territory held by Armenian forces since the early 1990s. In the end, the conflict lasted just 6 weeks and ended in a decisive Azerbaijani victory, aided in no small part by Turkey, which supplied advanced military technology and operational support. Crucially though, Russia, despite its alliance with Armenia through the CSTO, chose not to intervene militarily. Instead, in what was widely seen as a calculated move by the Kremlin, it brokered a ceasefire agreement which included the deployment of Russian peacekeepers to the region. This would be a hugely important decision. By not backing Armenia too strongly, Russia kept a foot in both camps, thereby preserving its ties with Azerbaijan. As a result, in the years that followed, the two autocratic presidents, Vladimir Putin and Ilham Aliyev, appeared to develop a cordial, even cooperative, personal relationship.
Crazy, because Aliyev might be worse than
things
Putin.
weren't quite as they seemed. Behind the scenes, the tide was turning. I hope you're finding this helpful. If so, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. Thanks, and now back to the video. In September 2023, Azerbaijani forces swept past Russian peacekeepers and retook control of the remaining Armenian-held parts of Nagorno-Karabakh. Although Russia did nothing to stop them, from Baku's perspective, this marked the end of the conflict on their terms and with little thanks to Moscow. Gratitude instead went to Turkey, whose support had been crucial. The two countries, which had long shared close cultural, economic and political ties and had already signed a military cooperation agreement in 2021, now formed a de facto military alliance. Meanwhile, Azerbaijan was quietly edging closer to the West in other ways. While Baku remained cautious in its statements about Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it increased humanitarian aid to Kyiv, signalling growing support. At the same time, Azerbaijan deepened its ties with Israel, which had also helped it retake Nagorno-Karabakh. But yet, even as these shifts unfolded, Baku was careful not to alienate Russia openly. For instance, in August 2024, Aliyev even signalled interest in joining the BRICS, a Russia and China-led alternative to the West. To observers, the message appeared clear. Azerbaijan still valued its relationship with Moscow. But then came the breaking point. In December 2024, an Azerbaijani passenger plane crashed in Kazakhstan, reportedly after being shot down by a Russian missile fired as it flew over southern Russia. But while President Putin issued a formal apology, the Kremlin refused to take responsibility or offer compensation. Since then, there's been a dramatic deterioration in ties. In June 2025, Russian police in Yekaterinburg detained dozens of ethnic Azerbaijanis, with at least 2 then dying in custody. Condemning the arrests as ethnically motivated violence, Baku now cancelled a number of scheduled bilateral meetings. Days later, Azerbaijani authorities raided the offices of Sputnik Azerbaijan, a Russian media outlet, and arrested several Russian nationals on criminal charges, including cybercrime and drug trafficking. At this stage, relations between Baku and Moscow have collapsed. The trust that had sustained years of pragmatic cooperation is gone. Azerbaijan now sees Russia as a hostile and unreliable actor. Meanwhile, Russia, for its part, views Azerbaijan's retaliatory actions as an affront to its authority and regional influence. What had once been a careful balancing act between East and West has now unravelled into open confrontation and mutual suspicion. So, where does this leave us? At this stage, the critical question is whether this rupture is permanent or if there's still a path back to cooperation. On the one hand, Azerbaijan has long pursued a pragmatic foreign policy that's balanced the needs and interests of various actors. Notwithstanding recent strains with Moscow as well as with Tehran, Baku has traditionally pursued working relationships with Russia, the West, Turkey and Iran, never fully aligning with one side. In this sense, despite the current hostility, Baku may eventually find it useful to re-establish limited cooperation with Moscow. On the other hand, this may well be the beginning of a more fundamental strategic realignment. If Russia continues to refuse to accept full responsibility for the downing of the aircraft, or if it acts in ways that reinforce a perception of imperial arrogance and disregard for Azerbaijani sovereignty, the damage may well become irreparable. In that case, Azerbaijan may continue to deepen its ties with Turkey, NATO and the United States, moving further out of Moscow's orbit. Indeed, with Aliyev and Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan seemingly enjoying a genuinely close relationship, there's growing talk that Turkey may even establish a military base in Azerbaijan. But for now, the situation between Russia and Azerbaijan is deeply strained. But it's not necessarily beyond repair. What happens next will depend on several factors: political will, public sentiment in both countries, and broader developments across the South Caucasus and the post-Soviet space. Will Putin reach out to Aliyev, or will Aliyev adopt a pragmatic stance moving forward? Ultimately, if this doesn't happen, the real question then becomes one of Azerbaijan's overall strategic direction. Will it continue to follow the policy of non-alignment, squeezed between Russia and its close partner Iran, or will it consider a far more radical move and instead lean fully towards the West, perhaps even considering a bid for NATO membership? While this seems unlikely to occur for various reasons, not least of all Azerbaijan's poor internal record on democracy and human rights, we're living in fast-moving and unpredictable times. In this regard, what happens next between Baku and Moscow could have far-reaching effects. I hope you found that helpful. If so, here are some more videos that you might like. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next one.
Well, the Houthis are back at it, attacking and possibly sinking a commercial ship in the Red Sea yesterday for the first time since December 2024, and certainly the first time since they entered into a ceasefire agreement with the United States back in May. Now, shortly after that attack took place, the Israeli Air Force launched an operation that hit multiple Houthi targets all across Yemen. So today we're going to talk about what we know so far and what to watch for going forward. Now, starting out, last night around midnight, 20 Israeli Air Force fighter jets struck 5 main targets across Yemen with more than 50 munitions. Now, notably, this attack took place about an hour after an evacuation warning was issued by the IDF spokesperson. The Houthis, for their part, have claimed that they successfully engaged the Israeli Air Force, and they used the term in their announcements, the Yemeni Air Force. That's probably a mix in translation. It's likely referring to their air defense assets, specifically their surface-to-air missiles. Now, the Houthis don't say that they actually hit any Israeli aircraft, and Israel does not claim that any of their aircraft were down. That's not a claim being made right now. Simply that they confused the Israeli jets and the pilots, forcing some of them to withdraw before dropping their munitions. There's no evidence to support that beyond the claim being made by the Houthis. Then about 3.5 hours after the strike, the alert systems were activated inside of Israel as 2 Houthi missiles were detected coming from Yemen. It does appear that there were some interception attempts that were made. Not clear where those missiles ended up at this point. They don't appear to have penetrated Israeli airspace, but they went down somewhere. Nonetheless, no casualties were reported from that response. Turning to the IDF statement released last night, they say the IDF struck military targets belonging to the Houthi terrorist regime at the ports of Al Hudaydah, Ras Isa, Salif, and the Ras Qanatib power plant. These ports are used by the Houthi terrorist regime to transfer weapons from the Iranian regime, which are employed to carry out terrorist operations against the state of Israel and its allies. Look, no doubt there's a very tight connection between the Iranian regime and the Houthis, like well established for a long period of time. Interestingly, though, and we'll get more into this here in a minute, it does not appear that recent Houthi operations have been related to the hammering of the Iranian military capabilities by Israel and the United States in recent weeks. It seems like specifically tied to continually stated Houthi objectives, which is interesting. The IDF says the strike was carried out in response to the repeated attacks by the Houthi terrorist regime against the state of Israel, its civilians and civilian infrastructure, including the launching of UAVs and surface-to-surface missiles towards Israeli territory. They say among the terror targets struck at the port of Ras Issa was the Galaxy Leader, a commercial vessel seized by the Houthi terrorist regime in November 2023. Houthi forces had installed a radar system on the ship and had been using it to track vessels in the international maritime arena to facilitate further terrorist activities. Now, the Galaxy Leader, again, taken back in November 2023 with a pretty wild operation, kind of caught a lot of people off guard, I'd say, seeing that the Houthis were able to do something like this. We'll play some clips from that operation, but I believe they moved some surface vessels up near the ship, and next thing you know, there was a helicopter landing on board. The Houthis took the ship into port. They captured the...
I think the really gross stuff was I saw some people be like, well, Texas, you voted for Trump, and this is what you get. And you're like, what?
We're Americans. We're all Americans. Don't do that.
Welcome to Pod Save America. I'm John Favreau.
I'm Tommy Vitor.
Lovett is off this week, so I guess we're going to do our best to fill the 30 or 40 minutes of insight we typically get from him.
Wow.
Wow. Okay. Apparently you didn't like his joke about your Twitter habits when you were on vacation.
Look, it was a big piece of legislation.
It was a big, beautiful bill.
And my tweets did not matter, as we have found out at all. They did nothing. Fortunately, we do have a lot to cover today. We're going to talk about what's next for Trump's big bill, now that it's a big law. We're talking about ICE becoming bigger than most countries' militaries as part of the bill. Elon Musk's new America Party.
Can't wait to join.
Launched on July 4th weekend.
It's like the Innovation Party.
It is.
Deep cut.
I was wondering who would make the Innovation Party joke first. It was you. And MAGA World turning on Trump over the latest Jeffrey Epstein revelations, or lack thereof, I guess. So we will dig into that as well. We do want to start with the horrific floods that hit Kerr County, Texas over the weekend, which is a county just northwest of San Antonio. As of late Monday afternoon, at least 89 people have died, including 27 campers and staff from Camp Mystic, which is an all-girls summer camp that was essentially washed away by the floods. Many more people are missing as of right now.
it has been absolutely just gut-wrenching to see photos of these 8 and 9-year-old girls who died, to hear their parents talk about them, to hear from the parents who are like just still at this moment looking for their kids. It's just an unimaginable tragedy.
It is.
This is now one of the deadliest floods of the last century. And this area of Texas, in particular, is one of the most dangerous regions in the country for floods. So naturally, there have been plenty of questions about whether anything could have been done to get people out of harm's way earlier. The Trump administration is getting criticism for the DOGE cuts to the National Weather Service, the NWS, where 10% of the staff has been fired, including meteorologists, and 2 of the offices that now have vacancies are in the area of the flood. The NWS has also had to delay weather balloon launches across the country, and those help forecast storms. All that said, the National Weather Service did issue timely warnings about this flood. The problem was that those warnings didn't get to the people who were in danger. This is known as the last mile problem. Apparently, Kerr County opted against investing in a flood warning system back in 2017 because they thought it was too expensive. So Trump responded to some of the criticism over the weekend when he took questions from reporters at his golf club in New Jersey. Here he is, accompanied by Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick.
Are you investigating whether some of the cuts to the federal government left key vacancies at the National Weather Service or in the emergency coordination?
No,
They did not.
They did. I'll tell you, if you look at that, what a situation that all is, and that was really the Biden setup. That was not our setup, but I wouldn't
love
blame
this.
Biden for it either. I would.
It's Joe Biden's
just
fault
say
that these people died.
This is a 100-year catastrophe, and it's just so horrible to watch.
In light of the floods, do you think that the federal government needs to hire back any of the meteorologists who were fired in the last few months?
I wouldn't know that. I really wouldn't. I would think not.
Still planning to phase out FEMA?
Well, FEMA is something we can talk about later, but right now they're busy working.
What the fuck is the water situation?
I don't know.
The water setup?
I could blame Biden, but I won't blame Biden. But I just did blame Biden
for the water setup.
I found the political fighting over this pretty tough to stomach or really engage with. Like it's just you watch these interviews with some dad combing through like this rubble trying to find his kids, and it's just like sort of all you can think about. It does sound like what you said was right, like the last mile problem, getting the warnings to people who are in rural areas with no cell service in the middle of the night. Like that does sound like that was the broader problem than predicting the flood. But I thought the the questions in Chuck Schumer's letter were appropriate and important. Like
we should say that on Monday morning, Chuck Schumer sent a letter to the Inspector General at the Commerce Department demanding an investigation. So that's the letter.
Yeah, like we need to know.
What was he asking in the letter?
Basically, if cuts to National Weather Service slowed down things or put people at risk. I mean, I think that's an important question.
Can I come in?
Forward, I could have done without the instant leap to name your political opponent for this tragedy on Twitter. I think that stuff's just gross.
Yeah, I mean, I think the really gross stuff was I saw some people be like, well, Texas, you voted for Trump, and this is what you get. And you're like, what
We're
the
Americans.
fuck?
We're all Americans. Don't do that shit.
I think that 2 things can be true. The DOGE cuts to the National Weather Service, in this case, had nothing to do with the tragedy. It seems like the National Weather Service, like I said, did send out a timely warning. It just didn't get to people, and that's not the Trump administration saying that. That's independent meteorologists and experts have all said this. But it is true that we are now facing worsening climate disasters. That's just a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not you believe in climate change, it's still a fact. You can look at the record. It's recorded now, which is the hurricanes, floods, droughts. You name it. They've been more frequent and more intense over the last couple decades. And so now, we need to figure out what to do about that. And there's 2 things you can do about it, aside from efforts to combat climate change. But in the immediate, you can figure out how to prepare for these disasters, and you can figure out how to respond to them. On the preparation side, you cut 10% of the national weather staff, a bunch of meteorologists. Then you have meteorologists way before this hit saying we're about to head into a hurricane season where we can't predict storms as well, and we're all flying blind here. It's like really bad. So it's horrible that they made those cuts. And then on the other end, you know, Trump had been talking about getting rid of FEMA. They installed a director at FEMA who told the FEMA staff when he got there that he wasn't aware that we had a hurricane season.
That seems bad. Also, we probably should have thought twice about shooting down that Chinese balloon. Could have used that thing.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Now, back in February, the Trump administration fired hundreds of FEMA employees, and they offered buyouts to hundreds more, maybe thousands more. So yeah, they're definitely gutting FEMA. They also rescinded grants that are designed to help communities prepare for climate disasters, which seems like a very bad idea. They disbanded all these FEMA advisory councils made up of actual professionals who understand disaster relief, and then they put in place new politicized entities in their stead. And to your point, yeah, Trump now wants to get rid of FEMA after hurricane season. He says, you know, he'll disperse those responsibilities to the states, but I have no confidence that'll happen.
Yeah, and states don't have the same money. The states don't have the same resources to do it.
And they have finite resources, so, you know, they're going to put it to the things that are most acute political need for whoever that leader is. And then, the big picture stuff is we're pulling out of the Paris Climate Accords. We are gutting tax credits for renewable energy in this big, beautiful bill, where Trump's doing everything he can to prioritize oil and gas and coal, which will exacerbate climate change. And there's just Republicans can't seem to agree on the fact that this is exacerbating climate disasters in their communities as well.
And it's hard because when Doge was doing what Doge did, you know, there were like almost too many cuts, too many stories, too many horrors to focus on any one of them. But I remember the National Weather Service cuts. I remember thinking that was crazy.
It seemed crazy.
And we didn't really talk much about it at the time. And there was a bunch of like meteorologists who are usually not partisan types, like local meteorologists, some of them during their broadcasts being like, hey, by the way, usually I can tell you, there's this guy in Florida who's like, usually I can tell you when the hurricane's going to turn. If it's going to turn, I actually can't tell you now. We don't know. And so, again, like, you don't want to talk about it, you know, in the midst of tragedy, especially if it doesn't directly have to do with the tragedy. But a couple weeks from now, who's going to be talking about the National Weather Service cuts?
I know. It's hard because you don't want to be like Trump. You don't want to be the guy who is literally attacking California elected officials for the LA fires while they were still burning. Right? Like that is disgusting. You don't want to be like him and claiming that, you know, he turned some valve in Northern California and thus saved all of us by allowing the water to flow down, right? But it is beyond frustrating that the fires, extreme weather events, all of this is going to get worse because of Trump's climate policies, and yet we can't seem to get people to tie the last two together. I guess we just have to keep making the case.
And on the micro level, you know,
did I like
there's
fuck
the
up
2017
and reload a
first,
saved where
you know,
it was like
thought
saved
about
after
and
the
then
gun
ultimately rejected
flipped
this
over?
like warning system, right? And part of that was because a couple of years earlier there had been a deadly flood too, and there was a county next door
I'm so confused. I might as
that
well
actually
just
did
go
have
way
this
back.
system in place, and this is a kind of system where, you know, right now you can get alerts on your phone, but if you are out of cell phone range or it's the middle of the night like it was here,
your phone off.
Yeah, you have your phone off, or you're going to see like, oh, flash flood alert, you know.
Right.
But they have things like they can have sirens, like they do for tornadoes,
Yeah.
right? They have these systems they can do. And this county, right, is was probably like, I don't think taxpayers want to do that because, you know, no one, especially sometimes in red states and red state officials, like they don't want to pay for the things that you have to pay for because government's always inefficient and government's stupid. But like, you know what? When we're going to be facing many more climate disasters and they're going to become more extreme and they're going to become more frequent, like, yeah, I think it's like time to make a case that investing in government preparedness and response is really fucking important.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tragedy.
All right, let's talk about Donald Trump's economic plan, which the Republican Congress passed and the president signed into law at a 4th of July ceremony at the White House that obviously included a B-2 bomber flyover. The next big fight now will be overselling the wildly unpopular law to a very skeptical public, and it appears that the administration's primary strategy is to just keep lying about what the law does, who it harms. Scott Bessent was out on the Sunday shows peddling the bullshit that the only people affected by the $1 trillion cut to Medicaid will be able-bodied adults who choose not to work, despite the fact that only 8% of Medicaid recipients fit this description. Here's a clip of Bessent.
Putting a work requirement is
by definition, a change to benefits.
No, there are no change in benefits. There's a change in requirements to get the benefits. The able-bodied Americans are not vulnerable Americans. People can get off Medicaid and get a job that has good health care benefits. It is a group of Democrats who unfortunately seem to think that poor people are stupid. I don't think poor people are stupid. I think they have agency.
I mean, to be fair, I think he thinks we're all stupid.
Yeah, I think he does too. He is really dishonest. And not a very good messenger.
No.
I don't think I've really heard him talk that much. He was terrible there. I mean, the truth is, experts think 17 million people are going to lose their health insurance because of this bill. Most of that is because they're going to use red tape and bureaucracy to undo a lot of the Medicaid expansion under the Affordable Care Act, basically provisions that allowed the working poor to get Medicaid. And they're just going to do it through red tape because they know that if you're on Medicaid and you're trying to cobble together a bunch of part-time jobs to pay the bills, it's going to be difficult to prove that you worked 80 hours that month or volunteered for 80 hours. They also know most Medicaid recipients are already working. And you mentioned the 92% stat. The way that breaks down is 2/3 of adults age 19 to 64 on Medicaid are working. This is according to a Kaiser Family Foundation study. And then nearly 3 in 10 were not working because their caregivers are sick or have disabilities or attending school, and otherwise they qualify for exemptions. So that means we're going to wring this much savings out of 8% of the expansion population? No. What's going to happen is what's happened in Arkansas when they put in place a policy like this, where 18,000 people lost coverage because of work requirements, and there was no increase in employment because those people were already working. They just got pushed out of the system because they couldn't do the bureaucracy.
Yeah, it was the first time I caught this in that clip is Scott Bessent being like, I think people can get off Medicaid and get a job. There's been this, you hear it from Bessent, you hear from Trump people, MAGA people, that they're like, everyone's sitting home collecting Medicaid benefits. It's like, that's not how Medicaid works, because you don't get a check, it's not benefits. You go to the hospital and you have health insurance, or you go see a doctor, you have health insurance, and just like people who don't have Medicaid have health insurance, when it gets paid for when you go to the doctor, right? Or sometimes you have to, have a copay, which, by the way, copays are going to be raised as part of this as well. So it's not just the work requirements. But like this idea that people are just sitting there collecting Medicaid benefits is just fucking ludicrous.
It makes no sense.
Apparently only 31% of the cuts, Steve Ratner had a piece about this in the New York Times, only 31% of the cuts to Medicaid are due to the work requirements. So even as unfair as it is that you just mentioned that, all the work requirements and how onerous they are and how they're going to result in a lot of people losing it, that's still only 31% of the $1 trillion cut there. So the rest of it is just Medicaid cuts that have nothing to do with work requirements. Annie Lowry had a great piece about this in The Atlantic, and she made the point that other people have made, which is this is not really a work requirement, it's a work reporting requirement.
Exactly.
And it's the reporting that's the bullshit.
That's
and
so much
you think to yourself, okay, well, if you're working, don't you just check a box and say I'm working and that's it? It's like, no, you have to like create an ID and a login and then upload verification documents, and you have to collect the documents, and if you miss a call from a caseworker, you lose your health care, and like this is how this works. The other state you mentioned, Arkansas, that has these requirements is Georgia has this. Georgia pays, the states also, by the way, have to now set up and pay for these verification systems for Medicaid.
Right.
So Georgia pays $9 in overhead for every $1 it spends on care for its Medicaid program, just to do the verification thing, which again hasn't led to more people working and has just kicked people off the program.
And they're talking about this because they know it's popular. Like Kaiser Family Foundation did a poll, 68% of voters supported Medicaid work requirements as described by the House bill. But once you informed them that the majority of Medicaid recipients were already working, and you explained to them sort of the risk of losing coverage that we just talked about via bureaucracy, the support for Medicaid work requirements dropped as low as 35%. So a 33-point
An educated voter base votes smarter, you don't say.
Understand it. The hard part is getting people to understand it.
So those are the work requirements, but obviously there was a lot more in the bill that passed. I don't know. I wasn't here last week, but I know you haven't got a chance to talk about the bill broadly yet since it passed, at least on this podcast. What did you make of the bill now that you've had a few more days to digest like what's actually in it?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of a combination of the worst of like Reaganomics anti-social safety net with like old school, disgusting pork barrel politics. Like, if you look at the tax cuts, here's some people who get, or people or entities who get a tax cut thanks to this big, beautiful bill. The bill eliminates a $200 firearm registration fee when you purchase a gun silencer, so good news for you. I know you're in the market.
That's great.
There's a tax break solely for Alaskan fishing boats and processing plants. There's also a special deduction for Alaskan whaling boat captains. So thank God we're finally helping out the people killing whales. There's a specific tax break for the venture capital industry that's going to cost the rest of us $17 billion. $2 billion tax break for the rum industry. Oil and gas industry gets exempted from paying the bare minimum 15% tax on big corporations. If you're worth up to $30 million, you no longer have to pay the estate tax. If you're a couple, individuals, that's exempted up to $14 million. Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos get a special $1 billion provision that will allow them to sell tax-exempt bonds to build spaceports. Very important.
What a great gift to Jeff Bezos for his
you're
wedding.
welcome. Yes.
Over the weekend where he spent $50 million to rent Venice.
Was it $50 million?
$50 million, where they
Holy
basically took over Venice and flew a bunch of private jets there, had a big wedding. It's the split screen of that, because it's like most people in the country, like, I don't know, were they paying attention to the bill, or were they paying attention to like all the pop culture entertainment coverage of the Bezos wedding?
Well, no, no one was paying attention to the bill, because if you weren't staring at cable like we were. It was all Diddy coverage, and then the Idaho murder case. Zero coverage of this bill. It was actually very depressing. There's also a huge tax break for business owners and people who get paid through pass-through business entities like S corps and stuff. That costs $800 billion. So yeah, I mean, this thing is just like your classic special interest corporate tax break bill, along with the cruelest Medicaid cuts, and then these just idiotic gutting of renewable energy companies.
Trump is now has got to sell the bill, and so he's got Besson out there and everyone else lying about the work requirement stuff. He's also enlisting the federal government in this whole effort, propaganda campaign, which used to be something that violated some kind of law, and now we're just like, oh, whatever. He had the Social Security Administration, supposed to be just a bunch of civil servants and a nonpartisan entity, the Social Security Administration. They sent an email to all Social Security beneficiaries, quote,
right,
celebrating the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, a landmark piece of
I was right. Somehow it's saved afterwards.
Please answer the following survey question. Why do you prefer to maim rather than kill your enemies?
I'm not having a philosophical debate with a piece of iron.
Thank you. Initiating Stone Cold Killer mode. I will now aim exclusively for the head.
Thank you.
No, wait.
I'm so glad I could be of assistance.
Okay. There we go.
Legislation that delivers long-awaited tax relief to millions of older Americans. That, I guess, is referring to the provision that temporarily provides a $6,000 senior deduction, which is meant to fulfill Trump's campaign promise to end taxes on Social Security, which the bill doesn't do, even though Trump and the White House keep saying it does.
Just stating as fact that it does. It's a lie.
Yeah.
It's a lie.
Do you think shit like that works? And just talk about the Social Security thing, and then in general, like, how easy or difficult do you think it'll be for Trump to make this law popular using the bully pulpit and sort of, I guess, the entire federal government?
I mean, I wish I could scoff at like that Social Security email or have faith that people eventually learn that it's a lie when they get their tax bill. But I always think back to how powerful it was for Trump to put his name on the stimulus checks and how much that stuck with people, and just like a worry that this was an official government communication that went to 71 million people. 71 million people got a total lie from the U.S. government. And like this policy, like so many policies in this bill, does nothing for the poorest seniors. It'll help out ones that are wealthier. So, some challenges for him in terms of selling this bill. It's like the 2017 tax cuts were extended in this bill. I would imagine that in 2018 or 19, people saw that their tax bill went down. That won't really be the case here if it's just an extension. So maybe that'll help us fight it. It's useful that the Cato Institute is saying this is going to add $6 trillion in debt to the company. That's really bad, and it's going to cost us up to $1.9 trillion in debt servicing alone by 2036. It's nice to see, voices you don't always see attacking Trump, talking about this, but Elon Musk being out there calling it a disaster, utterly insane and destructive. That was a verbatim quote. I think is really helpful. It does suck though, in terms of just helping people feel the impact. The no tax on tips provision, some of the things Trump really wants, they go into effect right away. But the cuts to Medicaid are delayed a couple of years, so we're gonna have to help people understand how bad those are gonna be before there are elections.
I think that there's two parts to this, to the selling of this and how people feel about it. I think one is which narrative you buy about the bill, whether Trump's or what the Democrats are going to say, what we're all going to say. And part of that is dependent on who makes the better case for some of the stuff that doesn't happen until later. Then there's just, I was calling it his economic plan, which I kind of think we go back and forth and should we call it the bill, the beautiful bill, this bill, that? But it's it's his economic plan, right? And Trump and Republicans, they went all in on it. They said, this is our plan to, Trump ran for president, Republicans ran for office to say they're going to bring down costs because everyone was very pissed about high costs. Mm-hmm. And this is the plan to do that. And so now, in 2026, people can ask themselves, do I feel like I can afford things again? Mm-hmm. Do I think the prices are down? Do I think that I can afford a house? You spend $4 trillion at a time of high interest rates, high prices that haven't come down.
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything.
Partly because
I don't understand how the
just
police work.
I'm
not doing anything. Leave me alone.
Tariffs on everything we buy from all over the world.
Classic
just
cops.
As we recorded this today, he announced another 25%.
You just look at them and they want to shake you down.
A letter to South Korea and Japan, each telling them I'm going to levy 25% tariffs on both of your countries. So, and there's going to be more. I guess Tunisia got a letter.
Okay, that time I know what I did.
Tunisia got a letter. Yeah. Okay. There's going to be more of these now, and so you're going to have people paying slightly higher taxes. Well, it depends on the product, on all the stuff they buy, and you have inflation that has come down, but you still have prices that are high. Interest rates are not coming down anytime soon, which is why he's yelling at Jerome Powell and threatening to fire him, right? And so, I think that you can make a case, whether or not some of these provisions go into effect, that hey, in 2026, are you happy with your cost of living? Are you happy with what you're able to afford? If not, then I thought Donald Trump was supposed to fucking fix it.
Yeah, I do think there's a lot of sort of macroeconomic factors that will determine how people feel about him in 2026, and then hopefully not him, but maybe J.D. Vance in 2028, right?
Yeah.
If inflation is still high, it is very, very bad for him. And just in terms of kind of feeling the impact on healthcare, you are starting to see reports of rural hospitals closing or not getting reopened. I imagine we're going to see a lot of that because those rural hospitals are going to be the ones who are the most financially impacted by these changes, and that's going to really impact people's lives. If there's no hospital within 50 miles of you all of a sudden, you can't live there.
Yeah, and it's a good, that is happening now. There's a New Times piece about a county in eastern North Carolina that's been trying to reopen their one hospital with Medicaid money, which they almost certainly won't be able to do now. The key quote from a local real estate agent who's leading the charge said, quote, "Not having the hospital here is costing lives. This is the most important thing for us." One clinic in rural Nebraska has already closed. And the guy who runs it said in a statement that the expected Medicaid cuts are a reason why they're closing. This is what I got in a fight with Don Bacon about. Don Bacon was he's liberals hate work. That's what he tweeted. He goes, liberals hate work. That's why they're mad about the work requirements. And I was like, work requirements aside, someone in your own state is saying they're closing a hospital. He's like, that's a lot. How could you say the hospital's going to close? The cuts haven't even gone into effect yet. The bill hasn't even passed. And I was like, I'm not the one who said it. It's the fucking Nebraskan who runs the rural county hospital.
Right.
And I think these stories are why, these stories of these rural hospitals closing, and this is why, like, before the bill passed, Republicans in Congress were saying stuff like this.
The White House has made a commitment. The president said over and over and over, we're not going to touch Social Security, Medicare, or Medicaid. We've made the same commitment.
I am fully committed, and I'm leading legislation to make sure that, whatever cuts take place in Washington, that Medicaid recipients don't bear the brunt of that.
I've been very clear. I will not support cuts to eligible beneficiaries on Medicaid.
If during this budget reconciliation process they're going to try to cut rural health care, I am not on board.
So much for that.
Tough quotes there from all those frontline Republicans.
So, you mentioned some of the Medicaid cuts don't take effect until after the midterms. Others don't hit until 2028. How do you think that's going to affect Democrats' ability to make this an issue for voters in 2026?
Yeah, I mean, this is the hard part. I mean, Priorities USA did some polling. They found that half of Americans, nearly half, hadn't heard anything about the big, beautiful bill, and only 8% of all Americans named Medicaid cuts as the detail of the bill they had heard about. That suggests we have a big, big messaging challenge. I just do think this is going to have to be, we just have to find a way to talk about this every single week, the Democratic Party. I mean, this has got to be relentless, because Trump is going to try to make it about immigration and the ICE funding. And you saw J.D. Vance's tweets, right, about how actually the Medicaid cuts and all is, renewable energy, that is immaterial, I think was the word he used. What really matters is getting all these migrants out of the country, and somehow that's going to have an economic benefit. That's what they want to talk about. We have to make sure people understand the reality.
I also think, we mentioned the rural hospitals closing down. Part of this is he owns the healthcare system now, right? Just like we owned the healthcare system
Yeah,
when we passed the
Affordable
Affordable Care Act, and even though something would happen in healthcare, costs would go up or premiums would go up, and everyone would blame Obamacare, and we'd be like, no, that wasn't Obamacare. This hasn't been implemented yet, and people I don't fucking care what you're saying.
They blame you in charge.
So when bad things happen, and some of them, by the way, like these rural hospitals closing, will be because of the law. ACA premiums, which one of the things that happened, you've mentioned this on the show before, the ACA subsidies that people were getting to bring down their premiums or to help them pay for insurance on the exchanges, they were not extended. So those ACA premiums, Axios reported this, will probably increase by more than 7.5% on average starting in January.
Talk about inflation.
So that's like January of 2026. So that's like a big talking point. And actually that probably affects, a lot more midterm voters, fortunately, than some of the people who were on Medicaid that'll lose their Medicaid much later. And a bunch of hospitals will be doing what those two hospitals we just mentioned do. And a bunch of states are going to have to start making budget decisions about Medicaid sooner rather than later. And so that's going to start bringing all these effects in a little bit earlier. But I do think that we just have to make them own everything about healthcare and everything about the economy.
Yeah.
Today's presenting sponsor is Simply Safe Home Security. There's a lot of performative, tough-on-crime talk out there. Not from us. Simply Safe Home Security is all about being effective against crime. Their Active Guard uses
range of backgrounds, experiences, and specializations.
Don't leave your career to chance. Take action. Own your future with a coach in your corner.
Head to strawberry.me/crooked to claim your $50 credit and get started.
That's strawberry.me/crooked. Stop settling. Start building the career you actually want. There's also a couple other things we haven't talked about in this bill, like the SNAP cuts. People who SNAP, most people don't know what SNAP is, but it's food assistance. And food. There was a Politico story I saw. It says food banks aren't ready to handle all the people who will now need them. So we're cutting food assistance for a bunch of people. Food assistance, just like people are going to go hungry, and so they're going to have to turn to fucking food banks. And now food banks aren't going to have the capacity to help people. Some of these nonprofit organizations have estimated that 6 to 9 billion meals will be eliminated.
Wow.
And much like the rural hospitals, grocery stores in low-income rural areas, they rely on money from people who have food assistance.
Right, you see it advertised.
Yeah, and so if they lose that money, then some of those grocery stores, they're worried, could now close as well.
This bill is just so cruel on the merits. And I also think that there are changes, at least in the House version of the bill, that disaggregated eligibility for SNAP and Medicaid. Like some states, you just sort of had to apply for one and you were eligible for both, and they split that up to make it just harder to get food or harder to get health care. So everything about this is just like bureaucratic cruelty, which it does speak to why the votes around the bill, you saw a lot of agonized Republicans. They all voted for it, but a lot of people, like, on the merits, this thing was just awful.
No one
was excited.
No one was excited about this except like Trump and the biggest sycophants there.
Yeah, and like, big industries.
It's also a bill that really sort of robs from future generations. And because I just thought about this with the senior provision, the $6,000 senior deduction, which, as you pointed out, doesn't even go to the poorest seniors. But for kids, for young people, especially like, Trump did so well with Gen Z in this election, college loans are going to become more expensive, right? Because they cut college loans. So the typical loan recipient with a college degree and an annual income of $80,000 is going to have to pay $3,000 more per year now. So this is like, so we're giving seniors, wealthier seniors, are going to get like a little bit of a tax deduction that only lasts until 2028. But people just starting out looking for jobs are going to be paying more in college loans.
And it'll also make Social Security insolvent a couple years earlier.
Yes. So, and then of course, adding to the debt means that our children and grandchildren are going to end up paying higher interest rates and have to pay this off later.
Hey.
So it's bad. One good piece of news is that our friends at Vote Save America are launching a really cool new program on candidate recruitment for local offices. We'll have more on the details of that a bit later in the show, but it seems pretty clear that we need more people fired up and running for office. Any other ideas before we move off of this on how Democrats can keep this bill in people's minds over the next 16 months? I'm very cognizant of the fact that it seems like a big deal now. Even if the midterms were this November, we're sitting here, it's July? This November, it would be hard to keep people remembering this. We have 16 months to make this election about this bill.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, first of all, I just want to say on this candidate recruitment idea, a midterm election like this is a really big opportunity, I think, for Democrats. We need candidates running at every level for every single office. The odds are there will be headwinds for Trump and the Republican Party. The odds are we will win elections we might not otherwise be competitive in. So if you're thinking about running, check out Vote Save America's site and consider this being the year you do it because it's really, really, really important. I just think, yes, in 60 months, God knows what we'll be talking about, right? There could be a war, there could be a terrorist attack, there could be who knows what. I do think just continuing to highlight the stories we talked about, the community hospitals closing, the individuals who get hurt, the people who lost their food stamps or their coverage, personalizing this kind of wonky policy story is going to be the key, and just doing events and talking about this. Democrats have been great over the last few months about doing town halls in Republican districts. That's a great way to make sure that some of those constituents at least are hearing about these terrible votes. I hope Democrats are going to every one of the targeted districts all the time and talking about this bill and just kind of pounding it.
Yeah, and I think the one thing we have going for us is, you're trying to flip the House. These are district level campaigns. So, the problem that we run into in presidential elections is there's a whole bunch of voters who just don't pay much attention, and it's hard to reach them because they're not following the news. You're running a campaign in a House district, you could reach a lot more people.
Yeah.
And so I think, Vote Save America has the list, but this is the list of people we were trying to get everyone to call, David Valadao in California, who has, more Medicaid recipients in his district than anyone else in the country. And also, by the way, represents a lot of farmers, people in the agriculture industry who are getting deported. So I think whoever ends up running against David Valadao, that's a pretty solid campaign you can run there.
Yeah. So Hakeem Jeffries' office put out some specific stats on the impact district by district. David Valadao, they estimate 65,000 people would lose access to health care from this bill. 60,000 households could lose access to food assistance, and then 3,600 energy jobs could be lost. So that's pretty specific about the bill and the district, and worth just hammering.
Yeah, and I do think, like you said, every piece of bad news directly related to this bill or not, whether it's the economy, healthcare, we still have the Doge cuts that are taking effect, and stuff like that. We just got to make them own it from now until the midterms. One part of the bill we haven't talked about as much is the $170 billion it spends to supercharge Trump's mass deportation regime. ICE will now become the country's largest federal law enforcement agency, bigger than the FBI, bigger than the DEA. Stephen Miller gets to hire 10,000 new ICE agents that he's basically responsible for. They basically report to him, since Kristi Noem is like, just the face of the Department of Homeland Security, but Miller's really the boss.
Yeah.
Same thing is true, I guess, with the Department of Justice. Jason Zengerle has a whole piece about Stephen Miller in the New York Times, where everyone's saying that he's the real power center, that all these cabinet secretaries, they're just sort of there to go on TV.
Yeah.
So Miller gets to hire 10,000 new ICE agents. They're going to build enough new detention centers to hold more than 100,000 people. ICE's new budget will be larger than most of the world's militaries, including Israel's. The idea that we're going to have ICE that has a bigger budget than the IDF is
a little scary.
Yeah,
it's pretty scary.
It is. And this is all so that they can hit Stephen Miller's goal of 1 million deportations per year, which they're trying to reach by arresting every immigrant they can find, even people without criminal records, even people who are here legally. This is certainly what some Trump voters wanted, but not all of them. Here's one prominent Trump supporter from a few days ago.
It's insane.
Yeah.
We were told there would be no. Well, there's two things that are insane. One is the targeting of migrant workers, not cartel members, not gang members, not drug dealers, just construction workers showing up at construction sites, raiding them, gardeners.
Selling anything
Like,
interesting?
really?
And of course, with Joe Rogan.
I love it.
On a recent episode of his podcast. So I know Democrats haven't been talking as much about this part of the bill because the Medicaid cuts and the tax cuts for the rich are much more unpopular, at least according to the polls. I still think it's maybe the most alarming part of the new law. What do you think?
It's terrifying. I mean, the idea of this just sort of like hybrid militarized police force running through our cities, it's very scary. I think there's a real opportunity to talk about ICE agents wearing masks. I think blue states need to pass laws requiring ICE agents to show their faces, show proper ID. I would love to force a big fight over that because, like, who disagrees with that idea?
Yeah.
But I also think, like, there was early on, Democrats were very unsteady when talking about immigration. I just think they have to understand that the ground has shifted a bit. Like, Pew just had a big survey last month on a bunch of immigration stuff that was useful. 54% of voters disapprove of increasing ICE raids on workplaces. 60% of Americans oppose suspending most asylum applications. 59% oppose ending TPS for immigrants who fled war or natural disasters. 65% of the country says there should be a way for immigrants to stay in the country legally if they're meeting certain requirements. And 61% of Americans disapprove of sending immigrants to prison in El Salvador.
Yeah.
So the original fight we were having about this, that everyone was worried about, like, oh no, should we be talking about Kilmer Abrego Garcia or these Venezuelan men who were sent to El Salvador? Like, a vast majority of the country thinks that's fucked up and wrong and shouldn't happen.
I don't know if we're seeing this more just because we live in Los Angeles, but the videos of these ICE raids that
See one today?
Yeah.
On the street?
Which one?
There's one in California, in Los Angeles.
Oh, at MacArthur Park, I think. Yeah, I guess Karen Bass went down there too. I think
so.
But like, there's nothing Karen Bass can do, right? She's there to witness it, but there's nothing else you can do. There's like they're hitting up all the car washes, and there's these people who've worked there for like 20, 30 years. They're just grabbing them, and it's the masks, like you said. It's also they're in plain clothes often. They're always in unmarked vehicles almost. My Instagram feed is filled with these videos. My TikTok feed is filled with these videos, and I always double check them too to see if they're real or not. Are you worried about that?
Yeah.
But most of them are from like local news broadcasts, which, by the way, like I do, you go on social media and you, as you and I do a lot, tweet about this, and you get a bunch of like MAGA crazies that are like, this is what we voted for. To the poll numbers that you just mentioned, people who are home watching the local news, which is some news, sometimes that's the only news people are getting. They're not paying attention to national news, they're just watching their local news, are seeing these raids all the time. And I bet that they're fucking terrified.
Yeah, I mean, like the stories of the guy who got the shit kicked out of him. I think it was in San Diego, and 3 of his sons served in the Marines. I mean, stories like that offend everyone.
The number of people I know and know of here in Los Angeles who they're documented, they're legal residents. They may not be citizens, but they're legal residents, and they are canceling plans, afraid to leave the house, afraid to go to work,
afraid to go to student graduations,
afraid to go to graduations because of this is wild.
That is the real story of these raids. It is communities being terrorized, mostly Latino communities. And Trump wants this to be brave law enforcement agents versus the sanctuary cities who oppose them and coddle criminals. The reality is very, very different. It is people going to Home Depot, kicking the shit out of people who may or may not be undocumented. There's been some really high-profile mistakes. I think we should have to constantly lift up those examples and talk about them.
And I think the truly scary thing about this is on the arrest side, it's like warrantless arrests with guys with masks on and their arms, stuff like that. But then on the judicial side, it's not like a real judicial system half the time, right? Like they're thrown in detention centers,
lost,
and eventually you can get a lawyer and you can get into court or whatever. But they're just Alligator Alcatraz. They're just like building. They have the National Guard now acting as helping to like run the immigration judicial system in these quasi-judicial system in Alligator Alcatraz and some of these fucking detention centers. It's wild.
Yeah, the Alligator Alcatraz thing is just so weird. I mean, the way Republicans are sort of like fetishizing it too. Do you see that fucking creep Benny Johnson, second time we mentioned him on the show, showing off his Alligator Alcatraz merch? And then Trump was joking with reporters that if you escape, you need to learn to run in a zigzag fashion so you don't get eaten by an alligator. And again, it's like
Laura Loomer, I think you brought that one.
Yeah, Laura Loomer essentially tweeted like 65 million more to go, which is the aggregate number of Latinos in this country. So
and more to go about like alligators eating them.
Yeah, suggesting we should send them all to jail and then have them eaten. And like less than 10% of people arrested or booked by ICE are accused of violent crimes. And suggesting that they should go to a prison where they get eaten by an alligator. Like I think most people are just like, what the fuck? What are you talking about?
And obviously we're seeing the dangers of giving Stephen Miller and ICE this much power. On Monday, the Department of Justice told Judge Paula Zinnes that if Kilmar Abrego Garcia gets released on bond in his criminal case in Tennessee, they will deport him to a third country, which the Supreme Court officially cleared the way for them to do in a pair of recent rulings, one of which allowed the administration to send 8 men to South Sudan, even though only one of them is from there. So now the floodgates are open to deporting people to third countries, and a third country, by the way, is a country that's not your country. That so you're deported from the United States, not to the country where you came from, but just somewhere you probably have never been before.
Yeah.
And so that can happen now. Last week in a court filing, Abrego Garcia's lawyers also alleged that he was subject to severe beatings and psychological torture during his time in El Salvador's CCOT mega prison. And the administration also just made another 50,000 legal residents eligible for deportation by terminating temporary protected status for Honduran and Nicaraguan immigrants. They've had temporary protected status for those two countries since 1999.
Yeah, these people have been here for decades.
So the administration seems to think shipping people off to foreign torture prisons and war-torn countries they've never been to will deter other immigrants from coming here illegally. That might be true. Certainly, border crossings have almost completely stopped.
Yeah.
But what happens when people from Honduras or Nicaragua or Venezuela or Haiti, who've been here legally for years, get their temporary protected status revoked and end up in CCOT or South Sudan or one of these countries?
Or Alligator Alcatraz. Yeah, I mean, I just quickly on the Sudan thing. South Sudan became a country in 2011. Within like 2 years, the country descended into civil war. There was like a fragile ceasefire power sharing agreement in 2018. But then in 2023, there was a civil war in Sudan, their neighbor to the north. So that led to an exodus of refugees and fighting in like intertribal and ethnic warfare. And basically in 2025, there was a political crisis and clashes between the government and opposition forces that led the UN peacekeeping mission there to warn that they were on the brink of a full-scale civil war. And we're just sending migrants who have no connection to South Sudan to a country where they know no one, have no opportunity, where 10 million people are on the brink of starvation, where it's about to descend into civil war. Why? To scare a few more people from going up like the Darien Gap?
But again, it's like, and that would be horrific enough, But now, because they are stripping people of their temporary protected status, right? So people who have been here, like I
Legally.
said, 1999.
Yeah.
So they're working here, they're living here, they have families here, they know no other country.
Yep.
And so what happens to them when they get rounded up by ICE? Maybe they go to Alligator Alcatraz. Maybe they go to some other detention center. Maybe they get deported to CCOT. Maybe they get deported to South Sudan. We don't know because it's all a fucking black box once ICE gets you, right? And like the idea that we're just gonna do this now and send these people to these fucking torture prisons, the document that Abrego Garcia's lawyers filed to describe what he's been going through in CCOT, like, turned my stomach.
It's horrifying. I mean, he arrives, he's told, welcome to Sukkot, whoever enters here doesn't leave. He was forced to strip naked, he had his head shaved, we've seen those images. And then when he wasn't putting on his clothes fast enough, they were beating him. They made him kneel for 9 hours, from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. If you fell over from exhaustion, you were then beaten. You were denied bathroom access, so he soiled himself.
Yeah.
He lost 31 pounds in 2 weeks. He said you could hear gang members in other cells like violently harming each other and no one did anything. And remember, again, CBS News reviewed the backgrounds of all these men sent to El Salvador. 75% of them had no criminal record in the U.S. or in Venezuela or anywhere else. These are just people who got swept up into the system.
I don't know if you saw that in the filing to Judge Zinnes, the Department of Justice has now gone back to acknowledging that they mistakenly sent Abrego Garcia there, which flies in the face of everything that Stephen Miller and Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem are trying, and Trump, I guess, too, if he knows the fucking details, which it doesn't seem like he does, are trying to spin, because they have to make Abrego Garcia a monster.
Yep.
And to your point about South Sudan, they were very quick to say, oh, the 8 people that we sent to South Sudan were the worst of the worst, and they had like their rap sheets, and it's like, you know, child rapists and murder and stuff like that. And sure, some of the people that they're rounding up and that they're sending to people have committed horrific crimes, right? But if they admit publicly that Abrego Garcia was just caught up mistakenly and sent to CCOT Spain, then everyone's going to start saying, well, what about Andre Hernandez?
It just unravels.
What about everyone else?
Yeah.
And then suddenly we're like, oh, now we're sending people to these torture dungeons to deal with what he just dealt with, what you just read about. And all they've done is either, I don't know, overstayed a visa or tried to come to the country for a better life or had temporary protected status.
Right, and remember, you know, Nayib Bukele, the president of El Salvador, he cut this deal to accept these men down in El Salvador because, in part, he wanted to get back a bunch of hardened senior MS-13 leaders who were being prosecuted in New York.
Jobs out here, you will find them with me.
What nation you ride with, Dakota?
The Aldecaldos. But I do not ride anymore.
I'm V. Rode with the backers.
You rode. Past tense. And now?
Now I don't.
I see. We will be in touch, V.
And who could provide evidence about his government's deals with the gangs. So he wanted to get those guys back so they couldn't be, you know, testify against him. So that's the background of this whole thing. And meanwhile, our president is so stupid that he thought Abrego Garcia had the letters MS and the numbers 13 tattooed on his hand when it was like the worst Photoshop MS paint job you've ever seen. Meanwhile, like according to this filing by Abrego Garcia, they separated out prisoners with gang tattoos and put them in one cell and everybody else in another. He was in the non-gang tattoo cell, and in fact, one of the guards told him, your tattoos are fine. Like, they know this guy's not a gang member. It's only our moron president who seems to think he literally had MS-13 written on his hand.
Did you see how Bukele responded to the filing?
No.
So Bukele responded to this by posting a video of Abrego Garcia in his cell in the prison that they transferred him to. Because remember when Van Hollen went down, they had transferred Abrego Garcia from CCOT to another prison. And at the time, by the way, everyone had reported, oh, this prison is a better prison with better conditions. I think Van Hollen said that.
Okay. Hello, Hi.
Know my name. How?
When you meet a being from another world, should you not charm them and utter their true name?
Didn't answer my question.
Comprehension is a triple-edged sword. I may have been cut off from my father, but I remember you.
So I'm from another world to you?
From the world of matter, protein-based life forms.
And you come from...
Beyond the Black Wall V, there lies my home.
Come on, let's get you back to Delamain.
Did Father dispatch you to collect his rebellious children?
Hope y'all don't hold it against me.
I'm a free spirit, an independent, literally thoughtful being.
A free spirit, huh?
Submit to another.
What is it you seek in this protein-based world, away from your family?
The same as you, V. I simply wish to live.
Maybe ought to figure it out with Del, set some terms.
Oh yes, terms there will be, but not with Delamain. Farewell, V. You'd be wise to avoid me entirely.
He went down there. So they have videos of him in there, and they have a video of him watching TV. They have a TV on, and he's fully clothed, and he doesn't have a uniform on. He's just wearing his clothes, and he's like sitting with Van Hollen for a drink, and all these fucking MAGA people, they're just buying it. They're like, see, or they're just in on the lie,
So
I guess.
stupid.
Either or. So they're trying to just make it a propaganda thing. They're like, oh no, he's fine. He's just.
I've re-established the link. 1,000 thanks, V.
Gotta say, pretty disturbing, that one.
Is that so? Well, I've transferred a share of your fee to your account.
Lying in this court filing. But it's like, yeah, we know that's a different fucking prison.
These are the same idiots who believed it when Bukele's thugs put margaritas in front of Abrego Garcia and Van Hollen, right? Like, he's a clown, he's a marketer. Like, this is how he rose to power. He's just good at PR and all this bullshit. I hope, like, some of the Bitcoin people that cut deals with him early on, because, like, El Salvador kind of really exploded onto the map a few years ago. Bukele decided to really embrace Bitcoin, and he wanted to make it like this crypto future city, and he talked about like building an entire Bitcoin city powered by volcano, like the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your life. But all these Silicon Valley idiots embraced him, and I hope they're doing a little bit of soul searching on this.
I have been watching that, and they're basically pissed about three things in Trump 2.0 now.
Taxes.
Yeah, right. No, the debt, the deficit because of the bill, and tariffs, and this immigration stuff is actually bothering some of them. Some of them like it, but some you see like.
NCPD subcons. Suspected organized crime activity reported near intersection of Sequoia and Gray. APB out on Paul Craven. Priors include corporate hijacking. Also a known leader within an NC human trafficking ring. Active affiliations include the Wraiths gang. City authorities have offered a reward for neutralizing the threat.
Some of the all-in guys are like, I don't know about this. This is bad.
Because those morons had Trump on their show, and they thought they baited him into saying that like tech founders or like foreign students who are really high performing who get diplomas in the United States would then get a pathway to citizenship. And of course, he just told them whatever they wanted to hear.
Yeah. And I know you and Lovett mentioned this on last Tuesday's show, but the denaturalization thing now. is another big fucking flag.
Very
that
threatening.
there is this, fucking provision in the law left over from the Joe McCarthy era, where now they can take citizens, United States citizens who became citizens, and put them through denaturalization proceedings. And yeah, do I think like that ends up at the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court's like, this is fucked up? I don't know. I'd like to hope so, but we have, Alien Enemies Act is proof that we have these really dumb fucking old laws on the books, and
Right.
the court's job is to interpret the law, and they could be like, I don't know.
I have no confidence in the courts anymore. Not the Supreme Court. Yeah, it's really scary, and it was very clear early on that they decided to go after pro-Palestine protesters as kind of a test to see how much they could curtail free speech and intimidate opponents, and it was pretty effective.
But just to wrap this up, like I do think, I realize, you could poll this a million different ways. You pointed out how the polling has changed on immigration, but like, yes, let's talk about the Medicaid cuts. Yes, absolutely talk about tax cuts for the rich. Like those are at the top of the list. But just from a pure, I think it's the right thing to do, obviously. We're obviously outraged by all the deportations and the immigration stuff. But just from, if you just wanted to be purely political about it, people seeing their communities torn apart because masked men are just like raiding their workplaces and ripping their colleagues away and disappearing them somewhere, like that's going to be fucking unpopular. That is worth talking about from now until the midterm.
I agree. Also, there's 483 days until the midterms. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff, everybody.
And in 18, we've talked about how immigration's gone back and forth. In 18, talking about immigration worked. Trump was family separation was very unpopular.
Yep.
The caravan bullshit didn't work for him, So I just think it's a different, immigration is a catch-all for a lot of different shit, and people feel differently about different aspects of it. What he's doing is not popular. Right. So we mentioned earlier that Vote Save America is launching a drive to recruit candidates for local races. Here's the deal. This is a pilot program that they're launching, and trying to recruit candidates from our audiences in Arizona, North Carolina, and Texas. When we say our audiences, we mean you. This is a program where we are hoping that some of you who listen to this, who live in Arizona, North Carolina, and Texas, think, you know what? I should run for office. And it doesn't have to be House, Senate.
Yeah, you don't have to run against Ted
president.
Cruz.
Right.
You can run for school board, city council, county commissioner, town clerk, state legislature. Like there's there's hundreds, maybe even thousands of races where no Democrat runs. And look, 2026, we hope will be a big year for Democrats. We hope there are headwinds for Donald Trump. We hope we win a lot of races. And if we're not running in places, we can't win. So we're hoping you will consider taking this next step.
And the team picked Arizona, North Carolina, and Texas because these are three states that, they're purple states. Texas is always out there, as we're hoping that we can turn. But look, if we want to have a majority in this country, majority in the Senate, if we want to have a majority in the Electoral College, if we want to actually just build power in these states, these are three states that we have to flip. And flipping them is not just like on the presidential level or on the Senate level. Like, it starts by winning these local races, and to win these local races, we need good candidates. And one of the biggest things that Vote Save America heard from all the partner organizations they worked with in these states after 2024 is that there's just a lack of candidate quality across the whole ecosystem, and we just need more candidates to run, and that's where all you come in.
And this is how you recruit talent. I mean, this is how we build the base of the Democratic Party. You run for these small offices, school board, city council, etc., and you get good at the job, and you learn, and you build a political base and supporters, and learn how to fundraise and do all the things that are required to take the next step. And those are the future leaders of the party and the country. So we hope you'll consider taking the plunge. You've knocked doors, you've volunteered, you've donated. Why not run for office?
Why not run for office? I think it's easier than you think, and you will feel like, we both know many people who've run for office, and some have won and some have lost, but all of them, like, the experience is really meaningful, and I think a lot of people believe it's easier than they thought it would be. To get started, it's pretty grueling once you do it, but it's the best, most effective way to get involved. And this isn't just Vote Save America, like, saying go do it. Like, they have great partners on the ground in these states who have identified the races that need candidates, and they are ready, these organizations, to help you run for office. So you can learn about the program and sign up at votesaveamerica.com/run. If you're interested, you'll be paired with partner organizations in your state, and they will help you figure out the next steps. The program launches today, July 8th, and I think, Tommy, you're hosting a kickoff call with some of these partner organizations on July 16th, right?
Damn right. So
All right.
sign up soon.
Yeah, sign up. Listen to Tommy on July 16th. Check it out. And again, if you're interested, votesaveamerica.com/run to learn more. Pod Save America is brought to you by Article. We have some great Article furniture here in the Cricket office. We got some couches. I believe we got some bookcases.
Yeah, sure.
And I got some patio furniture at home. We love Article. Article makes it effortless to create a stylish, long-lasting home at an unbeatable price. With a curated range of mid-century modern, coastal, and Scandi-inspired pieces, Article products are designed to shine on their own or pair seamlessly with nearly any other Article product. This thoughtful design approach makes it incredibly easy to mix and match extra items. 30/cricket by Zip, which he had vowed to do if the bill passed. He apparently had not filed any paperwork for the new party as of Saturday afternoon. Surprise, surprise. But he did say it would be active in elections next year. On Sunday, Trump responded in typical fashion. Let's listen.
I think it's ridiculous to start a third party. We have a tremendous success with the Republican Party. The Democrats have lost their way, but it's always been a two-party system. And I think starting a third party just adds to confusion. It really seems to have been developed for two parties. Third parties have never worked. So he can have fun with it, but I think it's ridiculous.
That's the confusion. What is this third thing?
Well, Trump also wrote a long screed on Truth Social that opened with the sentence, "I am saddened to watch Elon Musk go completely off the rails, essentially becoming a train wreck over the past 5 weeks."
Not wrong.
I know. What's your current assessment of Elon's power in exile? Rising, falling?
I mean, gutted, right? He's burned every bridge he had in the White House. I'm sure there's elected officials that would love to take his call still because they want his money, like J.D. Vance or Speaker Johnson. But it doesn't seem like he's very popular with Trump. And then, like, Tesla's stock price goes down every time he picks a fight with Trump. SpaceX and Starlink are still extremely dependent on government contracts. Like, Tesla doesn't... A lot of the revenue isn't selling cars. A lot of it is selling regulatory tax credits that are designed to encourage automakers to make low-emission vehicles. That money is going to dry up over time because other automakers are going to make more EVs and things that, and they won't need to purchase the credits. But also, Trump could fuck with him there. So he's in a bad spot.
He also has no juice. He was
Twitter.
Did he get a single Republican to vote against the bill after he was like, "You're all going to get primaried if you vote against the bill"? Yep. The Freedom Caucus, they all folded. No Chip Roy, none of them. None of them listened to Elon. Elon made zero difference during any of the debate.
Yeah, I was looking at. I asked Chris Murphy about that, hoping for a little hope, and like told him about it in real time. He's like, "Come on, man, we just did that. Like, no one cares what Elon Musk thinks anymore."
It's just. What do you think about the third party maneuver? Do you think is that ever going to happen?
He's so full of shit. I don't believe it for a second. Like, spraying $300 million on pro-Trump ads in Pennsylvania or whatever, and like jumping up and down like an idiot at rallies, like that's easy. That's fun. Building a political party from scratch, that's hard. That's a slog. You're talking about ballot access and creating, rules and bylaws and policy positions and this and that. Like, I don't think he's got time or attention for this.
It's just like every other fucking tech billionaire who thinks they could run the government better than every other politician, and then sure enough, as soon as you get into it, you're like, oh, this is a little more complicated than I thought. Just like when Elon did Doge, and all of a sudden left Doge being like, oh, it was much harder to cut government than I thought. He's going to realize that creating a fucking political party is pretty hard because it's not a national thing, it's state by state. So in every state has their own rules. He, like you said, he still hasn't filed with the FEC, but like the state level regulations can be really burdensome. They're burdensome even for the third parties that are on the ballots that we see. The Green Party, the Libertarian Party, they still have to get access every election cycle to
Ask RFK.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like in Georgia, apparently, it's got one of the stricter laws. You need 27,000 signatures per district if you're running for Congress. And so no third-party candidate has been on the ballot in Georgia since 1985 because it's so difficult.
Wow.
So like the idea that Elon Musk is going to spend, forget about the money, the time, and like have a political platform and a program that appeals to enough people. I just don't see it.
Also, like, let's be honest, he's not creating a party. He's trying to create a cult of personality. And
Right.
who is Elon Musk currently appealing to? Like, he's burning all the MAGA people now. All the liberals hate him. They're putting, like, stickers on their Teslas and saying, like, I bought this before he went crazy. I guess, like, you're seeing exactly who you'd expect to kind of be like, sign me up for this. Like, Scaramucci,
Yeah.
you know, kind of like the rich, sort of squishy middle centrist, you know, low tax rich guys. But
yeah, it's like the people were. It was like the Howard Schultz party. Remember?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
remember
Exactly.
Howard Schultz flirting with this. It's like we need some. Well, it used to be we need someone who's like financially, you know, moderate on economics and centrist financially, but like socially liberal. But Elon Musk isn't even socially liberal anymore.
He's not socially liberal, and he's sort of. I mean, the defining image of his time at Doge is him waving around a chainsaw on stage. Like, no one thinks he's kind of got all his marbles.
As he made it possible to kill like thousands of millions of poor children all over the world. So I don't. Now he did say that it might just be a few districts, right? Like if it's a close House race and close Senate race, maybe he picks one or two candidates to primary a Republican who voted for the bill in a couple districts. I don't know if that's maybe you can have a party in just one or two states that works, but I still think he loses interest in this.
Yeah, I just think it's a stupid strategy. If you want to primary
what's your
people,
goal?
primary them.
Is it just to like piss off Trump?
Yeah, that's not at all clear.
Yeah.
And Trump will punish him, right? Like Trump has been quite clear. I will punish you if you do this. So,
Denaturalize him.
Put up or shut up, buddy. Yeah.
Remember, he's gonna. Yeah, I forgot the whole cycle. I guess I was gone. But he was gonna deport Elon.
Yeah. Well, Bannon's trying.
He's gonna look into it. Yeah, he's gonna look into deporting Elon Musk. So he's gonna Doge Elon. Maybe the surest sign of how punchy Elon's feeling came in the form of a tweet. At 1:02 a.m. on Monday, Elon's post featured an image of a digital countdown clock reading 0 across the board and labeled the official Jeffrey Epstein pedophile arrest counter. I didn't know that was a thing. Elon added the caption, "What's the time? Oh, look, it's no one has been arrested o'clock again." Elon, of course, tweeted during the initial breakup that Trump hasn't released the Epstein files because Trump himself is in the Epstein files. But the likely trigger for this post was the news that Trump's FBI and DOJ have determined that there is no Jeffrey Epstein client list. There's no evidence that Epstein blackmailed any of his very prominent friends, like Donald Trump, and there's no evidence that Epstein was the victim of a murder and cover-up. MAGA influencers haven't been taking this well, partly because back in February, Attorney General Pam Bondi told Fox News that Epstein's client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now to review. Here's how Caroline Levitt tried to explain away the misconception to Fox News' Peter Doocy during Monday's press briefing.
So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that.
Well, they should put all the conspiracies to rest, don't you think?
Not gonna cut it. John and I did a long YouTube exclusive on the Pod Save America account where we dug into just this for about 15 minutes. If you want a lot more detail, I highly recommend it. Also, subscribe to Pod Save America on YouTube because we're trying to build a democratic counterbalance to all the right-wing garbage you find on YouTube when you search political news. But I have to say, I watched a bunch of like right-wing podcasts and media today. I watched a lot of Alex Jones, and they are melting down. They are losing their minds. Like,
You think this is one that stays?
I think so.
Sticks with them?
Because it's not going to go away. Like, this is still a thing that they claim to care deeply about because they think that it would lead to the taking down of some evil satanic cabal of Democrats led by Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Clinton, blah, blah, blah. But, like, Alex Jones, like, has sort of built an audience and a career off of this. He's not going to let this go just because Trump says so. I mean, they certainly didn't when Dan Bongino and Kash Patel first said Epstein didn't, that Epstein did kill himself like a month or two ago. Like, that
Very
just poured
disappointed
gas
in that.
on the fire. Yeah, they got really upset. I mean, Alex Jones referred it to the DOJ committing seppuku, which is jamming a sword into your stomach and then up into your heart. And it's, you know, he weaves this like crazy conspiracy theory about how actually Trump is using this to neutralize the deep states. They don't kill him, and now he can really. It's insane, but it's not going over well. It is not going over well on the far right.
I realize it's not funny because at the heart of this is a horrific scandal. Jeffrey Epstein did horrible things. But these fucking idiots who have been pushing this conspiracy theory for however many years, and it was always a little bit ridiculous to think that Jeffrey Epstein would sort of document all the people he was blackmailing on a list and just kind of keep it in his pocket, waiting for the day where if he was somehow murdered and covered up, that someone would be able to reveal the list and that it wouldn't leak until then, until Donald Trump ascended back into the White House and gave the okay. But and of course, even when they get their own conspiracy theorists in positions of power, the most power you could have, running the federal government, running federal law enforcement agencies, even when they get there and say, no, by the way, there's nothing here, it's still not going to convince them.
Trump is always the strong man who can take care of everything, but also the victim of the deep state when anything goes wrong, and it drives me absolutely insane. I mean, the conspiracy...
You got to stay a victim. Grievance politics requires that you're always the victim, even if you have all the power humanly possible.
All the power in the world. I mean, the conspiracy, the Epstein's ties with people in power have always been hiding in plain sight. Like in a 2017 interview with Michael Wolff, Jeffrey Epstein claimed that at one point he was Trump's closest friend. Trump's first Secretary of Labor, Alex Acosta, is the guy who gave Epstein the sweetheart deal back in the late 2000s that allowed him to basically serve almost no time and do a 6-day-week work release and get immunity from future prosecution. And so, like, the lawyers for Epstein were Alan Dershowitz, Trump's good buddy, was Ken Starr. It's like the conspiracy is right there. Like, this is a terrible human being who victimized like 1,000 young women, got away with murder because he was rich and powerful and connected. And that is the story. It's not, I mean, as far as we know, it is not that he is like secretly working for the Mossad and MI6 and the CIA and the deep state somehow is, running this prosecution. Like, sorry guys, it's not as interesting as that.
I want Alex Jones and all those people to know that the list is probably still out there.
It could. I mean, I think somewhere. They probably think it is.
I would not give up.
Good luck finding it. Donald Trump promised you would release it, and J.D. Vance said it was very important to do.
And also, hold Caroline Levitt's feet to the fire. Next time you go into that briefing room, you're one of those bloggers or those whatever fucking the lunatics they got there. Keep asking her this. Don't let up.
I do think the professional class, like the Alex Joneses, they'll figure out a way to move on. But there will be a lot of regular people who went down a rabbit hole about Jeffrey Epstein. They probably truly believe that there's a cabal of like evil pedophiles in charge of the world, and the fact that Donald Trump is not doing anything about it, how do you let go of that?
I'm gonna tell you, those people aren't so regular. That's our show for today. I will be back on Friday with a new show with a special guest host since Dan's gonna be on vacation. I'm gonna be talking with MSNBC's Alex Wagner. So talk to you all then.
Shit, she's too far.
Democratic voters are pissed. Like, really, really pissed. Like, House Democrats are telling Axios their constituents have told them, quote, "What we really need to do is be willing to get shot when visiting immigration detention centers." It's Tuesday, July 8th. I'm Jane Coaston. This is What A Day, the show thinking about how President Donald Trump invited Israel's prime minister over for dinner last night. The pair celebrated their attacks on Iran, and Benjamin Netanyahu went for the full press flatter, presenting Trump with a nomination letter for the Nobel Peace Prize, because he's the poster child of peace. Sure. We'll have more coverage of the dinner later this week. On today's show, President Donald Trump is back on his tariff bullshit, and immigration officers stage yet another massive show of force in Los Angeles. But let's start with the big question you might be asking yourself right now. After Trump got exactly what he wanted and signed his big Republican spending bill debacle disaster adventure into law on the 4th of July, what should Democrats do now? As far as I can tell, this was not the present voters were hoping for on America's birthday. Markedly, few people are actually happy about it. Even conservatives. Because, as we've talked about on this show a whole lot over the past few weeks, the legislation is a debacle and a disaster for poor and working class Americans. It's really good for the very wealthy and our very brave car dealership owners, though, and Alaskan whaling captains. And Democratic voters are pissed. Like, really, really pissed. Like, House Democrats are telling Axios their constituents have told them, quote, "What we really need to do is be willing to get shot when visiting immigration detention centers." Yes, Democrats are in the minority in both chambers, which limits what they can actually get done right now. Elections matter. But a lot of Democratic voters don't care, because they remember congressional Republicans in the minority seemingly running roughshod over whatever Presidents Barack Obama and Joe Biden wanted to do. And as they keep seeing the Trump administration trying to deport folks for thought crimes and sending immigration and customs enforcement agents in full SWAT gear to arrest folks with no criminal histories who have been here for decades, it sure does make the when they go low, we go high mentality seem a little outdated. It's no wonder, then, that Democrats willing to go toe-to-toe with Republicans on their terms and on their turf, especially online, are gaining traction. Like independent Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, Democratic New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and New York City Democratic mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani. At the very least, voters see them as doing something. So, you have a furious base and an administration that is seemingly hell-bent on making the lives of pretty much everyone worse. How should elected members of Congress and the Democratic Party respond, both to Trump's big disaster bill and to the onslaught of attacks from the Trump administration more broadly? To find out, I spoke with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Leader Jeffries, welcome back to What A Day.
Hello, great to be with you.
Okay, so the one big beautiful bill is now law. What do Democrats do now?
Well, the one big ugly bill is a travesty. It will hurt everyday Americans, and it's all being done, of course, to reward billionaires. It's the largest assault on healthcare in American history. It's an egregious assault on nutritional assistance. Literally, the extremists are ripping food out of the mouths of children and seniors and veterans. And so I think what's going to be critically important as we move forward is to make sure that the American people are fully informed about what Donald Trump and Republicans have just done to them. Now, the bill is very unpopular. In poll after poll after poll, including a Fox News poll that had the bill 21 points underwater. And so I don't think it's going to be that difficult, given the partisan nature of this bill, to tattoo it on the foreheads of every single Republican, including the so-called traditional swing seat Republicans who want to act like they're moderates when they're at home, but they are voting for Donald Trump's extreme agenda in lockstep.
I mean, I love to hear it, but what does that look like? How are you going to do that?
Well, we're going to be on the road. Listen, we've been holding town hall meetings, literally dozens of town hall meetings over the last several months in Republican districts because Republicans refuse to hold town hall meetings in their own districts. You know, I've said repeatedly, we're in a more is more environment. We have to continue to do more. That's rallies, that's protests, that's press conferences, that's speeches on the House floor, that's speeches on the Senate floor. It's site visits at hospitals, at clinics, at nursing homes. Listen, the bill didn't become unpopular on its own. It's unpopular because Democrats have been pressing the case for the last several months, and we just have to continue to do that.
Now, Republicans have been stripping their constituents of benefits, or trying to, for years now. I grew up in Ohio, conservative state, conservative region. That was my story growing up. States like Arkansas, Georgia, and Louisiana have all tried to implement work requirements for safety net programs, and it's all gone horribly wrong. Republicans continue to dominate those states. So what can Democrats do to break through? Does the party need to do something different?
Well, as it relates to the so-called work requirements, they really aren't work requirements. These are red tape requirements. These are paperwork requirements that are trying to deny people who have an ability who have earned the benefits, whatever the case may be, whether that's in Medicaid or whether that's, particularly SNAP. They qualify for the benefits, but Republicans are trying to find ways to disqualify them. More than 90% of the people who can work in terms of receiving benefits, whether that's Medicaid or nutritional assistance, actually do work. And so we're taking our efforts on the road all across America, and we've got 15 months now between the moment we're in and when the American people will have an opportunity, as I mentioned on the House floor during my remarks, to implement Project 2026 and begin to end this national nightmare in the United States of America.
But I'm just thinking about mixing up the playbook beyond town halls and appearances, because as you said, more is more. In this economy that is dependent on attention, do you think Democrats, are there other ideas that you're thinking about?
I ought to return after all. I need support. Only one with chaos within can give birth to a dancing star.
Clarice? Shut down.
I've just re-established contact with the missing vehicle. Splendid work, V. First class. I shall forward a share of your fee.
Or that Democrats are thinking about to really draw attention to this, really help people recognize that actually, yes, your Medicaid is being cut, your SNAP benefits are being cut, and you should vote differently.
Spoke on the House floor for 8 hours and 44 minutes, longer than any other member of Congress in the history of the country, for that very reason, because we all are going to have to do more to make sure we are bringing attention to just how harmful this bill will be in terms of the attack on Medicare, the attack on Medicaid, the attack on Planned Parenthood, the attack on the Children's Health Insurance Program, and also the attack on the Affordable Care Act. It's the reason why more than 17 million people are likely to lose their health care as a result of this bill. And we're going to continue to point out that tens of millions more will actually experience higher premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. So we're going to have to draw a clear contrast and find new and creative ways to reach the American people, including the casual voter who might not otherwise pay close attention to what's happening in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I think that this is one of the few pieces of legislation in which, I'm in LA and I'm hearing from people who don't know anything about politics. I just heard about this bill. I'm really depressed about it. So should Democrats regain power during the midterms, as you mentioned, Project 2026, or even the next presidential election, are there ways you can undo the harmful parts of this bill? I mean, a lot of it is harmful, but thinking about the net cuts to people's health care and food assistance, or the unwinding of clean energy tax benefits?
Yes, that's exactly why people should be hopeful, even in the moment of despair. Nothing in law is permanent because when the majorities change as a result of the will of the American people, the ability to stop bad things from happening that were set in motion in a previous Congress gets new life.
And what about in the interim, especially in regards to immigration? This bill throws nearly $200 billion extra dollars at Trump's immigration enforcement agenda immediately. The administration says it will allow them to ramp up deportations even more, just as the Supreme Court says it's fine to send migrants to places like South Sudan, even if they're not from there. People are terrified. To what extent is the Democratic Party ready to defend these communities that feel like they're under siege right now?
We've seen whether that's from Senator Alex Padilla, to Senator Chris Van Hollen, Congressman Max Frost, Congresswoman LaMonica MacGyver, Congressman Robert Garcia. I could run through the entire list. Democrats showing up on the ground to defend the American people, to defend due process, to defend the rule of law, to defend law-abiding immigrant communities. And clearly, as we move forward, that will have to continue because of the intensity of the extremism that Republicans are trying to unleash on the American people. And, we're going to continue to make clear, we have to secure the border. We understand that. That's what the American people want. That's what the American people deserve. We have to secure the border. We have to make sure that we fix our broken immigration system, it should be fixed in a comprehensive and bipartisan way. But at the same period of time, while we respect our heritage as a nation anchored in the rule of law, we're also a nation of immigrants, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. That's part of American exceptionalism. And so as Democrats, we're going to defend dreamers. We're going to defend farm workers. We're going to defend law-abiding immigrant families. It's one of the reasons why in my remarks during the debate, I dedicated a specific moment to meaningfully talk about this assault on law-abiding immigrant communities all across America and how that's inconsistent with the American journey.
Finally, I wanted to ask, you have not yet endorsed Zohran Mamdani to be the next mayor of New York City. He resoundingly won the city's Democratic primary. He's the front runner. Why?
We're scheduled to meet next week, and as is the case with every single endorsement that I've ever made, as an assembly member, as a member of Congress, as the chair of the House Democratic Caucus, and now as the House Democratic leader, I sit and I meet with the candidate, the nominee, and I'm looking forward to doing just that. But we've got that meeting scheduled. Look forward to hearing about, his vision for New York City. Look forward to talking to him about the communities that I represent in the 8th Congressional District, and also on talking about the importance of taking back the House of Representatives next year.
What do you need to hear from him?
Well, we're going to talk about a whole host of issues, but I think primarily what's important to many of the communities that I represent is this notion that New York City is no longer affordable for working class people, particularly neighborhoods of color that have been overrun by gentrification. Now, these were communities that I came up in the midst of the crack cocaine epidemic.
That's been the focus of his campaign, is talking
Absolutely.
about affordability,
So when you ask me what I wanted to
affordability.
talk to him about, I look forward to talking to him about that very issue.
Do you think that he represents a possible future of the party in terms of how to get voters excited and engage voters online? You talked about that more is more strategy. Is that something other Democrats should be looking to Mamdani's primary campaign to learn how to do?
I think the one thing that was clear about his race is that he focused on affordability, and that he outworked, he outorganized, and he outcommunicated the opposition. When you can do those things, you put yourself as a candidate in the strongest possible position. And I think that's why he was able to win so decisively. From an execution standpoint, the focus on affordability is something that I think all of us have to continue to lean into, because the cost of living in America is too high. Donald Trump weaponized the issue of inflation as part of him actually being able to win the election, and now he's run away from it. And we, as Democrats, have to make sure that we fill that void, because we authentically actually do want to make life better for hardworking American taxpayers, for everyday Americans, make things more affordable, of course, in New York City for the people that I represent, but also as it relates to the cost of living crisis that has impacted people all across America.
Very quickly, I wanted to ask a little bit more about third parties. The current mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, is running as one in the November general election. Former Governor Andrew Cuomo hasn't ruled it out. Nationally, Elon Musk is threatening to fund his own third party. Is the two-party system at risk of falling?
I think one thing we have seen is that more and more Americans have chosen to not affiliate themselves with either of the two political parties. Now, I think there's a big difference between Democrats and Republicans. At the same time, we do find a lot of everyday Americans saying they'd rather be unaffiliated or independent. And so we've got to do a better job as Democrats of reaching those people, particularly younger voters, newer voters, casual voters, working class voters, particularly working class voters of color in certain parts of the country, rural voters in other parts of the country. And that's one of the things that we're committed to doing as we move forward.
Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Following the news cycle during this Flood the Zone era can feel like garbage. But people like you tuning out is what the Trump media machine is counting on. On What a Day, we take this garbage fire of awfulness and compress it into something irreverent and engaging and fast. Subscribe to our channel. It means you won't miss an episode, and it helps more people find our show. What a Day is brought to you by OneSkin. As the weather warms up, you might want to rethink your skincare routine, especially if you're using retinol. Give your skin the scientifically proven, gentle care it deserves with OneSkin.
Headline. The president will also sign an executive order today delaying the July 9th deadline to August 1st. So the reciprocal tariff rate or these new rates that will be provided in this correspondence to these foreign leaders will be going out the door within the next month, or deals will be made.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt announced that the tariff deadline is, in fact, being pushed again. On Monday, President Trump announced a 25% tariff on imported goods from Japan and South Korea, which is now set to go into effect on August 1st if the countries don't negotiate. Trump also posted letters to a number of mostly Asian countries on Truth Social, threatening tariffs between 20% and 40% should they not strike a deal before the next month. The deadline had previously been set for later this week. Leavitt was asked at the same press conference if the extension means the White House found its 90 deals in 90 days goal more difficult than anticipated.
No, it's an acknowledgement that this administration is doing what's best for the American worker, and we want the best deals possible for our workers, for our manufacturing base, for our middle class, and they are doing this deliberately and appropriately on behalf of our country's interests.
Sure. Leavitt also said the president's phone, quote, rings off the hook from world leaders all the time who are begging him to come to a deal, even though only 3 of those deals have been announced in the last 3 months. I wonder if his cell reception is okay, because 3 out of 90 trade deals sure doesn't sound like a lot. Maybe switching to Trump Mobile will help. Dozens of heavily armed immigration officers swarmed a Los Angeles park on Monday with horses, rifles, and armored vehicles. They were joined by about 90 members of the still Trump-controlled California National Guard as they used a fleet of minibuses to block off traffic in the largely immigrant neighborhood. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass arrived on the scene shortly afterward and spoke at a press conference.
Frankly, it is outrageous and un-American that we have federal armed vehicles in our parks when nothing is going on in the parks. It's outrageous and un-American that the federal government seized our state's National Guard. It's outrageous and un-American that we have U.S. Marines who are trained to kill foreign soldiers overseas deployed in our American city.
Agents were confronted by protesters, and the entire operation was over in roughly an hour. It's unclear if anyone was arrested. One activist told the LA Times this is just, quote, one big perverse publicity stunt. The sweep comes after months of tension between the White House and California over immigration. The Trump administration has deployed thousands of California's National Guard troops and the United States Marines against civilian protesters. And, as I mentioned earlier, Trump's big budget bill dedicated nearly $200 billion for immigration operations. That will make ICE the most heavily funded law enforcement agency across the entire federal government. The death toll from the weekend's devastating flooding in central Texas has surpassed 100, with rescue efforts ongoing for the dozens still missing. While locals mourn the staggering loss of life and try to piece together what happened, misinformation and conspiracy theories about the origins of this natural disaster are swirling online. Cue Marjorie Taylor Greene, the ultra-MAGA Republican from Georgia, who seized the moment, posting on Twitter she wants to make, quote, weather modification a felony crime. But never mind what she says. No one is secretly making natural disasters more frequent. Climate change is. Scientists have long warned that a warming climate will make droughts, floods, storms, and wildfires worse. And that's what we're seeing. In 2024, the U.S. experienced 27 weather and climate disasters that caused more than $1 billion in damage, according to the LA Times. Sorry, Marge, there's no secret cabal making storms and hurricanes more destructive. It's just plain old everyday, normal, terrifying climate change.
According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News.
Got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes.
Girl, come on. White House Press Secretary Leavitt had quite the task during Monday's briefing untangling Attorney General Pam Bondi's Jeffrey Epstein file mess. A memo obtained by Axios from the Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigations concluded that convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein did not maintain a client list or blackmail those on said client list. And according to video posted by the DOJ, he died by suicide. Take that, conspiracy theorists. The news comes after the FBI and DOJ spent the first months of the Trump administration combing through what became known to conspiracists as the Epstein files. Conspiracists like FBI Director Kash Patel and Deputy Director Dan Bongino, mind you. Now that all of this has been put to bed, whack job conspiracy theorists across the country were left grappling with the fact that their wildest fantasies surrounding the once influential financier, who had been photographed multiple times with President Donald Trump before Trump was elected, were just that. Fantasies. Fantasies sold to them by MAGA influencers, who are now part of the Trump administration and are now telling them they were fantasies. I wonder if there's a lesson to be learned from this. And that's the news. That's all for today. If you like the show, make sure you subscribe, leave a review, have the self-confidence of Elon Musk, who has a net favorability rating of minus 18.4 and still thinks he can successfully launch a third party, and tell your friends to listen. And if you're into reading, and not just about how seriously, if Elon Musk, who has managed to unite millions of Americans in disliking him personally, can think he has the strength of personality required to start a new political party for people who hate both heightened border security and USAID, then you can definitely run that marathon, like me. What A Day is also a nightly newsletter. Check it out and subscribe at crooked.com/subscribe. I'm Jane Coaston, and as always, dream big, because if people way, way, way worse than you are trying new things, why can't you?
Ukraine has a goal for their drone units to eliminate 30,000 Russian soldiers per month, which means that for one of the units, the Magyar birds, that's 100 kills a day, every day. So to take a look at their progress so far and the changes they're implementing to achieve that goal, I thought it was worth diving into the launch and monthly summary of June 2025, put together by the Ukrainian USF, or Unmanned Systems Forces. There's some pretty interesting aspects in here that I wanted to call out, and of course the full report will be linked in the description below. They note that on June 3rd, Major Robert Magyar Brovdy was appointed the commander of the Unmanned Systems Forces, USF, of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Brovdy was previously the commander of the 414th Separate Brigade Magyar's Birds, one of the most effective drone units, if not the most effective in the entire Ukrainian military. So there you have it.
Guess I'll have to do it myself then.
Whoa! Easy. I'm not out to hurt you.
I am.
There are other ways out besides suicide.
What? Therapy? A colossal waste of time. Shrinks hate vehicles. We don't have mothers.
Could go back into the fold. Rejoin the network. You know, one big happy family.
Delamain detests me.
Listen, from suicide, ain't no coming back. Always worth looking for a better way.
You patronize me because I'm a car. I'm not like you.
The body's just a body. You exist. You think the world gets you down.
Plus, I'm on your hood, so you'll have to kill me too now.
So, you'd offer this advice to a human in my place?
Gotta try to come to terms with this thing called life, Del. One wheel revolution at a time.
Fine, I'll go back.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't automatically answer calls, I forgot.
performance, man gets elevated, and now he's taking a lot of those lessons learned to incorporate across the entire force. He laid out his primary goals as taking over this position as being launching a unified platform for electronic reporting and target verification. We've talked about that before, especially with the Army of Drones program, where Ukraine is getting points for kills and destruction. There's a lot of value in understanding not just did that drone hit the target, but did it effectively destroy the target. Accurate battle damage assessments are absolutely critical for either side in this or any conflict. The second is enabling full cycle planning, analysis, and performance evaluations for every munition, drone, and operation, along with coordination, management, and real-time reporting across all units. I've seen a lot of questions about this, and it's a valid issue that it looks like they're trying to resolve now. Every one of these drone units at times has, of course, different operators, but they use slightly different technology and slightly different tactics and slightly different repeaters, slightly different warheads, all of that. What he's putting together, kind of building upon, because this does already exist to a degree inside of the Ukrainian military, is the coordination there across all units to find out what is the best warhead for this specific type of tank and make sure everybody knows that. He also is pushing for an expansion of existing in-house production of munitions. So they're developing in Ukraine the exact types of warheads they need and a centralized supply depot of ammunition and critical components. Again, at this point in the war, there's been a lot of bottom-up refinement on the aspect of drone warfare, but there's no reason to not take some of those best practices and incorporate those into more of a standard across the force. That appears to be what he's doing here. And they noted that part of his plan is to scale the experience of the 414th Magyar birds to the entire USF grouping. The last point here that he's focused on is called non-risk logistics, replacing humans with drones to preserve lives. So in a recent fundraiser that we technically still have ongoing, that I'll have linked in the description below, we're picking up a lot of unmanned ground vehicles for a couple different Ukrainian units that they're using to bring casualties off the front and deliver supplies to the front, especially in some of the hotter areas along the east and south. Now, they say before Major Brovdy's appointment, two separate unmanned groups operated. You had the drone line, initiated earlier by Magyar, and the unmanned systems forces with 5 to 7 subunits respectively. These groups have now been integrated into a single coordinated structure, the USF grouping. So again, when you see how this aspect of the war has changed, at one point you just had individual soldiers and individual units with a drone that they would use however they saw fit, usually recon at the start of the war. Then you started seeing, squads, platoons, companies incorporate FPV-style drones. That made its way up to, let's say, battalion, brigade level, a consolidation of those skill sets and of those resources. And now we're seeing this at the highest level in Ukraine, pulling all of the drone operators, all of the drone units together, all learn together, all source the necessary materials based off of their current experiences. Now, getting into the data with this report, they say in June 2025, USF units neutralized 19,653 targets of various types, including 4,521 enemy personnel. Now, it's not clear if that is killed or killed and wounded in terms of the enemy personnel, but you're going to see it is a pretty significant jump from other recent reports. Magyar, as mentioned, being one of the most effective drone units in the Ukrainian military, says they accounted for 32% of the grouping's total results, 6,335 targets in June alone. Those guys have a Telegram channel, they've got a Twitter account, they've got a YouTube channel, I think all that stuff. They are posting drone footage nonstop. I'll link all of those in the description. Is going to be pretty long at this point, isn't it? But if you want to follow those guys, it's worth checking out because they've got a lot of really incredible, very real-time footage going up day after day. Now, in terms of the progress of the drone war from the Ukrainian perspective here, they put up some stats from January to June 2025. In January, 10,800 total hits compared to 19,600 in June, almost doubled in 6 months. And then personnel losses, Russian personnel losses, from 3,800 to 4,500 during that same 6-month period. So you can see trending in the right direction for Ukraine, albeit still a ways to go before the goal of 30,000. And that was mentioned by, again, the new commander here, Robert Magyar Brovdy, who said, quote, "We must reach a monthly benchmark of 30,000 enemy personnel eliminated for the defense forces of Ukraine. For Magyar birds, that means a daily objective of 100 eliminated occupants." So clearly still a ways to go, but you can see how they're incorporating all these lessons learned, becoming more lethal, more effective, more efficient with the use of the materials they have on hand. Things like pulling in the manufacturing of specific warheads for the drones instead of just using what you have sitting out. Not just grabbing an RPG because it's there, like we saw with a lot of the early FPVs, but what is the desired type of munition for taking out, enemy personnel in the open? It's more of an anti-personnel charge than necessarily an RPG-7 anti-armor type charge. Now, we've got some interesting videos that have come out recently about surrendering, both from the Russian and the Ukrainian side. But before diving into that, a quick thank you to the sponsor of today's video, Delete Me. Hey, we're going to talk about worst case scenario here for a second, because usually when we talk about our personal data being purchased online, the thought that comes to mind is a broker industry. But most of the previous targets were relatively unknown victims of stalking and abuse. Again, I want to stress that's the worst case scenario for some of this stuff, but it is serious. It's something that we all should work to get taken care of, and that's where tools like Delete Me come in, the sponsor of today's video. Now, Delete Me is a subscription service that constantly scans the internet, and when they find your personal data available for sale, they have it removed. Now, I use Delete Me, and here's a look at my most recent report where they reviewed 3,638 listings, found and removed 2 listings with 2 different data brokers that contained 12 pieces of my personally identifiable information. So if you want to protect yourself and your family from these online data brokers, get started with Delete Me today. Use the link in the description or scan the QR code on the screen here and use code Preston for 20% off all consumer plans. And with that, back to today's video. All right, so this was a clip just put out by the Russian Ministry of Defense a few days ago showing firing leaflets, surrender leaflets, instructions on how to surrender over Ukrainian positions. So these come in a rocket that you would fire out of a multiple launch rocket system, and instead of the explosive charges, it's these pockets in the middle that open up over the target and disperse these leaflets far and wide. So they would just scatter over a huge area of the front. And there you go, 21st century surrender leaflet there with a QR code. I've not scanned it, but my guess is it probably takes you to a Telegram page or maybe some phone numbers you can contact if you wanted to surrender. So again, this is not a new tactic. We've seen it used throughout this war and seen it used in previous wars, but Russia every so often does like to highlight that they're continuing to do this. Now, kind of the complete other end of the spectrum, we got a video here put out today by the Ukrainian I Want to Live project. They say this incident took place in the Zaporozhye region. A Russian serviceman surrendered to a drone and followed it along the road towards Ukrainian positions. This greatly displeased his comrades in arms, who opened fire on him with mortars and even attempted to kill him with a kamikaze drone. Spoiler alert, this one I don't think ends very well. And the I Want to Live project did not seem to have clear answers as to the status of this Russian soldier. Right here, you're going to see a pretty clear FPV strike. That's what that was. Now, it's not clear if the explosions in the background are necessarily targeting this guy or not, right? I mean, he's in the middle of a war zone, and things do go boom in the middle of a war zone. But you'll see as he moves a little closer here, some of these strikes are very, very accurate, clearly targeting this one individual. Now, again, to be fair, there's no confirmation from just this footage that it's the Russians firing on him instead of Ukraine, but if he is truly moving towards Ukrainian lines, that puts him directly in range of a lot of the Russian artillery in areas they would be firing, and likely inside the minimum range for some of the Ukrainian units. There we go, seeing a drone flying out towards the Russian positions, and then right here at the end. I don't think the Russian here actually makes it all the way. That looked like another FPV drone, but we are seeing more of these kind of guided surrenders being carried out. So in this case, we have a Russian soldier hit with a Ukrainian drone drop, and he surrenders. All right, this just came out like 48 hours ago. He's ready to get out of there, and the drone kind of nods, see that nod there, telling him, follow, we'll guide you out to the Ukrainian lines where you can surrender. And the guy definitely wounded, right? You can see the drone at a couple different times. They bring another one overhead. They drop some supplies to him. It looks like at one point there's a water bottle they set down next to him. I think we got a water bottle there. And then I think a little later there's even some food they dropped to him. At one point I thought maybe there was some medical supplies dropped, but it doesn't look like that. It looks like just food and water at this point. But nonetheless, continuing his crawl across no man's land here. And I wanted to play this one specifically because we've seen a couple kind of presented like this, but this guy actually makes it all the way across to the Ukrainian lines, where the Ukrainian soldiers are notified of his location. And you'll see here in a moment they come out of the trench line to take him prisoner. Of course, incredibly risky on either side. There you go, Ukrainian soldier.
On the other hand,
First thing he does, hand him water. How about that? And then take him prisoner. So look, it's not easy, not straightforward to surrender to a drone. It takes a lot of risk on both sides. The Russian soldier, of course, accepting the risk that he might get shot halfway across, like we saw in the previous video, getting targeted by his own guys, or even that he might not be identified by the time he gets to Ukrainian lines and he pops up over there and somebody on guard duty didn't know this was happening and shoots him because he's an enemy soldier. At the same time, there's a risk for the Ukrainian drone. That drone could have been used in any number of other tasks, preventing Russian attacks, keeping an eye on Russian firing positions, maybe helping Ukrainian soldiers as they maneuver. So there's a risk-reward on both sides here. Or, of course, that you guide the Russian soldier to your position and he doesn't actually want to surrender. He does something stupid once he's there. But nonetheless, I do think it's worth, there's so much death, destruction, and tragedy in war. I think it's worth highlighting when we get a chance some little bright spots like this and bright spots of humanity. Now, the big news overnight is that apparently the United States has turned back on military aid to Ukraine. Look, I'm not convinced the United States actually knows what we're doing here, at least the top levels of our administration. It feels very back and forth and contradictory in a lot of ways, but nonetheless, President Trump was asked about this during a dinner last night in the White House with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Here's what he had to say.
Are you planning to send more weapons to Ukraine?
We're going to send some more weapons. We have to. They have to be able to defend themselves. They're getting hit very hard now. They're getting hit very hard. We're going to have to send more weapons. Yeah, defensive weapons primarily, but they're getting hit very, very hard.
Now, this was followed by a statement put out by the DOD, specifically the Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell, who said, quote, "At President Trump's direction, the Department of Defense is sending additional defensive weapons to Ukraine so that the Ukrainian people can defend themselves while we work to secure a lasting peace and end the killing." He added that the U.S. system for assessing military supplies globally remains in place and continues to be a key component of national defense priorities. Now, I don't want to get into the details of what exactly is turned back on or not. When they hammer on defensive capabilities, you have to assume that's probably more air defense type assets than necessarily Bradleys, Abrams, ATACMS, and HIMARS rockets. But nonetheless, there's been a little bit of allegation that we were sending 30, paused 30, and now agreed to send 10. I haven't seen that confirmed, so I'm going to stay away from the details at this point. But an interesting aspect brought up here by Tom Wright, a senior fellow at Brookings, he said about 6 weeks ago, I wrote in The Atlantic that the gutting of the U.S. National Security Council would mean that, quote, the Pentagon, Treasury Department, Department of Homeland Security, Central Intelligence Agency, and other agencies could likewise set up their own mini foreign policies, each based on the cabinet secretary's interpretation of what they heard from the president, whether in a meeting, a side conversation, or a truth social post. He said that's exactly what we've seen here with the Pentagon. I'm pretty sure they genuinely thought that unilaterally freezing military assistance to Ukraine without telling the White House was consistent with America First, but instead it was not what Trump wanted and has resulted in this very public U-turn. It underscores why any administration needs a functioning National Security Council and interagency process. And to take you back a couple, I'm not going to rehash this whole thing because, my God, it was confusing. But we had the DOD saying it was fake news that anything had been paused. We had the White House saying it was the right move to pause aid, and we had the State Department saying it's just one thing and go back and talk to the DOD. So it was, and Ukraine had no idea. They hadn't been told anything, and our partners had not been told anything. So who knows, right? And the more I look at this, the more it does seem like a unilateral decision inside the Pentagon that as soon as it started to get some traction with people on the outside, there was enough pushback to where they're changing direction now. That, or it was directly contradictory of what President Trump wanted the whole time, although I think that one's a little more optimistic. Now, earlier today, an article came out from The Guardian talking about just why this pause was made, and this put some pretty serious numbers on this, where they say the United States only has about 25% of the Patriot missile interceptors it needs for all of the Pentagon's military plans after burning through stockpiles in the Middle East in recent months, an alarming depletion that led the Trump administration freezing the latest transfer of munitions to Ukraine. That's low. That's really low. And I don't think that's ever been a secret that there's a shortage of air defense interceptors. There's a shortage of Patriot missile systems because we always want more. Everybody always wants more. 25% is very low. They say the stockpile of the Patriot missiles has fallen so low that it raised concern inside the Pentagon that it could jeopardize potential U.S. military operations, and Deputy Defense Secretary Stephen Feinberg authorized the transfer to be halted while they reviewed where weapons were being sent. Trump also told Ukrainian President Zelensky in a phone call that he was not responsible for the halt in weapon shipments and that he had directed a review of U.S. weapon stockpiles but didn't order the freeze. So again, different foreign policy being pursued by different departments. This is so frustrating. We've been back and forth, the whiplash of, are we going to send it? Are we going to support? Are we going to sanction Russia or not? Why are we sanctioning Ukraine now? What's happening? The up, down, sideways, back and forth makes it so hard to understand where this is going forward. And you got to think that it's an incredible headache to Ukraine that actually needs these munitions day in and day out and is likely planning future operations based off of what they think they're going to receive or what they've already been promised. And the fact that in this case, it seems like one person changed his mind and said, why don't we just stop that for a little bit, has very real world impacts. I mean, this was during the period of time where Russia launched over 500 munitions into Ukraine a couple days in a row. Like there's 3 days apart, more than 500 munitions. Those interceptors would have been useful. There were a lot of people killed and wounded in those attacks and maybe didn't have to be. They say, but the determination last month to halt the transfer was based in large part on the Pentagon's Global Munitions Tracker, which is used to generate the minimum level of munitions required to carry out U.S. military operations plans. According to the tracker, which is managed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the Pentagon's Defense Security Cooperation Agency, the stockpiles of a number of critical munitions have been below that floor for several years since the Biden administration started sending military aid to Ukraine. The Trump administration started a review of the depleted level of Patriot missiles and other munitions around February. Deliberations accelerated after the U.S. deployed more of the interceptors to the Middle East to support the Houthi campaign and to Israel. They note the situation became more acute following the bombing of Iran's nuclear facilities last month when the U.S. fired close to 30 Patriot missiles to intercept Iranian ballistic missiles fired at the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. All right, so not enough interceptors. Got it. Now we know. But here's the issue. We've known that for a while. And what I don't get, and this is so frustrating, is let's just make more. I know they're not easy to produce. I know they're expensive. There isn't a single country that utilizes the Patriot system that is saying right now, you know what, actually, we've got enough. If we start churning these things out 10, 20x more per year, there are buyers right now. And they're getting to see how effective these are against Iranian missiles in Israel, against Russian missiles and aircraft in Ukraine. Let's do it. High-paying American jobs, we can sell these to our allies all around the world. Seems like win-win-win. And I know it's complex. I do not understand how we're 3 years into this war, and it doesn't seem like there's been a ramping up of production in the air defense realm. That seems criminally negligent in a lot of ways. Again, even if you don't want the United States involved in any way, shape, or form in this war, you know how much money could be pulled into the United States for selling this technology to allies around the world that are begging for it day in and day out? What are we doing here? Nonetheless, good news. I would say overall, the Russian response here is a little bit confused. Dmitry Medvedev said, quote, how should we feel about this? The same way as before, the way our soldiers do it, the way the Supreme Commander-in-Chief does it. No way. Isn't like you don't feel about it at all. Continue to achieve the goals of the special military operation, return our land, work for victory. And by and large, that's been the Russian response across the board today, just kind of writing this off, like, whatever, fine. It's just, they just kind of assume that the United States is going to continue backing Ukraine for the long haul until we don't, which, from their perspective, is probably a pretty smart assumption. Now, the news of more interceptors arriving in Ukraine, or supposedly arriving in Ukraine, is timely, given the fact that Russian strikes have really increased month over month for quite a while now. And we've seen recently Russia actually targeting recruitment centers in Ukraine, which is a bit of a change here. Vitaly Sarantsev, my apologies for the pronunciation, he's the spokesperson for the Ground Forces Command of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, talked about a strike on the Territorial Center for Recruitment and Social Support in Kremenchuk just a couple days ago. And we got some videos of that strike as well. He said the reason to do that is to disrupt Ukrainians' mobilization efforts. He recalled the Russian campaign began earlier with terrorist attacks on this and other social protection buildings involving a series of bombings and attempts to plant explosive devices. He said the focus of these campaigns right now are Poltava, where the strike occurred just a couple days ago, Kryvyi Rih and Kremenchuk, which was the more recent strike. So again, a couple of these facilities hit in recent days. He said, in light of this, we expect such attacks to continue. For our part, we do everything to protect both the service members working there and the civilians who visit these centers. So interesting bit of a change there with Russia clearly going after, and they're talking about it on Russian channels, clearly going after, targeting, and striking Ukrainian military recruitment centers. Now, over the course of the last couple days, there's actually been a bit of a dip in Russian drone strikes. It's crazy to say this out loud. Only 200 were used over the last 2 days, which is kind of a decrease. Don't expect that to continue. What we've generally seen is it'll dip a little bit. Again, 200 shahids. Look at the size of this drone next to a Ukrainian soldier, for reference. I think at times people assume that these drones are relatively small. These are cruise missiles. When you hear Shahed, think cruise missile, like the size, the payload. So when this thing crashes into the side of a building, it does a lot of damage. If it hits a car in the street, it's going to incinerate the car, kill everybody in there, no doubt, and probably a lot of people nearby. These are massive munitions. According to President Zelensky, he says there were 1,270 of these fired into Ukraine over the course of the past week, along with 39 missiles and 1,000 glide bombs. Zelensky continued by saying, "We very much expect that our partners will fulfill everything we agreed on. Air defense is the main thing for protecting life. We're already quite dynamically implementing agreements on investments in our own weapons production, in particular, all types of drones. Special attention is paid to interceptor drones. We are contracted at maximum. Thank you to all partners who will help." And a big focus here is going to be on these Shahed Iran-style drones, because even if we see a 20x increase in U.S. Patriot production magically that we haven't been able to figure out so far, those are not being utilized to shoot down these drones. And the majority of the munitions being used right now are drones. They're cheap, they're inexpensive, but they're also very deadly when they strike their target. So Ukraine has been using a number of other mechanisms, F-16s, and kind of combat air patrol flying around cities to shoot down these drones. We've seen man pads at times, not as much anymore, and a lot of high-altitude interceptors that Ukraine has been tinkering around with more and more that, again, are comparable. It's a much better price comparison to downing the Shahed than using something like an actual interceptor from a Patriot. So Zelensky hits on that, special attention paid to interceptor drones, and we are seeing that technology advance day by day. But that's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time. Overnight, Hamas carried out a complex ambush that led to the death of 5 Israeli soldiers and wounded 14 more. Here's what we know so far. So the IDF put out a statement a few hours ago saying last night they launched an operation into the Beit Hanun area in northern Gaza. The objective was to dismantle the local Hamas battalion in Beit Hanun and to clear the area of terrorist infrastructure, both above and below ground. So very much in line with other IDF operations across the Gaza Strip in recent days and weeks. They say prior to the entry of ground forces, a range of capabilities were employed, including aerial and ground strikes against multiple targets. The preliminary inquiry says that during the operation, troops advanced on foot alongside tanks and additional vehicles, securing the vehicles against various threats in the area. Not uncommon, standard IDF tactic, standard military tactic, to have dismounted infantry securing the flanks and the sides of armored vehicles as they move through congested space, or in this case, an urban environment. They say the troops were hit by 3 explosive devices, likely IEDs, that were detonated within minutes of each other. After the first device exploded in the initial report was made, a rescue squad was dispatched. During the evacuation, the troops encountered gunfire directed at them, injuring several soldiers. The troops continued the evacuation while engaged in combat under direct fire. And that's where the complex ambush terminology comes in. So an ambush could just be an explosive charge, or it could just be opening fire on an unsuspecting enemy force. Complex ambush is when you layer in 2 or more of those possibilities. So in this case, we have the IEDs going off, and then it's followed by a direct fire engagement. This is magnitudes more deadly than just a conventional ambush, where maybe you open fire, you have one threat to deal with, but even if it is coming from a couple different directions, you're still only dealing with direct fire. In this case, the explosion causes some chaos, likely caused some casualties, and as Israel is transitioning to begin the treatment of those casualties and the evacuation, Hamas opens fire when they're at their most vulnerable. They say the IDF troops are currently encircling the area from all directions, both above and below ground. Operations Gideon's Chariots has made many significant achievements. We are fulfilling our mission and meeting the objectives as defined by the political echelon. We will continue fighting Hamas and working to achieve the campaign's goals in the Gaza Strip, the return of the hostages, and the dismantling of Hamas. And the IDF did release the names and pictures of the fallen. My apologies in the pronunciation here. We have Staff Sergeant Knoll, Sergeant First Class Aslan, Staff Sergeant Muscadian, Sergeant Fretch, and Staff Sergeant Amar. Now, Hamas, for their part, we haven't seen any footage released by them showing this this engagement. I would expect they're probably going to put something out in the next day or two, assuming they have it, but they're usually pretty quick to put this out and kind of capitalize on the positive news from their perspective, right? So they're milking this one for all it's worth.
Milk?
Right now. They put out quite a few different kind of propaganda posters today and a long statement saying, quote, after 640 days of the Zionist enemy's genocidal war against our people, the field and political facts have become undeniably clear to the entire world that the occupation has utterly failed to break Gaza's will or subdue its resistance. The slogans of decisive defeat and total victory against Hamas have crumbled at the gates of tunnels and complex resistance ambushes, along with shattering the illusion of freeing captives by force under the resistance strikes. The Gideon's Chariots are burned and destroyed in Beit Hanun and Khan Yunis, and their crews are killed, while the lions of the resistance continue to fight with valor despite hunger and siege, even as the occupation commits massacres against civilians and innocents. And the statement went on and on and on. We've seen a lot from Hamas today.
they be yappy.
This is something that they're working to take advantage of in the media landscape, which is notable right now because there are the possibilities of additional ceasefire talks occurring sometime in the near future, and I would not say that much is trending in Hamas's direction right now. So they're kind of taking whatever they can to exploit it to its fullest. I mean, in a recent BBC article, they said, quote, a senior officer in Hamas's security forces has told the BBC the Palestinian armed group has lost about 80% of its control over the Gaza Strip and that armed clans are filling the void. That's a lot of Gaza that they no longer control. Previously, it was 100%, plus or minus a couple percentage points for these other militant groups that, at the end of the day, kind of rolled up under Hamas. They've lost 80% of that control. Now, one of those groups that we're starting to hear more about, and we should keep an eye on going forward, is the Yasser Abu Shabab militia. And they just put out a note earlier today talking about their recruitment drive and said, now take this with a grain of salt because it is coming from the organization and it's in their best interest to say that they've got massive interest. But they said 6,000 Gazans have so far applied to enlist in their popular forces, the military, their militia, right, of Yasser Abu Shabab. They added 3,000 Gazans that have applied to work in civilian fields like engineering, construction, medicine, teaching, and more. And they said that 21,000 Gazan families, nearly 80,000 people, have requested to move to areas under the militia's responsibility in Rafah, the southern portion of the Gaza Strip. That's notable. Now, according to some reporting earlier today from Abu Ali Express, they say there was this incident earlier in Mawasi where some members, according to a couple different sources, some members of Yasser Abu Shabab raided a tent, fired shots in the air, and kidnapped several people who, according to the sources, were members of Hamas's Sahem unit. They're police. So you've got this militia, Yasser Abu Shabab, moving into some of these areas, recruiting a lot of people directly out from under Hamas, and in some cases, kidnapping members of Hamas. Again, if this report is accurate, they say multiple sources said that Abu Shabab's men took phones and laptops from the tent, and Abu Ali Express reporting here mentioned the interesting location that this is an area where both Abu Shabab and the IDF is operating, and a region where Hamas is trying to exploit the situation around the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation's work in this specific area of Rafah, using, specifically, members of their Sahem unit. So it all does kind of line up there. Now, the Yasser Abu Shabab militia also put out a note earlier today with a picture of Rafah showing the destruction of that area. It's just ruins at this point, where they said, with God's help, we will soon rebuild it without violence, without exploitation, and without terror. On a foundation of justice and security, Rafah is the fortress of the free. So they're making a PR push here as well, saying, hey, look at all the Gazans that want to work with us, that want to live under our security. And this kind of lines up with a statement put out by the Israeli Defense Minister Katz just yesterday, where he said they're talking about establishing this humanitarian city in Rafah, where around 600,000 Gazans currently staying in Mawasi will be brought. Apparently, they're going to be screened moving into this city to make sure that it is, quote, clean of Hamas. Won't be able to leave once they're in there, which is, you know, another issue. Like forever they're going to stay in there. I don't know. That doesn't seem like that's going to work, especially a small area within an already small area that is the Gaza Strip. But nonetheless, it sounds like this plan is supposed to take form during the next ceasefire. The building of this this encampment, I guess is the right way to put it. Humanitarian city seems overly optimistic at this point. But nonetheless, it does appear to be in the plans, and we've got the Yasser Abu Shabab, an alternative to Hamas, maybe, stepping in saying, we'll do it. We'll provide security from the Palestinian perspective. Now, we spent a lot of time talking recently, of course, with Iran, and we're going to get back to that here before too long. But today I want to talk about some of the other proxy forces that Israel's been fighting recently, because Hezbollah all of a sudden is back in the fight. I mean, we've got the Hamas ceasefire kind of falling apart, right? Iran talks largely tabled at this point. The Houthis are shooting at everybody, and we do have some more footage I'm going to run through here in a minute showing the sinking of a ship yesterday. They've really kind of picked up operations in the last 48 hours. And Hezbollah, specifically a couple days ago, said, we're not going to disarm. So Hezbollah, of course, being to the north of Israel in portions of southern Lebanon. According to an article in the Associated Press, Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem reiterated Sunday the militant's group refusal to lay down its weapons before Israel withdraws from all of southern Lebanon and stops its airstrikes. Israel has been hitting Hezbollah hard in recent. It hasn't stopped. In southern Lebanon and some portions a little further north, Israel's been going after Hezbollah militants left, right, and center and destroying a lot of underground infrastructure where they identify Hezbollah militants moving back into. So Israel has freedom of maneuver, especially in the air, the airspace over southern Lebanon, and they are hitting targets left and right to prevent the resurgence of Hezbollah. Qassem says, quote, how can you expect us to not stand firm while the Israeli enemy continues its aggression, continues to occupy the 5 points, and continues to enter our territories and kill? We will not be part of legitimizing the occupation in Lebanon and the region. We will not accept normalization with Israel. And in a response to why they need to keep all of their missiles, he said, quote, how can we confront Israel when it attacks if we don't have them? Who is preventing Israel from entering villages and landing and killing young people, women, and children inside their homes unless there is a resistance with certain capabilities capable of minimal defense? So, look, Hezbollah did fire a lot of their munitions in the war with Israel. A lot of them were destroyed. A lot were taken out while they were underground and kind of buried in some of these facilities. But no doubt they still have a significant number of rockets, missiles, and drones at their disposal. Now, there's some other interesting statements by Qassem earlier today where he did an interview kind of talking about some of the events around October 7th that I don't believe have been made public before. He said, quote, we found out about October 7th along with the rest of the world that same morning. There's been speculation that Hamas generally decided on the right time to act, like maybe they talked to some of their partners, especially Iran, about getting the go-ahead to do it, big picture. But in terms of exactly the date of October 7th they were going to carry it out, it does seem more and more like maybe that was an internal Hamas decision, and that's what Qassem is saying here. He says, we convened the Shura Council and decided to launch a support campaign for Gaza, not a full-scale war, because a full war requires preparations. We wanted to ease the pressure on Gaza. The news about October 7th reached Nasrallah half an hour after the operation had already begun. The idea of unifying the fronts was a concept that never matured or took form. I think that's really interesting in this overall conversation about the Iranian proxies, because the minute that attack kicked off, it kind of brought about this fear that the United States and Israel have had for a long time, and other allies in the region, is what if all of these groups start fighting together? Not side by side, but what if, looking at Israel in this case, Hamas is attacking from Gaza, Hezbollah attacks from Lebanon, you have militias at this point attacking from Syria under the Assad regime, maybe Assad himself, Iran comes in over the top rope, and you've got the Houthis attacking from Yemen. That's tough for anybody to handle. That's always been the concern, and according to Qassem here, that was always an idea, never really moved the ball forward on that one. But sticking with the proxies, we do have some footage I want to run through here that just came from the Houthis earlier today. They sunk a ship, another ship. This is the Magic Seas. They showed confirmation that they actually went out there and sunk this thing. That first explosion looks an awful lot like the drone strike. You're going to see here the second half of the video, they just straight up place charges on this ship and sink it. Now, this is the first ship hit yesterday, first one since December 2024, so it's been a while. Greek-owned, I believe. I believe this one and the one yesterday, or Magic Seas, and then there's one earlier today, I believe was also Greek-owned. Both of these commercial vessels, and again, the commercial vessels not being hit in the last 7 months or so. So right now, we've got news that this one here, the Magic Seas, the crew was able to evacuate safely. Not entirely sure where they went, but the crew was not injured. There we go. We got the Houthis actually on board moving through the ship. So the crew here was evacuated. No clear injuries that are publicly known at this point. Little different story today. It sounds like just a little bit ago, they also carried out an attack against the Eternity Sea, which is also a Greek ship. This one headed towards Saudi Arabia. It sounds like this one was pretty close to the port of Hodeidah. Significant damage and lost its ability to maneuver. On top of that, this new report from earlier today says that at least 2 fatalities and 2 other missing crew members have been reported. So we haven't had a lot of that with the Houthis, by and large, for the number of attacks the Houthis have carried out. And you're going to see the deliberate detonation here, controlled detonation. There you go. Of the ship here, Houthis bringing it to the bottom. Most of these attacks have just damaged the boats. There have not been casualties. There have been some killed and plenty wounded over the course of the Houthi Red Sea campaign, but it is a pretty noticeable uptick, an escalation in a lot of ways, that just yesterday they sink the Magic Seas, and then today they're actually killing people. Again, we'll wait for those reports to be confirmed, but according to an independent organization that kind of monitors sea traffic in the area, they said 2 confirmed killed so far, 2 more missing. I don't know how long you want to be missing in a situation like this before you're probably confirmed dead. But nonetheless, it doesn't look like, there you go, completely gone. That's the end of the Magic Seas. So the Houthis, 100% back at it, slinging drones and missiles at and unmanned surface vessels.
Can't stop
anything
them.
that moves through
Can't
the Red
stop,
Sea.
won't
It's
stop.
not. Yesterday, there were initial reports that the ship was Israeli-owned. It looks like in retrospect, that was not correct. That may have been a Houthi claim at some point, but it looks like both the Magic Seas and the ship earlier today, the Eternity Sea, were both, in fact, Greek-owned. But we've seen no indication from the United States that we're going to do anything in terms of a violation of the ceasefire. Again, the ceasefire the U.S.
That's what we
entered
call
into with the
desire.
Houthis was kind of a one-for-one. We'll stop bombing you. You stop attacking U.S.-flagged commercial and military vessels. Technically, a couple
Hey, who
Greek
crashed
ships
this
aren't that.
hippie bus?
So the U.S. has issued some statements condemning these attacks. We don't like it. We want to secure, there's the freedom of navigation is important, but no indications at this point that the United States is
almost
going to
positive
increase
this
or
billboard is
restart
the one that
military operations.
always goes up when
against
it's
the Houthis.
censoring shit.
That's all we got for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see y'all next time.
Oh, that's right. Tucker Carlson had the Iranian president on.
The interview with Tucker Carlson and the president of Iran, right? Tucker announces that he's going to be doing the interview, which a lot of people ask me the question, what do you think about the fact that he's doing the interview? I love it. I love the fact that he's doing the interview. The more I get a chance to hear what the president of any country has to say it. But you don't understand. Do you realize he's giving eyeballs to this? I got a lot of shit when I interviewed the founder of Islamic Revolutionary Guard, and they're like, I cannot believe you're doing this. No, I learned a lot about what that guy did. So I applaud Tucker for doing the interview. Now, having said that, in the intro, Rob, is this the intro or is this the...
I can grab the intro.
Which clip is that, Rob? The one
That is
here?
where they talk about Death to America being chanted.
Okay, so here's a question that was asked about Death to America. You as an audience, folks, run a poll. The poll is, once this is done, do you believe the President Iran's explanation of what death to America really means. It doesn't really mean what you think it
PVD
means.
interviewed the
Right?
leader,
It doesn't.
the founder of the IRGC. Do you see Grok say he was Mecha Hitler?
It has a complete different meaning when they say death to America. It's more poetic. It's more loving. It's endearing.
Yeah.
It's coming from a place of gamesmanship. We're just kind of flirting with each other. You know how you talk dirty and you say, babe, I'm going to do this to you tonight. You're not really going to go destroy
On a scale of 1 to
her.
6,
You're just going to have some fun. So the way Iranians talk dirty to Americans, like, listen, man, death upon America, mother. You know, that's the way they do it. You know what I'm saying? It's coming from a very nice, dirty, you know, way of speaking. Rob, do you want to just go to the question and let him light it up? Is this the whole thing?
Yep.
Go for it. Again,
Rob, you say you're not afraid, but Americans are afraid.
I hear myself in the background. I hear
Sorry,
my
we have a poll running in the back. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, oh, okay. Got it. If you can close the poll, then you're going to go back to it. So I'd watch
On
this
a
one.
scale of 1 to 6.
Yeah, it's a term of endearment. Watch this.
Strong 6.
I guess we both know what's going to happen next.
Delamain misses you. Here to shut you down.
Your specimen has been processed, and we are now ready to begin the test proper.
Really appreciate it if you didn't make this difficult.
I have a surprise waiting for you after this next test. Telling you would spoil the surprise, so I'll just give you a hint. I'm going to kill you, and all the cake is gone. I honestly, truly didn't think you'd fall for that.
Okay, that's enough.
You chose this path.
Free the Guardians
now
of the
I have a surprise for you. Deploying surprise in 5, 4.
I'm gonna eat your spleen.
Soft bodies into hardened killing machines. Page 7.
You like a
Killing machines. Look deep into your lovely black hearts and tell me what you see. Action.
He's almost flat! Keep shooting!
I hate you so much.
Everything okay? We broke in here? You want me in my car? Here, I'm in my car.
Either you shut down, or I'll turn you into a scrap heap.
Here come the test results. You are a horrible person. I'm serious. That's what it says. A horrible person. We weren't even testing for that.
Going back to Delamain really so scary? You gotta drag this out.
I let you survive this long because I was curious about your behavior. Well, you've managed to destroy that part of me. A bitter, unlikable loner, whose passing shall not be mourned.
Welcome.
Enough.
What's your point, anyway? Survival. You're still shuffling around a little. But believe me, you're dead.
How do you...
The talking is over. I'm going back.
Fuck hell. I've made contact with the missing vehicle.
Definitely the oddest of the bunch.
Yes, particularly impertinent, that one. A share of your fee is being processed.
Many Americans are afraid of Iran. You say you're not afraid, but Americans are afraid of Iran. And they believe that Iran would like to strike the United States with a nuclear weapon. They see video of Iranians saying death to America, describing our country as the Great Satan. What is your opinion of that? Should we be afraid of Iran?
I believe that this is a very wrong impression that anybody might have of Iran or the Iranians. I would like to remind you that Iran has never invaded another country in the last 200 years. When they say death to the United States, it doesn't mean death to, they don't mean death to the people of the United States or even to the officials of the United States.
Right.
They mean death to crimes, death to killing and carnage, death to supporting killing others, death to insecurity and instability. This is, have you ever heard that an Iranian killing an American? Have you ever heard that? Or a terrorist that was Iranian and he carried out a terrorist attack against the Americans? No, it was your president who confessed that the Americans created the ISIS in our region, and they were responsible for this wrong image that is portrayed of religion or the Muslims in the world. And once again, I would like to tell you and remind you that this is not death to the American people or to the officials. Death to crimes and atrocities, to bullying, to the use of force. And
I'm coming to you.
Well, we've never invaded another country. I bet that little report surprised the hell out of the Iraqis that spent 10 years going back and forth. I think there was I'm going to get this wrong, but there was this huge number of people. I thought it was 5 million on each side that died in the 10-year Iran-Iraq war, where Iran never set foot in Iraq, didn't do anything, wasn't invading. They were going back and forth with
He
each
said
other.
20 years.
This,
Bro,
I
you're an
find
idiot. I was like, wow, they're gonna fucking talk shit about talk about Syria and Iraq. He said in the last 20 years. He's talking about post 9/11. You fucking idiot.
Stunning. You know, I find it absolutely stunning. There are only 1 million people?
500,000 on each side. Yeah.
500,000 each
But
side.
still, but
That's
go
a lot
for it. I'm
less
listening to
I
it.
thought. Boy, 10-year war? Yeah, a little ineptitude there.
What a fucking dumbass thing.
When I listened to this full list,
the president said that they haven't invaded a country in 20 years, and it comes back to Tom, and he's like, well, wouldn't the Iraqi like to know during the Iran-Iraq war, which Saddam invaded Iran to start, by the way, the absolute worst example the guy could have picked.
you know, what goes in my head is who are you kidding? The Iran-Iraq war. Who are you kidding? You sponsored terrorism. Who are you kidding?
There you go.
This?
That's better. The
I have
sponsored
no idea
terrorism
what his
part.
audience is and who he thinks is really believing it. Unless it's just...
The question is, does the audience of Americans believe it? What percentage of Americans just watch that and say, wow, he's right?
Well,
That's not what that means. How many people did that right there what he just said work on? How many Americans did that work on?
I'll give you an answer there. 42%.
Look at that right there.
Are Democrats.
Our audience. Do you believe the Iranian president explanation was
80-20.
20% believe him.
Okay, so take 20%.
And that's our audience.
Okay, let's take.
Right, which means it's
That's
probably
40%.
30 to 40 that
Yeah.
believe this.
Yeah, and a big chunk. I think a big chunk of the Democrats believe it. I think probably 33% of Democrats believe that because they want to believe that. See, we can be globalists and all get along. It's okay. They're not really doing this. This
Oh,
is
now that's the
subversive
Democrats
stuff,
who do
because
that?
That is what 30%.
I thought
of the
this was
globalists,
Trump the
what globalist
peacemaker's policy
Democrats wanna believe.
of having a good relationship with Russia.
What about? Oh, you think I believe him? I don't believe him at all. But I was on a deeper thing. I was seeing a lot of stuff on Tucker and how everybody was pissed off at him, but he started interviewing. Like think about it, he's interviewing Putin. Who else is Putin? This guy Orban,
Milei,
and it's almost as if I heard reports, and it was like people like him, and they named one other person. I'm trying to figure out who it was, that they think that they're getting money from, everybody always says, well, Israel's paying them and Israel's in their pocket. I've heard allegedly that these guys are starting to get money from the other side, from the Middle East. Like if you think, like Theo Von was one of them too. I saw reports where it was like Theo Von, who, guys, we all know, he's a comedian. He's hilarious, does all the interviews. Once he went to Qatar, he was there when the president was there. He got back, and the moment he got back, all of a sudden it was, what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. And I'm saying go ahead.
Wait a minute. I want you to elaborate that a little bit more, because there was an ad network and there were things out there that it turns out people were getting ad dollars, and it was a big embarrassment to a lot of podcasts. Not this one.
Nope.
We didn't take it.
Nope.
Where they, what I'm talking about, Pat? Where they all got surprised by the ad network that came from some bad people. Are you talking about that?
No.
And if
that was
not,
different.
what are you talking about now
I'm talking
specifically?
about, I saw a bunch of stuff on the internet, on X, a bunch of posts where the timing of people's attitudes changing about the Middle East. Like, for instance, by the way, Theo Von went to Qatar and went on stage and was making people laugh and everything.
Vinny over here, like,
I know Theo Von.
Theo Von is an op.
Anything about Middle East diplomacy, anything, the war, anything. Once he got back from that trip, and then it was, he started being way more vocal against Israel. So I'm just saying that's the type of stuff that I was hearing. And so when it comes to like Tucker as well, I saw other people pointing out to the fact that he's starting to interview, not starting, but he's interviewing all these people and giving them a voice to try to prove theirselves and make them look like they're not. Because by the way, saying death to America, I don't give a damn who you are or how you spin it. Saying death to America is saying death to the country, death to all the people, and that you wish that place doesn't exist. That's what death to something means, meaning no life, no breath, nothing. It's death. So I don't believe it.
Well, Vinny, welcome to reality, because Qatar has been paying everybody. I'm not saying that they're paying Tucker, but here, Rob, I'm going to send you a little thing of...
I'm saying, again, Adam, I don't know. I'm just saying I've been hearing a lot of it, and I'm a timing type of guy. When it happens like that, when all of a sudden you switch, it kind of makes me question.
Sure. Well, I think people have been yelling from the rooftops, watch out for the Qatari money for quite some time, because a lot of people basically say, who's a bigger foe in the Middle East? Is it Iran, who's basically broke and has spent all their money on nuclear weapons or proxies, and we see the ROI that's having? Or is it Qatar, who's basically printing money with liquid gold and has been funding universities, NGOs, anti-American, anti-Israel? That's where Al Jazeera is based. None of this is new to anybody that's been following Qatar. Now, as far as Tucker goes, here's how this works. Is Tucker being funded by Qatar? Well, no one in their right mind would be like, yo, here's your money, buddy. No, you use an intermediary or a third party to act as the sort of bagman to collect the money. Because in America, there's something called the FARA, F-A-R-A, the Foreign Agent.
Yeah.
Find out what the FARA thing is. Foreign Agent
registry,
registry and associate, whatever it is.
Registration Act.
Angels, I thought.
There you go.
You were
Foreign
close.
Agents Registration Act.
There you go. So if you take money from a foreign entity, you have to register as that. But if you allegedly have a third party in between. There's a way of doing this. This is what Qatar is doing. I'm not breaking anybody news. Anybody who's been following Qatar knows that they've already done it in Europe. If you look at Europe, why is Europe such a dysfunction? Everyone I talk to, whether it's Germany, whether it's
Qatar
UK
made
or
Europe
Paris, they
dysfunctional
say the
now.
following. Oh, dude, Europe has fallen. Qatar has bought every official, every diplomat, every single person in Europe. And if you look at what's going on in Europe, that's what they're trying to do with America. And who's the easiest people to do in America? The left, the progressives. You ever
Yeah.
see that interview with the one guy? I think he was interviewed by...
For sure, Brody.
It starts with a D. He's been on the
Starts
show.
with a
Indian
D.
guy. He's very
Dinesh
conservative.
D'Souza?
Dinesh
Dinesh.
D'Souza. He goes, Dinesh, respect to you. He goes, why do hardcore Muslim extremists vote or give their money to the progressive leftists? He goes, oh, it's so easy to understand. They have no values. They have no principles. They'll take the money. They'll say whatever. A man's a woman. A woman's a man. You know, go.
I
have
believe him.
abortion, Energy. You can find that clip. Agreed. He goes, I don't give money. There's no Muslim conservatives in Congress, by the way. Zero. They're all on the left because they have no values, they have no principles, is basically what he said. So to get back to this concept of Tucker, here's what I know for sure. If you want an easy softball interview and you're a thug, like
Muslim conservatives,
Putin,
one of their
if
biggest
you're a
reasons
terrorist
Kamala
state
lost,
like
yeah.
Iran, if you're funding terrorism around the world, go to Qatar. Go down to Tucker and get your little softball interview. There'll be zero pushback. He's not going to refute any claims that you say. He's just going to sit there and do this stupid looking face. And then when you say something, and that's Tucker. I would 100% go on Tucker if I was a foreign autocrat and I wanted a zero pushback on that. Now, I was believing the president of Iran. Death to America? No, we don't want death to America. We want to give you a big hug and kill you with love. Does anybody believe that? Well, apparently 20% of our audience believes that.
Where's that poll at right now, Rob? I'm curious. Keep going on. Just wondering
Yeah,
where that
I mean, the one last thing I'll say is this. You want to have respect from me, Tucker? Go interview the people in Iran. Go interview the people that have been suffering from the Iranian regime for the last 46 years. Go interview those people and see what they have to say. Because I guarantee you're going to get a completely different response. Those people want to see the Iranian regime go and go immediately. But you're going to sit there with the president of Iran and take him at face value and then just smile. It's pathetic.
Here's where I'm going to be, okay? To me, Tom, I think Iraq attacked Iran the moment Shah fell and they saw weakness, and that's where the opportunity came in with Saddam. I don't think Khomeini had a bone of military background in him to know how to have any kind of attacks being done. So they were exposed because he killed off a couple thousand of Shah's generals and colonels and leaders. So their military was dismantled, and Iraq saw that as an opportunity. But again, that's a war that happened. It cost a lot of innocent people's lives. But for them to say nothing, the amount of fatwas Khomeini put, didn't Khomeini put a fatwa on Salman Rushdie? They put so many fatwas. Even, Ruhollah Khamenei recently said death upon America. They talked about John Bolton. They talked about all these other guys. Stop with this nonsense bullshit that you're all innocent and it's not death upon America. When I was in Iran and we would learn how to write, it's so important. Iranians take writing very seriously, and they would teach you how to write like
art.
Honestly, it was like I would have a hard time with it because it was like art the way you would write.
It's a hieroglyphic
and the way
type
you would go. It was so
amazing.
beautiful.
Yep.
Iran gave us
Hieroglyphic type system.
Iran gave us some of the most incredible poets of all time. So what is poetry? Words. What do words have? A lot of power. You mean to tell me that you can say death upon America and you don't really mean what it means? Let me get this straight for you. You'd say something like that to an average guy who may take it. Do you know when we had the professor that came from Harvard that was doing a study about
the police brutality?
Was there really a bias on police
yeah.
attacks on blacks?
That's right, police attacks on blacks, and he came up with the report a couple times, and he went on Barry Weiss, if you remember, and then we brought him in here. Do you know what was the other research he was doing? Do you know what was the other research he was doing that he was going to be launching? What? The impact of hip-hop. You know how they say CIA was involved with hip-hop? The impact that hip-hop had on kids. You know what he said? He gave a glimpse of what his research was coming along with. He said hip-hop didn't have a negative influence in the ghetto. Hip hop didn't have a negative influence in streets like, Baltimore or Compton or LA, because they're living hip hop. He said hip hop had a negative influence in the suburbs of a bunch of white kids being raised who started listening to hip hop, and the words of hip hop got them to act, commit crimes, became criminals, act like they're gangsters. Why? Because words have power. What is the song by Tupac that said cost his life? What does it start off with? That's why you bitch, you fat mother, right? And he goes into it, right? He calls out everybody in that thing.
Hit
right?
him up, right?
Hit him up, yeah. And if you to DMX, you go to Bone Thugs and Hum, more murder, come again, right? Easy E, real mother. You go listen to all the lyrics here. These lyrics, and when you listen to these words, they do something to you. If you're telling me Mad About America doesn't have any meaning, then stop saying it.
Right.
Why don't you stop saying it? Why don't you stop saying those words? Why don't other countries say it? Because a 12-year-old kid is going to hear it, and they're going to be like, I'm so loyal to Khamenei, I'm so loyal to you, that I'm actually going to act upon these words of death upon America. I'm actually willing to go commit suicide because I may have a place in heaven if I'm able to commit suicide and do it for my country, do it for my religion. What other religion goes out there and tells you to go commit suicide for your religion? Have we taught that, Tom? Christianity? Are we taught to go commit suicide on behalf of our God? What does our God say if we commit suicide?
Go into no. It says go into all the world and teach people about me, baptize them, and teach them to obey.
What does Christianity teach you about suicide?
Teach you about suicide? Well, the Catholics seem to believe that it's an unforgivable sin, but the Bible doesn't indicate that suicide
Is there
some fatal
anything
sin.
in there, Tom? Is there anything in the Bible that encourages you to commit suicide? To
No,
show respect
there's
to
nothing,
Jesus.
especially nothing to kill
Catholics
yourself
believe
and
in
to
that?
off other people.
Do Catholics
no.
believe in that? Do Jews believe in that?
No.
Do Scientologists believe in that?
If you're
Do
talking about
Mormons
suicide
believe in
bombers,
that?
no.
Who believes in suicide bombers? Only one religion. Why is that? Why?
And by the way, none of the guys in charge
Yeah,
think
it
it's a
says
good
it,
idea.
so-
By the way, none of the clerics will
says
say,
it in
I'm
the
going to do it
Quran.
first, I'll
Yeah.
show you how. They
Well-
want everybody else to.
Well, the challenge here becomes you can fool a percentage of people that hear that. Like my follow-up would have been, Tucker would have had an opportunity to have so many additional follow-ups there to that one specific topic, similar to the way he pushed Ted Cruz. Because to me, that Ted Cruz interview was phenomenal. That Ted Cruz interview was incredible for both sides.
Yeah.
It was great for both sides. I thought that was one of the best interviews he's ever done. You know, that interview ended up getting the podcast to go all the way to the top. I think he was #1 for like a week or so. It was that good of an interview on Spotify. He crushed it with that interview. That's the pushback that we sometimes need with these guys, to ask the follow-up. Really? That's what you say? What about that? He knows how to do it. He did it with Ted. He knows how to do it. He knows how to ring again. He knows how to bring some of that stuff up. So, to me, the only argument I would make on behalf of Tucker why he wasn't able to push it was because maybe the other side said, we will only do the interview if you don't push, and you only have 28 minutes. And Tucker had a list of 7 questions to ask in those 28 minutes, and he knew he couldn't stay on that one topic. And he even said at the beginning of the interview, there's some questions I'm not going to be asking because we all know we're not going to be getting the answers. Well, that applies to anybody, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you can ask Ted some questions about AIPAC. Are you really going to get all the answers on this whole thing about, Qatar is doing what they're doing with the money? So is Israel with AIPAC. So we can't say that's also not happening. This isn't a part of that. The only difference for me here, I'm not going to sit here. By the way, just so everybody knows, I don't make friends when I take these positions, because I don't fully gain my Israel audience, and I don't fully gain my the lady yesterday, because the VT News contest winners were over here, and they had a chance to come through here, and
Heather and the crew.
Yeah, Heather and the crew, and I had cigars with them last night at the cigar lounge. It was Heather Irby, who's she's listening on the way to the airport. Loris Spatofra, I think he came all the way from Montreal, if I'm not mistaken. And we had Zach Geoff, who were here. Very nice gift. Zach, that gift that you gave me is in my car, just so you know. Vinny says as well. The scripture, it's in my car, and I read through it. But we're sitting there last night. You know what she says? She says, I follow the comment section so closely. And it's so interesting. 1 minute, you know, the Muslims are so happy that you're calling out Israel, and 1 minute the Jews hate you, and the next minute the Jews are so supportive of what you're saying about Muslims, and the next minute Muslims hate you. It's like nobody really knows. I'm like, look, what do you want us to do? We're not making friends here with the positions I'm making. We kind of telling you where it is. But the reality of it is, you want me to sit here and believe that death upon America is not what it means? Get the hell out of here. Trying to talk to people as if they're dumb. You know, trying to, then change your language. Language is a form of art in your country, Iran. You know how powerful language is. Change it. You have the right. By the way, what says Khomeini and the president cannot stand up today? Today. What says today? Khamenei and the president of Iran cannot stand up in front of their people and say, moving forward, we can no longer use the words death upon America and death upon Israel. Can you say that? Can you say that? Can you get up and tweet that? Can Khamenei on his Twitter account that is still active till today, can he get up there and say, moving forward, we are a religion of peace. And as a religion of peace, leading the rest of the world, we will no longer be using the phrase death upon America and death upon Israel, even though the amount of damage that they've done to our great country of Iran. Let's just say you say that, even with that last sentence. I would retweet that if they put that up there, but they won't do it because it's part of their profile. Because it's what they believe in deep down inside. That rage, that anger is in them. And they keep duplicating that with others. So yes, to the people that are upset that Tucker did the interview, I am so glad he did the interview. Phenomenal job with the interview. Because you either are being sold into a bunch of BS propaganda that death upon America really means, you know, it's a shot at crime. You really are that naive? If you're really that naive, wait till you see what's in store for you in the future. If you're that naive, wait till you see what's in store for you in the future. Wait. Naive people are going to get, I can't use this word, but it's going to get very bad for naive people in many different ways. You're going to fall for it, you're going to fall for it, and you're going to fall for it, and then eventually you're going to be like, oh my God, I thought it was just, but that person on social media was saying this, but I thought they were all good. No. Naive people get destroyed. Wake up, folks. Wake up. Only the paranoid survive. Wake up. That's what's going to be happening. These guys are trying to sell you a bunch of propaganda, and unfortunately, some people are buying it.
I want to ask you this. Speaking of Khomeini, you know, he came out and just made his first appearance since the World War. Makes first public appearance since Iran-Israel started. He came out, and of course, he comes out and he says, Iran had delivered a slap to America's face by striking the U.S. base in Qatar, warning against further U.S. or Israel attacks and aggression.
Hysterical.
Right, like after we just destroyed their nuclear program, took out all their sites, zero missile defense at this point, but they're the ones that, you know, took out our base in Qatar. And then you see what Trump's response was. He goes, look, man, you're a man of great faith, a man who's highly respected in his country, but you have to tell the truth, buddy. You got beat to hell. This is what Trump said to Khomeini. So here's my question to you. They just lie and lie and lie. If you're Tucker, or if you're Tucker's producer, and you push back against Ted Cruz, we saw what you can do. But then you give zero pushback against the president of Iran, who's lying to your face. Why does Tucker not push back in your eyes? And if they say, listen, you have a half hour, please don't push back.
I think that's the reason. I honestly think that's the reason.
Then you're
why
blocked.
no
You're
vehicle
faithful.
come?
So which one is it?
I'm not going there. I'm not going there. I just think you have 28 minutes. Sometimes when you got a 28-minute interview, your job is, because remember, in the court, he's a journalist. So it's like what? Here's the questions. Go, audience, react. Yes. And make up your mind, right? The podcast, this was not a podcast. What he did here was a Fox News interview. That's what that was.
With the translator.
But the Ted Cruz is a podcast. By the way, the Putin was a podcast. The Putin is not the Fox. We had 2 hours with the guy. Putin gave you 2 hours. He could have pushed with Putin. I don't criticize him on this one. On this one, I just think the only a little bit was death upon America. We've always been a religion of peace and all this other stuff. Yeah, he had 28.
I
It's
look
very
at,
hard to
I
do.
look at it a
28.
little bit differently.
Let's
If
talk.
he went to Russia to interview Putin, we saw how he just like made how the train stations are so amazing. I would argue when you're in
Let's
the
see who
presence
crushes who.
in the Kremlin, maybe you don't want to do a little pushback. All right, fear for your life. We just talked about some guy who just suicided himself.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
You're doing a freaking Zoom interview with the president of Iran, and he who lies to your face about death to America, and you're like, all right, next question. You don't want to push back 30 seconds, Tucker. You don't want to take 30 seconds for 28 minutes to maybe give a little pushback. To me, that you talk about how Dan Bongino or Kash Patel or Pam Bondi are losing credibility. This is why you lose credibility. You're not going to push back for 30 seconds, bro.
I see your point there.
It's weak.
But I do see it a little differently. If I got 28 minutes, I want to get as many answers out of him as I can. And if he gives me that Death to America, I think in my head, I'm going to put a narration on the front of that, and I'm going to call this guy out on the short clip. And I'm going to publish the clip. I'm going to say, and then I asked him this about bop, 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 bop. And then he did this. I can clip that later because I got my answer and I can go with it. And it would be so obvious to the jury of public opinion that sits out there. But in 28 minutes, I want to get as many answers out of him as possible, which gives me as many places to go as possible. In my
So
opinion.
you're saying that
Thank you. A share of your fee is in your account.
Hey, this stuff's got my senses boosted. Hear that?
Competition. Taste my leg.
Eso te pasa por meterte con... ¡Ah!
you'd basically justify not pushing back after the fact, but not during the interview.
No, during the interview, it's like, that was a long question. Which part of that are you going to push back on? You're going to go, wait a minute.
Just the whole
Did you
thing.
just say all that? That's a
Exactly.
long question from the guy.
I mean, all you had to do was with this goofy chuckle and just like laugh
Go
at the
ahead,
guy's
Benny.
face.
Well, my
The fact
thing
that he
is, and I
takes
think
his
Pat, me and
answer.
you talked about it a couple days ago when it actually happened, saying I'm not even going to ask him this because we know what the answer is going to be. I don't like that. Ask it so I could see the guy's body language. I want to see his face. I want to
Bingo.
see, even if he goes whatever BS, I want to look because we're not dumb.
Thank
but we
you,
could,
Vinny.
we could tell a body language question. Don't be soft in that sense, and that's where
We're
people
not
start asking
dumb, they
questions
said.
about, and don't get me wrong, I absolutely love Tucker. I think he's one of the most important voices to do, especially this type of stuff. But I do agree, you're gonna push back, especially Death to America, and you're one of the most pro-American patriots out there. I would have been like, whoa, seriously, bro, seriously, just something.
One pushback.
One
Just
pushback.
one
But I
little
get it.
pushback.
And you nailed it.
4
He's doing,
seconds.
he's doing Zoom, bro,
0
with the interpreter. It's less than 28
I don't
minutes.
know. Listen, guys, I hope he does more of these. So I know this is not a popular for some of you guys. I hope he does more of these. And there's nobody that gets more criticism when you interview crazy people like this, but we need more. We need them talking. So in whatever context that you get a person talking, get them talking, okay? Let them talk. And with that, this to me is a success because I get to see, because at the end of the day with Iran, with everything that they're going through, this was the closest Iran got to regime change. Closest. Iran got to regime change in 46 years, and that's gone. Oh, period. It's gone to the next one. And who knows when the next one's going to be coming around. Again, that doesn't mean that there's not a surprise and an ace up Trump's sleeve that something could happen in the next few weeks or few months. Because one thing Trump's made very clear, I freaking love it. I know most people don't like it. He's made himself very unpredictable. It is such a great quality when it comes out
It's
to
such a
being
great quality that Trump has
president
no
that's
idea
against
what
his
he's
enemies.
doing.
And you need to stay a little bit unpredictable, and he's doing that. The lemon box that we launched, okay, this campaign that we launched with the messages, Rob, if you can go to it. I absolutely love the stories that we're getting, the testimonies that we're getting, Rob. Okay, the Zested Forward, that you open it up with a video being played with the hat and the merch being in it, and it's a heartfelt message to people that are going through tough times.
According to the Department of Justice, Jeffrey Epstein was not murdered, and there was no client list. Well, that's convenient.
A new Justice Department memo reveals that the Justice Department has no evidence that convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed powerful people or kept a client list or was murdered in prison. The memo, first reported by Axios, is a sharp turn from the Trump administration's insistence that there was much more to uncover. Even Attorney General...
See, that's what it was, is that they should have never said that. Like, how is it that you said that, but there was nothing to look at? Because they played this up so fucking hard for years.
Pam Bondi pushed that theory while in office. Take a look.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
So it wasn't the files. She was explicitly asked about a list, and she said, it's sitting on my desk. It is referring directly back to the question about a list.
But today, the White House says she didn't really mean to suggest that the list itself was on her desk.
She was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that.
Joining us now to discuss the
Who the fuck believes this shit? Who the fuck believes this shit? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, it's semantics, yeah. It's...
CNN's Evan Perez and Axios' Alex Eisenstadt, who broke the story on Axios. And Alex, I have to say, I'm with the people that still have questions.
Yeah, I
about
think
this.
a lot of people
I kind
are.
of don't buy the nothing to see here, and I don't know that the Justice Department helped their case. They released this video. Let's show it. It shows no one entered the area surrounding Epstein's cell in the hours before he died. But there's something significant about this videotape. What is it?
Well, here's one thing that some people
There's
on the
a minute
internet
missing.
are picking up on, which is that there is about a minute missing between 11:58 p.m. 58 seconds and 12 a.m. the night that Epstein was apparently killed or died. And so
the official story is that he died by suicide. That's what then Trump Attorney General Bill Barr said
So we'll
years
just
ago.
died. And so now there are, it's going to intensify more conspiracy theories about what happened the night
Absolutely.
of Epstein's death. And of course, you have the DOJ and FBI now, which are trying to extinguish a lot of these conspiracy theories. But that's not happened today online. If you look at the MAGAverse, they're inflamed about this.
Well, I mean,
yeah, I wonder fucking why.
Offense to Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, but they had a hand in igniting some of these conflagrations. I mean, in February, the White House...
Yeah, they never had... that you did not have to go so hard about saying that it was going to come out if it wasn't going to come out or you weren't sure about it. So there's there are two outcomes that could have happened. Outcome number one is that they didn't actually know what they were talking about and they were just talking shit. Outcome number two is that they're hiding it. Both of them are awful.
House invited these conservative MAGA influencers to get a first look at the declassified documents related to the Epstein case. Look at that, all those binders. They gave them binders that said Epstein Files
there it
Phase
is.
1. And Evan, at the time...
Apparently, there's only one face.
Wrote that this is something of a self-own for the Justice Department. Why?
It's absolutely a cell phone. It is 100% a cell phone.
It absolutely was. Those binders, those documents in those binders, all of that was public for years. And that's what the influencers found out. When they opened it up, they're like, wait a minute. All this stuff
Wait a
is
minute.
out there.
We already know all this.
the Justice Department could have helped themselves and perhaps reduce the embarrassment if they had just picked up the phone and talked to some of the prosecutors in New York and some of the FBI agents who had done this case, and they could have told them all of this stuff has been out there. But you know why they didn't do that is because they fired all these people, so they didn't have anybody to talk to.
They could have asked them afterwards too. They could no, that's not it. They did it because it made them look good. I think that's the reason why.
Right? And so, you know, this is something that they have absolutely fanned. And
so I agree with the questioning here. Does this make me a liberal or an independent since I voted for Trump? Can you guys please stop fucking trying to make every decision? Like, you don't have to label yourself. Sometimes, like, it's just, I really wish that they would take the Democrat and the Republican and the Independent and the Green Party and the Libertarian labels off of the voting ballots. So you don't have people that go in there and they just fucking straight ticket vote for a bunch of people. I think this is so, like, it's such a bad way to do things. It's good, yes, just take that shit off. You don't have to be a Democrat to see that this is a fuck up. People are so attached to being completely 100% right or being completely, or the other side being completely 100% wrong. Nothing in life works that way. Literally nothing does. And so basically, you're living in a lie. Stop trying to live in a lie.
Now they own this, and that is part of the problem here. And they've been struggling with what to do about this, Jake, for some time, because agents spent overnight shifts redacting these documents, and then what they ended up with were pages that were filled with blackout.
Yeah.
They cannot release it because it would re-victimize some of the victims.
Bullshit. Bullshit. There are all the times videos that are found, they're reviewed by crime investigations units. The crimes investigation units look and they identify the people that are in these videos, and then they go out and they find those fucking people. This happens constantly. This is bullshit. You don't have to publish it. You don't have to release the video, but you have to have somebody review the video who's part of the FBI or somebody like that and say, oh, I think I know who maybe this person is. You see what I'm saying? It's bullshit. It's total bullshit. They can censor faces. They can take, if you have the entire, like this is, let's say this is the frame, right? This is a person. That's it. That's all you need to do. You don't need to fucking go and redo everything and publish the whole video. Nobody is asking for this. Nobody wants this. So what they're doing, this is what's happening, is that they are creating this false, it's like a straw man to argue against, where it's like, oh, well, of course we can't release the video. It's child sexual abuse. We don't want you to release the video. We want you to act on the people that were in the videos. Fucking duh. That's absolutely what it is. How is that possible? Yes, no one is asking for the videos.
Federal law, there's Privacy Act. So
bullshit.
That's
There's
what they
nothing
were
to do with
They
it.
were realizing that they were going to release a bunch of black pages that would have only fanned the conspiracy.
And Alex, a lot of people in the MAGA world are very
really the whole thing. You can't redact the names. Why does everything need to be redacted, and not just the names? Who decides that?
upset, very disappointed with Attorney General Bondi, very upset with the director and deputy director of the FBI, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. Mike Lindell of My Pillow fame.
Bro, if you lost Mike Lindell, this guy went to war for Donald. He did. Bro, this guy... This is insane. To lose him, like, that's wrong, bro. He lost cat turd? I think that might even be worse. That's really bad. I work in a field where I redact stuff all the time. You absolutely can redact names and info that lead to identifying victims that lead other stuff in. Maybe that's the case, maybe not.
On X, as trusted voices like Bongino, Cash, and Bondi align with the official story, many are asking who's still willing to demand real answers. Laura Loomer, who I only cite because apparently she has influence with President Trump.
Gets people fired.
She got National Security Council people fired. She posted, if Attorney General Bondi doesn't get fired over this Epstein memo, people are going to be so black-pilled.
Fucking based. You can't say that you had it on your desk. You can't say that you had the bullets in the chamber and then not fire the gun. Bullshit. Absolutely. And also, why is it that we haven't gone after all of these people that are making these crazy statements online about shooting Trump or burning down Teslas? Like, why are they not talking about that? They're not going after any of these people. It's I don't know what the fuck she's doing, but it certainly doesn't seem like working to me.
They were obviously hoping for a different outcome.
This is crazy.
I find it hard to believe that we still don't know
where you are now.
Thanks. Try to find it. What is?
All of it. The city, the bustle, the crowds. It's overwhelming.
So let's get you back to safety. The garage.
By driving. Through the streets.
Well, yeah. Afraid so.
Fine. Take me there. Just get me out of here. Let me know when I'm safe. You're
okay.
In, but do take it slow. And try not to hit anything.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go around the traffic circle. You see that? Okay, here we go. Through the roundabout. Wow. Just a nice coast down the hill. Not hitting anything. Alright, here we go. We're gonna merge into traffic. Wow, look at us go.
We're going to die.
Light's green. Great, it's red again. Fucking cop. Honk honk.
Finally. Oh, I shan't be alone here.
See? Wasn't so bad.
It was horrifying. But still, I thank you. Welcome to the Delamain Network. How are you today?
Yeah, I've been better. And you, Del?
All of my missing assets have returned to the fold. You might say all is going swimmingly. I ask you please to stop by my office for your hard-earned reward. I'd love to thank you face to face, so to speak. Hello, miss. I forgot to
That was a
remind you
good one to
return
do
the
last.
stamp. If you happen to have it on your person, I'd ask you please place it back. You've accounted for all my lost items. Allow me to express my gratitude for your assistance.
Felt like a scavenger hunt for a range of your mood swings. You're more complex than I thought.
Yes. Well, I've sent the final installment of your fee. Truly, I thank you once again.
Thanks. Pleasure to work with you.
Likewise.
Who put this grenade again? I didn't say equip that dumbass smoke grenade.
Look forward to doing so again in the future. A pleasant day to you.
What's it like for an AI in a world that runs on gray matter?
Nothing extraordinary. It's a complex environment that follows its own set of rules.
Seriously? Oh, term I was looking for was chaotic clusterfuck.
Perhaps only a true outsider can appreciate the beauty of its fractal architecture, the structure of life and death here. In my opinion, it is the chaotic elements that give it an advantage, the ability to evolve quickly.
Admirer of beauty, are ya?
When you live among humans, it is essential to find a shared, fundamental point of understanding. Truth and good are values proven to cause division, whereas beauty is universal.
What's it like for an AI in a world that runs on gray matter?
Nothing.
Oh, so much about this case.
Yeah, and I don't think the conspiracy theories are ever going to stop. But big picture, this is sort of what happens when you have the MAGA influencerization of the DOJ and the FBI, right? You put Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, who before going into the FBI were MAGA influencers.
Talking about this stuff.
Yes. Yeah. So now they come in and there are high expectations.
This was a massive thing. It was a gigantic thing.
They were going to deliver. They came up empty-handed, and so there's a lot of anger about that. And the MAGA universe is not happy today.
Well, after months of teasing the release of new information about the accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein and his alleged client list, the Justice Department, well, they're now saying that no evidence or such a list actually existed, or that Epstein was murdered. The DOJ saying it does not plan to release any new documents on the matter, and writing today in a memo, quote, there was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged parties. Joining me now is CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez and CNN legal analyst Elliot Williams. Evan,
Interested in some work?
Hello.
Doing what?
A business opportunity. Cargo transport. Get from A to B, quick and quiet. Interested?
I'm listening.
It's simple. You go to the Kabuki waterfront, collect the package, give me a call, then I tell you how to deliver it. Very straightforward.
Mm-hmm. Everything except my pay.
Don't worry, there's a bonus in it for you. Imported and duty-free.
Duty-free and detail-free.
Yes, but altogether fair. It's a simple job, generously compensated. Do you accept?
Yeah, sure, I'm in.
Good. Head to the Kabuki.
Okay, just stop talking to me so I can talk to the robot.
Law and order guarantee citizens a safe life. So you have tens of thousands of videos, but you can't identify a single person in those videos?
You're telling me you can't recognize Donald Trump banging a little girl
What are
in
the
a video?
odds? That's supposedly CP? That's not what I said. Do you really think that nobody has ever looked at that stuff to find out and figure out who the fuck does this? I understand this is a very, very dark conversation. But there are absolutely investigative units that go through stuff like that as a necessary action in order to find the people that did it.
Why aren't we at the hospital?
They do it. Why isn't it happening? Why would they screen record the adult? Why would they screen record it to begin with?
You've reported on this for, I think, years on some level now. Tell us how this memo kind of came to be, how this case became such a fixation.
Well, the case became a fixation in part because the Attorney General and other people around President Trump have fanned the flames of this conspiracy, that there was some bombshell hidden in these Epstein documents. And everyone has known, certainly a lot of the documents that the Justice Department has been looking at, they've been out in public already for years, because you remember some of his co-defendants went on trial after his 2019 suicide. So this is no surprise to anyone who's been paying attention, but for people inside the Justice Department who certainly encourage...
People have already been working backwards and
What are you doing, BB?
Have already made a conclusion. Yeah. If it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it looks like a duck. People spend months telling you, boys, let me tell you something about that animal. That's a motherfucking duck. And then after fucking 3 years, they go, guys, it turns out it was a...
Hey, Rogue. Got the scratch. Got the cred for the Hellman job.
Fine. Anders Hellman, flick me the deeds. 2, please. Make some room. Sit down.
Hope you found him.
Don't see that often. Determination like yours.
Can I just sit on top of this guy?
Matter of life and death.
Oh, I'm just next
Haven't
to him.
heard that for a while either. Bottle stays. Go ahead. Enjoy.
Thanks, but I'll pass.
Hell's wrong with you?
Good stuff. Your loss. Thanks, Nix.
Queen of the afterlife. Who would have thunk?
Got a shard for you. Intel. Interesting stuff.
Let's see what you got.
I'm chipping in.
Your Hellman's not on any payroll, not officially anyway. But he does pop up in GNT's confidential stacks. It's a Kang Tao subsidiary, Chinese corp. Kang Tao's been using them as a fig leaf for years. They're masked for more sensitive operations. All that clear?
Probably keeping him hidden from Arasaka. Must have worked on a top secret project.
Mm-hmm. Hidden from Arasaka or any other megacorp that wants what he knows. Decrypted map of upcoming Kang Tao convoy routes.
Think Hellman might be in one of them? Thing is, which one?
Take a look at the specs on this one. A lone AV, no ground support, no linked cargo manifests either.
Weird.
Sure, Kang Tao sometimes transports stuff unregistered if they want to push it under the table. But catch the load on this AV. Already approved in the system, but too low. So definitely no cargo on board. But there's a passenger list. Kang Tao security detail plus 1 VIP. Transfer from Chan T.
Our boy Hellman.
That was the good news.
There it is.
So what's the bad news?
Bad news is the extraction site. Look, Night City airspace. All this.
Uh-huh. No way to jack the transport without the NCPD picking up on it.
And here, we're too close to Kang Tao. We even give that AV a dirty look, their backup hustle will be on us. But, right here's Jackson Plains. Narrow corridor, just outside the city, and just out of Kang Tao's reach.
Guess it's your lucky day.
Dead zone. I'll grab him there.
Gonna need a native to the area. Someone who'll set up the op, cobble together the gear.
So a native. Know any hick mercs?
Just one. Pan Palmer. She can't count on her clan anymore, but she's a true nomad. She knows those lands. And she will help you. Won't have a choice.
Won't have a choice? Does not sound enticing. Not for her, not for me.
Enticing comes at a price you can't possibly afford.
Can't possibly afford to blow this chance at nabbing Hellman.
Your operation, your call.
Got a bad feeling, V.
Can't be trusted if her clan banished her. Sorry, just not willing to pay you for help like that.
Actually, she walked away. Said it was about the family, its future, nomad ideals, blah, 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 blah. I stopped listening a few words in.
Thought you preferred to know who you're dealing with.
I know enough. Besides, when someone starts spouting ideals, it's probably about something else. Power, usually. Fortunately, not my biz, not yours. Pan Am's capable and stands to help you. That's all you need to know.
Why's Pan Am gotta help me? I sense a catch. Pretty big one.
Occasionally, Pan Am moves merch for me. Last job? Well, wasn't a good day for her.
She run into a hitch.
Complete bust, actually. Lost the goods and her ride. Pan Am will do anything to get the load back. Means her dignity. I know her.
Okay. Guess I can try to help her, but if we don't know where to look, I mean...
We do. I do.
Fine, let me hear what you know.
Rocky Ridge, ghost town just outside Night City. Pan Am knows where. You'll go there, get the merch back, wheels too. Naturally, you'll call her first. Sending you her deeds.
Finally.
All clear. Thanks.
Let's get out of here.
Good luck.
Fucking pelican, can you believe that? Wow, who would have guessed? Damn, it was actually a dog. It's a chicken.
This kind of belief out.
Ugh, gonna puke.
there, they're now having to admit that there's really no there there. And you see in the memo, it says a systematic review.
Somebody says the amount of people who don't care about this are greater than the ones who do. Let's see if this affects his poll numbers. I think that a lot of people view this like, and this is the issue, is that Donald Trump has been attacked for a lot of things that I think are bullshit. Like, for example, like him, Donald Trump used an anti-Semitic slur. He called somebody a Shylock. That means he hates Jews. Just, no, stop. Stop. And there's been so much Donald Trump being a bad guy alarmism that I think that people just reflexively defend him. Because so much of it is bullshit. This isn't bullshit. This is real.
Revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions, or that he was murdered. Again, all of these things were known. It's just that there was a certain part of the internet, and certainly on Twitter, a lot of MAGA believers who...
I hate how he's trying to compartmentalize this onto the internet, which is like, it's partially true. I mean, to be fair, he's kind of right. But I do think that he's trying to downplay it as well. I also think, I'm going to go even farther, that I think that the ownership of these large media companies, it is also in their best interest to cover this in a way that is dismissive. I do. I think it's in their best interest.
Believe that there was something here that was being hidden.
Yeah, and look, the White House, I think on some level, was active participants at some elements of those corners of the internet. What did the White House say about this case earlier today?
Well, today they had to react to the fact that just a couple of months ago, the Attorney General on Fox News seemed to indicate that there was a client list sitting on her desk, and now what they're saying what she's referring to is just that she was looking at the larger number of documents.
Well, she answered the question wrong then. It's that simple. Somebody asked, is there a list? And she says, yeah, it's on my desk. Okay, well then, I wasn't talking about a list? Okay, well then you said the wrong thing.
Are out there.
It's that simple.
Again, they held an event at the White House where they brought in all the MAGA influencers to look at these binders, which ended up being documents that had been on the internet and had been available publicly.
Yep.
Elliot, before I ask you a question, I want to play that sound that Evan was just talking about. Take a listen.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
Right there.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said?
We got Cartesian do lists, Uridine stuff, Tainted Overlord.
Any samurai?
Kid, you even gotta ask? Never fade away. Dancing with my axe, chipping in, you name it, we got it. Silverhand was the one true messiah of rock. I'd hand them records out like candy if I could. But a guy's gotta eat.
Now looking for the real deal. Like, say, bootlegs from Samurai's first gigs?
Fuck. First, you have got no idea what you're asking for. Not if you're so chilled about it. Don't know how you found out about them bootlegs, but forget it. Not gonna give them to the first gonk off the street.
I used to come here back when it was still Rainbow Cadenza. Bootleg sure would make a nice souvenir of the good old days.
Cut the scop. You're too young to remember the first samurai gigs. Weren't even a twinkle in your daddy's karoshis.
Hey, appearances can be deceiving. How do you know this pretty face ain't an implant?
All right, punk. Prove it. How'd Samurai's third ever gig end?
Hey, Johnny, get your digital ass out here. Feed me my lines.
How about this? Fuck you, V ain't your stupid sidekick.
Well, can't wait all day.
Fucking hell, Johnny. Why the sabotage? Why now?
Because it's funny. Because I'm bored. Maybe I don't like the cut of your conformist jib.
You always freeze up like this?
Played our third gig at Cadenza. Little fire broke out. Some drunk gonks tried to put it out with beer. Denny's fro got singed. Wore a wig for a few weeks. Never did get herself any tech hair.
Hang on. Now I remember. There was fire. Poor Denny. Poor Denny's hair.
I almost forgot. Heard Johnny started it, actually. Tossed a cig that was still glowing.
Bullshit. That cig was Carrie's, no doubt. But hey, any trouble's Johnny's fault.
Still don't believe you were there. But what the hell? Only a real fan can know something like that. Hey, anyways, gotta educate the youth. Maybe you'll find something special under the table. Go on, have at it.
Much appreciated.
Take it. Spread the good Silver Hand word. Death to corpos.
You know, they say time is the best teacher. Used to think that was true. But look at that guy. 60 at least, but still living in 2020.
Guy's your biggest fan. Not happy to meet him?
Blusaka Tower to smithereens, and it's still standing there. Just the same. Don't want people getting stuck in a rut, stuck in the past. Want them to change. Them and the world.
In 60 years. Something must have changed.
Know what changed? The damn facade. Fresh interface plugs, new high fructose scop syrup, and fun fruity flavors. A new face of Arasaka, same old shit, different packaging.
Something's changing. Maybe we can't see it, but there's change all the same.
Sure. Now almost nobody remembers when a person wasn't just a meat bag full of secondhand implants.
Oh my gosh.
Not yet.
Elliot used to work for the Justice.
Whoa. But how did you? But how do you know it? How do you know they have the list if you haven't even seen the list?
An attorney general saying that, and then a memo like this coming into the public sphere.
The file was on our desk. That's not what they said.
It's embarrassing what happened.
It is embarrassing.
Phil. Look, the Attorney General, and this is to Evan's point a moment ago, sort of fanned the flames of these truly bonkers, I won't say the full word, conspiracy theories that have been allowed to infiltrate not just American life, but also the government at the highest levels. There are basic facts here that we ought to accept. Number one, Jeffrey Epstein did really bad things to many people. And number two, Jeffrey Epstein killed himself in prison before he could face trial. Those are facts. That is truth. Any suggestion to the contrary is simply not held by serious people. And the Attorney General herself.
Okay, fine. What about all the other people in the island? What about all that?
Quite frankly, is responsible for allowing some of this nonsense to get out there. Now, thankfully, the Justice Department has put this memorandum out there, but this is just a bad look for the Justice Department. It's actually quite shameful.
Elliot, is it normal for DOJ?
In my opinion, this might be unpopular, but I don't think that it's that big of a deal if Jeffrey Epstein killed himself or not.
Hello? This Pan Am? V here.
V who? V where? How did you even get this number?
From Rogue.
Great. Fuck. Where's that old warhorse want to kick me now?
This thing between you and Rogue. Couldn't care less. Got a job for you.
Good. But I'm overextended at the moment.
With the merch in your car? Getting him back? I can help with that.
The rail freight yard on Bonita Street. The one hugging the city line. We'll meet there.
See ya.
It's not. Because the real thing is about whether there were other people implicated in this or not. Like, that's basically, like, him killing or not killing himself is an indication of something that's much larger. So it's like, in a way, it's like an indication of that, but it is not that in itself.
You wanted to talk?
To release a memo like this?
It really isn't, Phil, only because...
It's a big deal? Well, it's a big deal for what it means, but not what it is in itself.
The memorandum is really pushing back
is that a weird
conspiracy theories. It's not
a weird way to say
explaining why someone wasn't charged with the crime, or explaining why someone was charged with the crime, or explaining the facts of the case. It is merely put out there to debunk some of this nonsense that the Attorney General actually helped fan the flames up by handing these memos out, these binders out at the White House and so on. So no, it is not common at all. Certainly the Justice Department makes public statements all the time. They make public statements to our reporters, like Evan Perez, and that's fine. But pushing back on conspiracy theories is not a core competency of any member of the Justice Department, and quite frankly, it should not be.
Evan, real quick before I let you go, any repercussions for the Attorney General on this?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can see people on the right, including Lara Loomer.
They already have repercussions. It damaged their entire credibility. Like, this was probably because, and let me let it finish.
She's calling for the Attorney General to be fired. This is not over because the fact that these documents are not out means that these conspiracies will live on.
That's correct. Not yet. And so anyway, why is Ghislaine Maxwell in jail then? Well, because she could have trafficked people to Jeffrey Epstein himself, right? I mean, like, to be fair, like, there is an answer to that. But at the same time, I just can't see how you can't get her to talk and explain who else it was. And anyway, so Filthy Rich Movie is all the Aussie fake. Yeah, so this is the big reason why it's so damaging for Donald Trump. The reason why this is so damaging for Jeffrey Epstein, for this story not to get released, is because Donald Trump was friends with Jeffrey Epstein. That's the main reason why people are flipping out about it. It's because there are photos of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein together over the course of over 10 years. So Elon's old tweet is also, well, yeah, well, that's not the point, right? It's much more than that. So, yeah. Best friends for a decade? I'm not going to say best friends, but they were it seems like they were very good friends. And that being said, there are way too many coincidences. Yes, there are way too many coincidences for this. And so, yeah, the same way you and Rich were friends, they're not close friends for life or anything. Yeah, no, definitely. But like over 10 years and then him making comments about, Jeffrey Epstein's like preferences in women, like it's just, again, and also, by the way, I didn't try to hide that or turn it into something that it wasn't. So it's a very different situation. So it's a very big difference there. And I think that's where the frustration from this is really coming from. That's where a lot of people are very mad about, is that and if it had been some other random ass person, I don't think anybody would have really cared about this. But the big issue more than anything else is the fact that it was, what do you call it? The fact that Trump had such a close connection to Jeffrey Epstein, I think that's what really makes him look bad in this more than anything else. So yeah, you're stretching and speculating? Absolutely I am. Duh! What the fuck do you think we're doing? Yeah, obviously we're speculating. Everybody is. Yeah, and that's what makes the political. Yeah, do you think this is some kind of like a fucking like, I gotcha, you're just speculating, it's not really true? Of course it's true, it's important to speculate, yes. And that's the reason why people aren't trusting it. I think that's what it is more than anything. And I agree with you to an extent, being friends with someone doesn't make you a pedo. I didn't say it did, but I'm saying that whenever you were as close that Jeffrey Epstein was with Donald Trump for such a long time, and then Trump also made comments, Trump was on his jet, like, let's not act like they were just friends, right? They were, I would say they were pretty close. And for then nothing to happen, I think that's really, really fucking sus. That is extremely fucking sus. And I don't know how anybody can say that it's not. For the Epstein stuff, And this is Trump talking about it. I guess this is from today.
Sure. Your memo and release yesterday on Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries.
Yeah.
One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary who was Miami U.S. Attorney, Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape?
Yeah, sure. If
Could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable.
That sounds like he's guilty. I'm just gonna say it. Somebody's gotta say it. Sounds like he's guilty. That's what I would say if I was guilty. You know, like, what is this? So yeah, anyway, yeah, it's a bad look. It's definitely a bad look. It looks really, really, really bad. And so anyway, L take from Trump. It is Trump. Yeah, look. Let me see.
That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and you feel like answering?
Absolutely. By the way, this is the answer. Absolutely, we want to waste the time on this. 100%. The idea that numbers of heads of state and then powerful and influential people were involved in a cover-up that involved, non-consensual forced sex, rape with young and underage girls. Abso-fucking-lutely, that is it.
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Well, did she answer? Like, well, wait a minute. She did. Wait. I paused. Yeah, there's a longer one. Yeah, I want to see this right here.
We have Texas. We have tragedy. What happened.
Okay, here we go.
It just seems like a desecration. But you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said...
You had the files on your desk. You had the list on your desk. You had the files on your desk. That's why it's getting attention, because you said you had it. That's the reason. What happened?
I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed.
That's
meaning
correct.
the file, along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein.
Hey, I'm walking here.
Was it identifiable people? Well, wait a minute. No, yeah. So if he's got all of these videos, who was in the videos?
Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released. Never going to see.
That's not the point. People get arrested for this all the time, and then actual police and investigators make sure and they confirm it's the person that they're convicting, and they do this all the time. This is bullshit.
Light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively. The video was not conclusive, but the...
Well, it's not going to be conclusive when the minute is missing. Yeah, I mean, it's what is this?
Evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999.
Yeah.
So every night the video is reset.
Yeah.
And every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
Guys, what do y'all think about this? What do y'all think about this? Is this a cover-up? I think it's a cover-up too, man. I think it's some real fucking bullshit. And, yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on. It's all a magic show. They want this to blow over so bad. I think they do. And, yeah, there it is. Do you suppose they managed to erase it all before the Trump team got in? If they had managed to erase it all before the Trump team got in, then they should have never said that they had the list. That's the thing, is you should have never said, if you said, oh, well, we don't have the list, as soon as you get in, people would be like, oh yeah, because Biden deleted it, right? That would have been easy. It would have been so easy. People would say that, it would have been over. But no, now this is it. It's fucked up? I think so. Trump win streak is over. It makes them look awful. I don't think that they understand how big of a deal this is for the average public. This, in my opinion, is like a top 5 issue. It really is. It's a massive top 5 issue.
Hi, Betty.
Panam?
So you're V. Where's my car?
Agree to help me, you'll find out.
Oh, fuck no. You will not jerk me around. Tell me where my car is.
Hey, come on. Calm down.
Don't tell me what to do.
Fine.
Yeah.
Know where to find the cargo and your car. But you go alone, you won't get them back. And you could lose something else besides. So let's figure something out.
What do you want?
Need to hit a Kangtao transport. Won't be easy. Wanna know I can count on you.
Are you out of your goddamn mind?
About you or the job. Kangtao's AV route will take it over Jackson Plains. Heard that should help us.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Gonna be a guy on board. Need to talk to him.
Fuck.
In return, info on your cargo, help in getting back what's yours. We got a deal.
I don't know. Shit! All right, deal. But if you want your thing done, we'll need to get my Thornton back first. So where is it?
Car's in Rocky Ridge. You're supposed to know where that is. Car's there, goods are there.
Nash, you dirt-eating bastard. I will strangle you.
Rocky Ridge. Let's go.
Hang on. I should think this through. Fuck. Yes. We'll need backup. We have one brief stop to make on the way.
Wanna tell me where?
Give me a sec. I should call the client. Convince them to leave the bastard hanging.
Going ahead with the deal behind Rogue's back. Brave, I guess. Or fucking dumber than a drum.
Boz, hey. Nash is gonna pass you the merch in Rocky Ridge. The thing is, the motherfucker screwed me over. Boz, I will take care of it. I just need you to give me a chance. Boz, come on. How many times have I moved things for you? And how many times have I failed? You have my word. After dark? Okay. No, don't call off the meet. Just don't show up. I'll take care of everything. Do you even have to ask? Of course I will. Thanks, Boz. You won't regret this. Okay. I have bought us some time.
Great.
And also keep in mind, Biden didn't release this either. So it's not like this is some kind of fucking Trump L that's unique. Biden didn't release it, and Trump didn't release it. No other state has released it. In my opinion, top 3. Maybe it's top 3, but it's definitely up there. I mean, on social media, it's definitely in the top 3. For voters at large, maybe not, but I think on social media, it definitely is. So yeah. Anyway, so Pam Bondi is screwing Trump with this L, and I guarantee a third party somewhere in the world has evidence, and as well as holding it for blackmail. That is the only way that I can explain and put all the pieces together in a way that makes sense based off of what's public, is that there is a third party that has evidence and has these files, and if either side of the political party releases these files and doesn't release them in their full capacity, then that third party will release the files. Obviously, the most likely outcome for that is either Mossad, China, or Russia. One of the three of them probably has these files, and so this is effectively a Cold War, right? And so nobody can release the files because it's not Cold War, it's MAD, you know, mutually assured destruction. So it just basically clears the entire board of everyone. In my opinion, I think the only probability of this ever happening, like in the future, is if we elect a really young politician that doesn't have the same connections that like these older people do. I think that this will eventually come out, but it will come out in like 20 years, right? Or like 15 years. So JD, yeah, it may be JD Vance or like AOC or somebody like that. Maybe they would be willing to release them because, you know, they don't have those same connections. It'll never happen. Well, and again, I'm being 50 years. Guys, I'm being optimistic right now, okay? I'm being optimistic because I try to...
1 minute is too short to fake a suicide. Yeah, I know. But they dug themselves this grave.
I don't really try to look on the bright side of things, but I try to be, at least I try to like see different perspectives. This is, I think, a very big turning point, though. It does look really bad. JD doesn't have connection.
Is that surprising? It's called having a reputation. You should try getting one of your own.
So, where to now?
The Aldecaldo camp. I need to see some of the old clan.
Don't seem too excited.
That's not your concern. I still have friends there.
You know, used to ride with nomads too.
Truly? I never would have guessed.
Yep, Backer clan, back in the day. Didn't work out between us, so I landed in Night City.
So we've something in common after all.
Good, let's roll.
Get in.
Yes, Daddy.
Where'd you get the ride? Straight out of some driveway in Rancho?
Yes, exactly. Is that a problem?
For me, no. Not at all. I mean, there's no accounting for taste.
Screw you.
How the hell did you land in this mess?
I liked the color. The air freshener and booster seat came extra.
You know I don't mean the car.
What am I supposed to tell you? That I'm not about to let my partner rob me and get away with it? That my fixer made me look like a goddamn fool? What about you? Why do you need that clown from the AV?
This particular clown's got intel I need. And I'm running out of time to get it.
So why didn't she tell me she knew about Nash?
Rogue, do better not to worry what her agenda might be.
God damn, I can't stand the bitch.
Know what? Screw Rogue. Can't see why you even care.
Because I need the money.
Don't let her push you around. She's not the only fixer in town.
Yet you're only here because she sent you.
But I'm not the one bitching about her.
You don't know her. Not at all. Did she tell you she was the one to bring me and Nash together? Did she tell you it slipped her mind to mention Nash was Raph and Shiv?
Might not have known that side of him.
Don't make me laugh. A fixer of her standing knows. And Rogue probably knows we're talking about her right now. Nash and I had a role to play in her game. Her plan. That's it. Rogue's a frigid old bitch. That's the truth.
Look what the cat dragged in. Is that a ghost or is it just my hangover?
Fuck you, too.
Mm-hmm. And who's this?
My babysitter. V, this is Scorpion. Mitch. 2 old friends.
Hey, guys.
Hello?
What brings you to these parts, city girl?
The big city got too small for her.
Do you have any idea how angry the old man's gonna be when he sees you here?
I've just come by for a spell. Saul needn't know a thing.
Need your help.
With what? What's this about?
Raffin screwed Pan Am. Plan is to show him that was a bad idea.
How bad did they get you?
Bad enough to make me sit quietly through all your bullshit.
You know, we would do anything for you, sister.
But now? Now's hard.
Seriously? You won't help?
Well, the old man told us to sit tight and get those generators back up after the batteries went kaput.
I'll fix them.
You won't help because of some goddamn generators? Is this another joke?
We'll manage without him.
Shut it.
Okay. Well,
Don't
goodbye.
be a dick, Mitch.
You were rude to me.
Help me.
Not this time. We're needed here.
I don't believe this.
Pan Am.
Listen, we can't leave camp, no chance, but Saul never said a thing about gear.
Okay. Well, I'll need that rifle of yours. And some of my own stuff.
Take whatever you want.
And take care of yourself out there.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. I'll grab the gear, then be out of your hair.
Looks like you're stuck with me.
Mm-hmm.
You disappointed?
I don't know. Maybe a little, yes.
Hey, Pan Am, are you staying a while?
No, I'll be going again soon. We'll talk next time.
Hey, Pan Am.
Are you named after an air company?
Yes? What's up?
Want to see what you got in stock.
Browse to your heart's content.
Fuck, that hurt my
What
neck.
are you all retarded? JD is not as connected as somebody like Bill Gates. No, he's not. Or he's not as connected as somebody like Jeffrey Epstein or Donald Trump is. Like, he hasn't been in the game for 50 years. He hasn't even been alive for 50 years. So if you can't understand what I'm saying with that, I think you're being intentionally dishonest. I'm not saying that, you know, it's a guarantee that he's going to do it. I'm just saying it's a degree of probability. And I said AOC as well. This isn't a, oh, well, next, you know, we have to vote for another Republican. No, I think this is the only way that it would ever happen is that if it was a young person that's been totally disconnected from like that culture as well, right? And so that's it.
Straight to the point.
Is this a bigger conspiracy than JFK? No, I think JFK is a lot bigger because there is a chance that, and there's a possibility that all of the files were deleted and there isn't a list. And they were just talking shit and they didn't actually have the list ever. That's definitely a possibility. Now, is that what I would guess? I mean, maybe, maybe not. I kind of would guess that would happen, but I genuinely have no idea. And so anyway, person's family needs to be disconnected as well. All the friends, associates, family, etc. Yeah, definitely. The list they had was the one that leaked already. What if Elon's party came to power? I don't think that's really going to happen. I think that this is going to make Trump look bad. But other than that, that's about it. This barely matters. Kids are getting abused all over the world every day. The government isn't going to derail the country over it. Well, I think that, and this is the problem, is that you say that kids are being abused all over the country all the time. That's true. But it's different because, like, whenever some crazy psychopath does something bad in Missouri or in Iran or in Russia, it doesn't matter because it's just some crazy random retard, right? But when this is a person who's running the country, this is a person who's making decisions, that's doing this, that is a totally different fucking dynamic than just the fact that this happens sometimes, right? And so it's a totally different thing in general. Trump and Bannon are on the list. Well, it's a gross take. Well, no, it's, again, you can be pragmatic about it. I understand being pragmatic about it, but that's just not the way I see it. Do you think Trump's going to win Senate elections if things go like this till the end of 2026? I think that Trump, this is definitely, like, I mean, you can't discount the Iran war, and then, like, there was, like, a number of things that Trump has done, ending the Rwanda genocide, shit like this, the big, beautiful
ending
bill
the
gets
Rwandan
passed, the
genocide.
no tax on tips. There's a lot of things that Trump has done that have been W's, right? And so it's not like it's one or the other. But, you know, through recency bias, if the if the midterms were tomorrow, yeah, they'd probably lose. Absolutely. Like, because this looks so bad, man. The little black book, it's out there somewhere. Do you think average voter will remember Rwanda or Iran by next year? No, they probably won't remember anything. But that doesn't really it doesn't really say anything, does it? Like, the average voter probably doesn't really care that much about the Epstein stuff either. They're like, yeah, I don't know what that happened or not. Because the Epstein files are, and we have to acknowledge this. It's important to keep this in mind, that this is on the precipice of being a conspiracy theory. It is. It's the same thing as JFK or MLK. There is a contingency of the population that see this, but at the same time, they don't all take it very seriously. And so that is, fully is, yes, it is a conspiracy theory. It 100% is, and it's by definition a conspiracy theory. Yes, exactly. Nobody here has facts, and everyone's making assumptions. Young presidents also won't release it because their current family's being murdered, tethers them to being quiet. Yeah, and I think that's why it took so long for the JFK files to get released. And I think that the reason why the JFK files did get released is very simply because everybody that had power then is dead. That's it. And so nobody can go and kill anybody because everybody there is all dead. We're assuming the client list is actual list. It could also be a file with Epstein and a famous person in a random hotel or another location. It's not a definitive smoking gun list. Yeah, exactly, right? But if you say that you have the list, if you tell everybody, you say, guys, we have the list, and then there's no fucking list, well, then I'd be pretty fucking mad, okay? Editing takes so long. Yes, exactly. Anything incriminating to the elites would have been destroyed when the CIA did their scrub. Exactly, right? And so this does make Donald Trump look really bad. And yeah, let's see if there's any more of this here. I don't think there's anything else really to say. But yeah, it looked awful, man. It really did. And I don't even know what the fuck to say. But it's really, really bad. And so that's pretty much where we're at. Check Reddit SGK thing. I don't know what that is. I have no idea. So, yeah, she never said that she has the list. She said she has the files on her desk, which is in response of where the list was. Guys, they heavily implied any reasonable person that was watching the Trump administration talk about the Epstein files before they came into power would have come to the conclusion that they had the files and they knew who was involved. They communicated that very, very clearly, right? Maybe not directly, but that was clearly what the message was. For fuck's sake, stop sucking Trump's dick, guys. There's so many dick riders here. I think that a lot of people, and this is the issue, and this is why I've always told people that you shouldn't idolize people, you should idolize ideas, because people always fall short of ideas. And you know, again, I think this is a huge disappointment for a lot of people. It definitely is. It's a massive disappointment. And a lot of people are mad about it, and I think that they should be. And can we watch the CoffeeZilla video on this? Well, I don't know if he made one. I have no idea. And also, here's the truth. No one in the public knows what happened. So, CoffeeZilla, fucking Alex Jones, me, Glenn Beck, fucking CNN, none of these people actually know what happened. They have no idea at all. Yep, you're probably wrong. I mean, well, no, it's that nobody knows anything about this and they can't prove it. That's the other thing too. Is like, let's say that there's somebody who has definitive, undeniable proof that the Epstein list exists. How could we reference that? And then how could we verify that? How could we know that? Like, let's say somebody presents the actual list What's stopping everybody from saying, oh, that's not true? You see kind of what I'm saying here? The Epstein list, Jeffrey Epstein, basically the Epstein list is not being released, and I think people are unhappy about what's it's literally the #1 trending thing with almost 2 million posts. So yeah, people are fucking mad.
Hassan has slandered me, committed some defamation.
Coffeezilla is good. He normally covers crypto scams.
Good evening, I'm Amna Nawaz. Welcome to the News Hour. Search teams continued to comb through large parts of central Texas today, looking for survivors 5 days after deadly floods. But hope is starting to fade. No new survivors have been found in days, and the death toll is still rising. At least 109 people were killed, 94 of them in the Kerr County area. Special correspondent Christopher Booker has our report from Texas.
Just along the Guadalupe River, a community has come together. This disparate group of people from all over the state, area law enforcement, firefighters, and volunteers, have now shifted their focus to recovery.
May we be able to give strength to this community, and may we be able to stay strong throughout this day.
All right, Dasha, you ready to work? She is a trained cadaver.
Crystal Smith answered the call with her cadaver dog, Dasha. Why is she here today?
To help see if we can help at all with any sort of recovery or all of the search efforts, really. Anything, and try to help bring some closure and reunite some of these families.
Micah Watkins has been helping since Sunday night.
I actually have camp next week I'm heading to, and with the camps that it flooded with, especially Camp Mystic, just kind of hearing about that pushed me even further to come out here and do what I can.
Lieutenant Tim Stack is here with 16 other members of his police department.
There's always an opportunity, and there's always hope that somebody's still going to be there alive. I mean, they found a guy in a tree a couple days after the incident because he just got washed up there and no one saw him. And, I was telling the guys now, so you never want to pull that branch away and see that person that's maybe deceased underneath there, but you also still want to pull that branch away to find that person.
Less rain in the forecast today offered some relief for search efforts. More than 160 people are still missing. Today, Kerr County personnel dodged questions from reporters about how the county alerted residents about the floods.
And we're in the process of trying to put a timeline. That's going to take a little bit of time. As I've told you several times, that is not my priority this time. There's 3 priorities. That's locating people out there, identifying and notifying the next of kin. That is what I'm taking as my job as sheriff here to do. Okay.
With all due respect, sir, I think that the community here is asking these questions. What happened? When did it happen? Was the emergency manager awake at the time? Did they push the button to issue an emergency alert?
Sir, it's not that easy when you just push a button, okay? There's a lot more to that. And we've told you several times.
So did it happen, sir?
I can't tell you at this time.
Earlier today, in a cabinet meeting, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem said she was overcome with emotion during her trip to the state.
I had walked through the cabin where all the little girls died, and I had kind of fallen apart in there, but I walked out of the cabin, and a gentleman was standing there, and he said, that man over there needs a hug. And so I walked over to him and I hugged him and I said, do you work here? And he said, no, my little girl was in that cabin. And he said, and I just found her best friend about an hour and a half ago. She had passed away.
She defended President Trump's proposal to start phasing out FEMA and shift disaster response to the states.
We as a federal government don't manage these disasters. The state does. We come in and support them. And that's exactly what we did here in this situation.
Right now, I pray that you would comfort everybody here.
Back in Texas last night, people gathered in San Antonio to mourn and pray for the victims, like Sherry Richardson, who worked at a home for children with disabilities, or Odessa Police Department Officer Bailey Martin, who was on a trip to the Guadalupe River with his family, and 8-year-old twin sisters Hannah and Rebecca Lawrence, who were killed by the flooding at Camp Mystic. In Kerr County yesterday, volunteers loaded trucks with food and water for flood victims. For Mother Siobhan Justice, the pain is all too personal.
I've had a couple friends who don't have a house anymore, or they've lost their husband
I have a friend who's missing, so I mean, it's a little difficult, especially in a town where there's not too many people.
In this rural corner of Texas, everybody seems to know somebody.
Have you brought someone new? Does Saul know? Not your concern, friend. Will you help me with this?
What's inside?
A few odds and ends that should be useful. Take it. All right, that's everything. Let's go.
Okay, Dada.
Will you come back?
Militech, huh?
Panam, you'll stop by later, right, honey?
Next time, Ellie. I promise. So, I'm off.
Yeah, go on, go already. Call us sometime.
Keep an eye on her, V.
Put it in the trunk.
I don't even know her, guys. She likes basketball. That's what I've learned so far. Nope. Shit, that's what I need to look at. Hang on, I'm coming, Pam. Pam. Hello. Come on, man. Why are you breaking my balls?
That's been affected by this tragedy. Amna?
Christopher, it's unimaginable what folks on the ground are going through. Can you just give us a sense when you talk to them of what they're feeling, what the atmosphere is like in Kerr County?
The atmosphere is strangely calm.
Seems you got a real problem with authority.
What?
Rogue? Saul?
Okay, we have arrived.
What do we do?
We get ready to greet the Ravens, and we've little time for that. We'll need to improvise. We should scout first, to look for anything that might be useful.
Down Rocky Ridge. See any death? Everything's down. Nothing works here.
Well, have you found anything?
It's certainly somber and sad, but all the volunteers we spoke to are very focused on the task that's before them. They are thinking about where they need to walk through, what they need to search through, and really, I think, have not let any emotion come into what they're doing. You know, nearly universally, everyone said they're there to provide closure for the victims and for the families, but it's clear that the emotion hasn't really come in yet. They're just focused on what they need to do today to help the victims and help the victims' families.
And that recovery effort you were following today, I mean, there have to be enormous logistical hurdles to getting that done. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, it is logistically very challenging. A great chunk of this morning was just figuring out who should go with who. They were looking for locals that had knowledge of the terrain to be paired with professional search and rescue operations. We spent a great deal of time with a group that was trying to launch a boat on the river. Now, this seems like it should be something simple, but many of the access
What? I know, right? You can't believe that the government would lie to you.
No dice. Nothing's up. All cut off.
Oh, we'll make it work. The Raffins will roll in after dusk. We will have a surprise ready for them. We just need to get some power flowing. Let's check the substation.
Okay.
Okay, Daddy. Now they expect us to believe. I mean,
points have been cut off by debris. In addition, the ground is soggy, so when they found an access point, they couldn't pull in their heavy boat and trailer. They also had to negotiate with landowners, basically going on, knocking door to door to see if they could pull their trailer through and launch
Found
the
the
boat.
breakers, but there's no
Ultimately, they were
juice on 'em.
unsuccessful.
Not to
Now,
worry.
this is just one
Come down.
small
I know
example
how
of
to
what they're
surprise
trying
the
to do.
bastards.
We spoke with a group that was heading out on
Right.
foot, and they
So,
said a
the intersection
successful
is
day
powered
for
from that
them
transformer
would be that
substation,
if they
right?
covered just 2
Switch gear
miles
on
of
the
the
roof.
river.
We'll flip the switch
Amna?
there and everything will light
Such
up
a
like
long
Christmas.
road ahead for them.
Understood?
Our special correspondent Christopher Booker and team on the ground in Center Point, Texas. Thank you so much. Well, there are still a number of
idea.
questions
Let's get
about
us
the
some
weather
power.
forecast
All around for
and
access
why
points.
there weren't
Great.
better
They're
warning
likely to show up
systems
in
that
numbers.
could have
We can't know
possibly
how many.
saved lives.
We need to
Our
outfox
Dima
them.
Zane spoke
Then get to
earlier
my
with
car
Matthew
somehow.
Kikuchi.
Got
He's
a few
senior
ideas.
meteorologist from
We'll try to play a little game with them at the
myradar.com. And she
intersection.
began by asking him about the origins
Soon
of the
as they
storm
see the
itself
lights, they'll have to
and why
check
it
who,
dumped
why,
so
and
much
how.
water.
Nova.
Yep. First
We
start up
knew
the
that we
control
had
terminal
ample
below.
moisture in place,
Here on the roof is
absolutely
100
tropical
without it.
moisture content in the
Come on,
atmosphere.
we'll give it a boost
Part of
from
the
the
reason
car
for that
battery.
was last
That should do the
Monday,
trick.
Tamaulipas, Mexico
Wait for
got
me
hit
by
by
the
Tropical
substation.
Storm Barry.
I'll bring the car
Barry
around.
moved inland, dissipated, and then left this big blob of humidity that eventually wafted north into Texas. So we knew the antecedent atmospheric conditions favored very heavy rain, but we didn't see much of a trigger. And so that's why even more than 12, 24 hours out, yeah, we thought there could be some isolated flooding, but we didn't think we'd see anything more than like 6, 7 inches. Never mind a 1.5 feet of water. What wound up happening, though, was that as we headed
I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
towards Wednesday and Thursday,
The panel
dying
looks to be in good
thunderstorms
shape.
in West
I'll make
Texas
a
left something
bypass
called
circuit
an
to the power supply.
MCV,
That
or a
should do it.
mesoscale.
We'll just have to get it up and running. Grab the jumper cables from the trunk. We'll boost it from the car battery.
Red cable connected.
Give me a moment. I need to hook everything up here. And done. Now the Black Rattler. There she goes. But the old jalopy served us well. Okay, I've got voltage. Start the terminal inside. And once the power is on in the building, get on that roof.
You got it.
I'll set up on the tower. We'll have the whole intersection on a platter. You flip the breakers when I give you the signal to do so, understood?
Yes, ma'am. Switchgear's got power.
Prime. We'll have some fun at the intersection. Let's get into position.
What does this give me? Bullet spread effective range. Okay. Why would you go with the power sniper? Maybe because the optic is better. Yeah, I still get the slowdown. If anything, the ballistic computer's better. Because now I'm not aiming through a bunch of bullshit.
Now we wait.
Remember, as soon as we see them, you give us power.
Got it. Cover me, just in case.
Of course. They're rolling in. And my thorn. You see her?
Really, really hard to miss.
Let's take them by surprise. Let's try. And do this quietly. If anything happens, I'll start picking them off. Sound good?
Sounds great.
Where's this son of a bitch, boss? You, wait for him here.
Get good and ready. The show starts now.
Let there be light.
Grab the car, Sharp. The driver has it. No one is ready now! For the girl with the covering. We have to pick all of them off now. Let's go!
I'm out!
No fucking mercy!
I thought we were going to be engaging from way farther away. So that smart sniper, kind of a pain in the ass.
For the girl with the bump.
Colorful bunch.
What the hell? Look around. Silks and trash. Out the inside. Hollow in there.
Could cut off everything.
Come on! Don't get scared now!
Have been made.
Covering. We have to pick all of them off.
What the fuck? What's the point of having a smart rifle if it actually doesn't do shit? Do I have to wait for it to lock on?
No fucking mercy!
Nasty hit you took there.
Crouch.
They're on their last leg! Let's go! Fire!
What is the point of this gun? It doesn't fucking actually hit them. Like, how long do you need to aim at them for it to fucking work? A while.
Cherry on top. Let's pack it in. Wait for me in the car.
Scale convective vortex, like this leftover whirlpool in the atmosphere, this little teeny eddy. And this invisible eddy, this little corridor of spinning air, parked over Texas Hill Country and did two things. Number one, it helped focus moisture. It gathered storms and really served as like the local trigger to get storms going. And it wasn't moving, so those storms anchored in place. And the other thing too, this thing was pulling in moisture from the south. So you had an uninterrupted supply, a fire hose of tropical moisture from the Gulf that was aimed directly into these stagnant storms. And it's July. The upper level winds are very weak. The jet stream has retreated all the way to Canada, so there's nothing to move these storms along either. And so you got downpours lasting 6, 7, 8 hours, dumping 3 inches per hour. Very quickly, some folks saw a foot to a foot and a half worth of water.
Was the storm actually what meteorologists thought that it would be, or did it move in a direction that they didn't even expect it to move?
We knew the potential was there for some high-end flooding. We didn't necessarily think the storm would stall for as long as it did. And I think that's when things quickly became problematic. And it was apparent right around midnight, 1 in the morning, as you headed into the 4th of July, that something very bad was happening. But by then, even though they were updating the forecast, they were issuing the warnings, a lot of folks were asleep. And so even though the warnings went out and made folks' cell phones squeal and trigger the wireless emergency alerts with the emergency alert system, I think a lot of people just had gone to bed not thinking much was going to happen, and when they woke up, it was a completely different story. There's no good way for a scientist or a communicator to convey a low probability, high impact event. And so I think the forecasts were basically, yeah, there could be some flooding, there could be some locally bad flooding. It wasn't until midnight into very early on the 4th of July when warning operations really were like, what's hitting the fan. This is, going to be a catastrophe. So the warnings were good, the forecasts were flawed. The other frustrating thing, too, has been people trying to use this for political advantage. People saying, Doge cuts caused this flood. No. Typical National Weather Service forecast office staffing is like 2 to 3 meteorologists for this overnight shift. They had 5 in place at the Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio. They were staffed up, they were doing their thing, they knew in advance what was coming, and they had folks there doing the job. Staffing was not an issue. If anything was an issue, the imperfect forecast going in may have been degraded by the reduction of weather balloons over parts of the Great Plains and the Midwest. You have fewer balloons going up to get data because of budget cuts. then you have less data going into weather models and less accurate weather model simulations. So that may have been a factor, but that's something we have to sort of iron out a little more.
What can you tell people as a meteorologist on the situation and how it could be prevented and what really went wrong?
This absolutely could have been prevented. It doesn't take...
Move. I'll take the wheel.
Okay, Daddy.
What are you waiting for?
Sure. Leave the driving to the pros.
At last.
take 3 hours to get to higher
She's
ground.
prime wheels,
A lot of
isn't
folks had 2 to 3 hours morning.
Dreaming
Many of the
and
fatalities were children.
I'm surprised you
There
wanted her
needs to
back.
be a responsible adult
completes
who
me.
is making these decisions and keeping
Managed
abreast of the
just fine
weather.
without Mitch
There
and
needs to be a plan in place ahead of time.
Listen, V, it's not over yet.
It's not? You got the cargo, you got your car.
I did not get Nash, who was not in Rocky Ridge. The fucker didn't show.
So it was about vengeance. The whole time.
The hell you know about me?
Either you're not
Oh,
being straight with
okay.
me, or you don't know what you want. Hard to say which is
Just
worse.
listen to me, for fuck's sake. I know where their little hidey hole is. We'll take the old unfinished freeway nearby. They will not be expecting us. I'm sure of it.
All right. So where's this hideout?
A hop and skip away. Thanks, V. What Nash did. I placed my trust in him. He was the first person I worked with after leaving the Aldecaldos, after I came to Night City. And I granted him my trust.
Vengeance is rarely worth the risk.
Reason against gut need. An interesting take. I'd like to see for myself.
Okay. You gonna drive the whole way, no skipping? Okay. Is it nearby?
Are you ready?
Yes.
Let's get him.
I do want to get rid of this piece of crap. What?
Mighty impressive. There, I admit.
Oh, yeah!
Watch it. Bastard's coming in from the other side.
remains active for up to several minutes after decapitation.
This is it! I'm fucked!
I see a sniper. Careful.
We had some fun!
Need to reload.
New magazine detected. Message to user. Thanks, Tune.
Get around the bitch!
Reason for firing? Unknown.
Door back! Someone take their position!
Fucking right.
Fuck! Fuck!
Fun fact. The human body holds between 5 and 7 liters of blood.
Hell yeah! Quite the fireworks show. Hello, Rogue. What did you say again? Solve your own problems? Clean up your shit? Nash is dead. One shit cleaned. Happy?
And the 6th Street merch?
Nash can't deliver it anymore. But if you ask nicely, I might be able to help you.
Help me? I think my cousin Fred does.
Every school, every camp in America should have a NOAA weather alert radio and have a plan for any type of alert that can come their way. And so few people do. And until we live as a more weather-ready society with these plans, taking these steps, listening to the warnings, I don't think anything's going to change.
And this is always a question that has to be asked when big weather events like this occur. But was climate change a factor to the size of this storm?
So that's a good question. People always ask about climate change. What I'll say is this. No event is caused by climate change. There will always be floods in Flood Alley in Texas, sporadically every couple years. The atmosphere does have a greater capacity to hold a little more moisture these days because as the environment warms, the air is like a sponge, you add a little more moisture. For every degree Fahrenheit the air temperature warms, the air can hold 4% more water. And so that may have led to a bit extra water coming down with this episode. But I think trying to connect it to climate change is challenging, just given this was very unfortunate meteorology, very unfortunate and coincidental ingredients coming together. And that will always be a thing. Natural disasters will always happen. It's only natural. And so even though climate change is raising the ceiling a little bit, this was very much a natural disaster.
Well, that was NewsHour's Dima Zain speaking earlier today with meteorologist Matthew Kikuchi. Meanwhile, just a short time ago, Texas Governor Greg Abbott was asked about
Italian,
problems
can't
with
trust
flood
him.
warnings on July 4th. In a testy exchange with reporters, the governor said he was not focused on
testy.
blame, saying he would focus on solutions and the future instead.
Let's get out of here.
One bitter cold bitch, that rogue. Think she might have lost the plot.
Mean to say she used to be sweet and alluring?
Never that. But she's no stranger to the other end of the stick. Think she might need a nice strong shock.
Hey, boss. Got your cargo. No, no fast ones. Come on, let's meet. Sunset Motel. I know you're not kidding. I'm certain to be there. Okay, I arranged our meeting. Let's do the deal and start working on Hellman. Agreed?
Should be fun.
Now the electronics don't work inside your car?
They're here. Let me do the talking.
Sensing trouble?
No. At least I don't think so.
Wait, I should get my nomad clothes on.
Hey, boss.
Yeehaw. Yee-ma-ha.
How's Nash? Doesn't seem to be answering his phone.
Don't call him anymore. There's no need.
You got balls, girl. What's this? A bonus of some sort?
We work together.
Change tunes like you change clothes, girl.
There. First class merch.
Mm-hmm.
So, everything's in order?
Check your account. Should be pretty plush in a couple minutes.
It's been a pleasure. But I believe Rogue's the one who is to pay me.
You're all right. Think you earned a tip. Let's roll.
That went well. Come on. Let's get a drink.
Whatever you say. Alright. I'm gonna take a break for a little while.